So race 1 on the program is about to get underway, which is the men's B grade and the men's open pair. In lane 2 from Sydney University, Nicholas Myro, Joshua Hewitt, and coached by Christopher Holliday and Jack Hanley. From Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3, Andy Hoffman and Max Pearce, coached by Donovan Check. From UTS in lane 5, William Clark and Jack Message, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 6, from Sydney Rowing Club, Alex Nicol and Alexander Potter, coached by Donovan Check. In lane 7, from Mossman, it's Torben Ungermark and Daniel Samus, coached by Matthias Ungermark. And in lane 8, from Sydney University, Tom Anderson and Nick Rath, coached by Chris Holliday and Jack Hanley.
And racing is underway here for the 2020 Spring Regatta, and Sydney University out in lane 2 has come away with a good start, led closely by William Clark and Jack Message, and they're the UTS crew in lane 5. And William Clark and Jack Message are very, very good athletes down at UTS, and you have the two Scots Levers crews there, Jack Message, 2017 class, William Clark, 2002. And really, you know, quite clean rowing as we see them coming through. They have dropped a little behind now. William Clark, I believe, is rowing bow side, which he's not used to. William Clark, the only man actually to row for 2 states in the Penrith Cup Regatta. Quite an impressive athlete. Then you see in lane 7, we've got Torben Ungermark from Mossman, and he's coached by Matthias Ungermark, and Matthias does some very, very good stuff down there at Mossman, and Michael, I'm sure, will agree with me. He's really a great testament to the shed. They've got some great athletes coming through. It's very, very impressive.
Absolutely, Pete. They've got a really good program down there these days. And as you said, it's a family affair with the Ungermarks, both competing and coaching in that club, and so it's really good to see down here the regatta.
Yeah, agreed, Michael, agreed. Lane 6 as well, you have Alex Potter and Alex Nicol. I've been doing some good work in that pair as well, so it really is quite a hotly contested first race of the day in the men's B and men's open pair. Now, when we look through the draw sheet, you can see that the men's B grade pair will be contested by the Sydney University crew of Nicholas and Joshua, and also by Andy and Max from the Sydney Rowing Club. club in lane 3. And the men's open pair, which would be the rest of the crews, would be Sydney University, and they've been doing some great work, Tom Anderson and Nick Rath, down there at Sydney University with Jack Hanley, who also has raced a few Penrith Cups in his time, a very established rower and really establishing himself as a coach there at Sydney Uni. Mossman as well, Taubman again with Matthias, and the other two aforementioned crews, and we'll see how they go down the course today.
And coming through the 750 metres now is Potter and Nickel from Sydney. Peter, you noted before that the Clark and Message crew from UTS are indeed a lightweight crew, and so it'll be interesting to see as the race progresses how the rating between the crews change. You would think that we would see from the lightweight crews here today typically higher rate as they come through. But at the moment, certainly coming through the 1,000 metres now, the crew from a Sydney Rowing Club of Alex Nickel and Alexander Potter are stretching out a lead. Closely followed now by Mossman and Sydney Rowing Club.
And coming through the 1,500 metre mark, we have Sydney Rowing Club in first place, time of 5:07 through the 1,500, followed by Mossman, Sydney University, Sydney Uni, and the rest are followed behind. It's funny what you said, Michael, about the lightweight crew rating a bit higher, and surely we can see even from the shed here, I believe it's Jack Message is the stroke of the UTS crew, and it looks like he's gone down to about 3/4 slide to get the rate up. And it's a good tactic, especially in the last 500 metres of a race, and we know Jack Message is famed for that, as well as his enthusiasm for racing. A great racer, and we'll see how he goes down the course today. And in the final stages of this race, it looks like it's Sydney Rowing Club leading, just ahead of the Mossman crew. And then Sydney University, which would be the Tom Anderson and Nick Rath crew, really quite hotly contested there. And you can see, as we said before, these heavyweights have quite a bit of power there, and you can see the stroke seat of the Sydney Rowing Club boat just really leaning back into it, and a quite impressive bit of power from him. That was great rowing to watch. And crossing the line, we have Sydney Rowing Club, followed by Mossman, and then it will be Sydney University, followed by the second Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 3, followed by Sydney University again, and finally UTS.
So an unofficial time there for the crew from Sydney Rowing Club of Alex Nicol and Alexander Potter in a time of 6 minutes 54 seconds and looking quite comfortable as they come over the line there. So just a friendly reminder also today as we navigate what is a strange time for all of us with the coronavirus. We've been notified that there will be no spectators permitted on the island at all throughout the day. If you are dropping off athletes or coaches or registered volunteers, that's permissible. But you won't be allowed to remain on the island for an extended period. And so we please do kindly ask that if you are not a registered athlete, coach or volunteer this morning, that you please do vacate the premises. And underway is the second race on today's program, which is the men's C-grade quad scull. In lane 3 from Glebe, John Baptiste Baillieu, Justin White, Brad Smith and Benjamin Wilcox. In lane 4 from University of New South Wales, Neil Peppett, Matthew Bayfield, Scott Mason and David Lees. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Matthew Burke, Tim Byrne, James Dupree and Cowan Guiamares. In lane 6, also from the University of New South Wales, is Zach Partridge, Eugene Blazajowski, Michael Pickford, Oliver Harradine, coached by Natalie Legg and Susanna McMahon. And in lane 7, from Sydney University, Hamish Johnson, Darcy Cameron, Philip Kaufman, and Harrison Rouston, coached by Jack Hanley and Thomas Lorich.
Yes, Michael, and coming through the 1500 metre mark now, it looks like we have the UNSW crew up out in front, and they're closely followed by the Glebe crew, and good bit of racing through the 500 metre mark. We have the University of New South Wales crew in a time of 1:33.62, followed by Glebe 2 seconds behind, and really impressive bit of quad rowing here. You can see they're quite nice blade work, very well drilled at University of New South Wales, and really, they seem to really be enjoying their rowing there at UNSW, doing some really good work, some great athletes coming out of that shed. And in the final stages of this race, we have UNSW still in the lead, doing quite well. The Glebe crew followed behind. It's quite a nice clear-cut race here. Really good bit of quad rowing, as I said before. And Michael, it looks like they're really doing quite a good job here in this quad.
Yeah, that's right, Pete. Looks like Uni of New South Wales really stretching out and lifting the rate a bit in these dying stages of race 2. That's great to see. Closely followed by Glebe in that crew of Baillieu, White, Smith and Wilcox in lane 2. It looks like it'll be the University of New South Wales crossing over the line here. As we said, followed by Glebe, and now Sydney University in lane 7 of Johnson, Cameron, Kaufman and Ralston. And in 4th place will be Leichhardt Rowing Club of Burke, Byrne, Dupree and Guiamares.
Yeah, and that University of New South Wales crew coached by stroked by Michael Pickford, and the Sydney University quad really again doing some great work there. Harry Rouston there, I believe in 2 seat, really very good work down there at Sydney University, and again, coached by Jack Hanley. And in race 3, we have the women's novice single scull. In lane 1, we have Nepean, lane 2, Ascombe, lane 3, University of New South Wales, lane 4, Nepean, lane 5, University of New South Wales, lane 6, Nepean 2, lane 7, University of New South Wales 3, and lane 8, Nepean 3. And this race, it's again quite a hotly contested one. It looks like the leading 3 are out quite comfortably in front, and they're sitting quite even. So it should be a good race to watch toward the line. What do you reckon, Michael?
It's always great to see some novice rowing out here at Cirque. It's an intimidating venue for first-time rowers. Look, it's a world-renowned venue. Even in recent years, obviously we had the 2000 Olympics here in Sydney. But even in recent years, we've had the World Championships here. I think it was 2014, Pete, where we had international competitors, and it really is. Quite a venue for the novice rower, and so it's really great at the Spring Regatta we can have a novice category for newer rowers to come out and try their skills against other competitors who perhaps might not have that at racing experience.
Yeah, right you are, Michael. Right you are, and especially with the with JB Sharp is usually the go-to novice regatta, but here looking into this race. Race 3, the women's novice single at Spring Regatta, you see Nepean out in front. UNSW, again, another showing, which is brilliant to see there for UNSW, coming in second by the looks of things, but looks like it's going to be quite a tight finish there, and really watching these 2 athletes just charging towards the line. It looks like it's going to be lane 4, Nepean, followed by lane 3, University of New South Wales, followed by lane 5, also University of New South Wales, and really, really great to see some good young development happening at these bay clubs, and really a great showing of skill and depth in the sport. And just a reminder to all athletes that if you do win a race today, please feel free to come down to the pontoon and the podium and grab your mug, grab your award for a race well done.
And on the course now is race 4, which is Division 1 of the women's D grade single scull. It's a 1,000 metre race, and in lane 1 from the University of New South Wales is Charlotte Stanwyck, coached by Natalie Legg and Susanna McMahon. In lane 2 from Glebe, Sophia Miller, coached by Milan Parker. In lane 3 from St Paul's Grammar is Elise Manuel, coached by Daryl Young. In lane 4 from Mossman, Talia Noland, coached by Justin Brown and Kathy Starling. In lane 5 from Nepean is Cleo Price, coached by Daniel Waddell, Jason Waddell and Victoria Trevitt. In lane 6 from Mossman, Anne Taylor, coached by Kieran Glynn. Lane 7 from Sydney, Talisa Noak Driver, coached by Brendan Lonman and Donovan Check. And in lane 8, Sophia Armitage from UTS, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman.
Yes, and it looks like that race was taken out by lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club. And again, a great race to see. You see Glebe there in lane 2 coming in second. And this women's D-grade single scull, really quite competitive there for 3rd, 4th and 5th. And it looks like that'd almost be a photo finish there, Michael, for lane 5 from Nepean.
You would have to say, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it was a close one, wasn't it? And then see there coming in 6th would be Mossman. And a great bit of rowing. I'll be interested to see who comes 4th and who comes 5th for that one. And a quick thank you to our sponsors, Bentley's Insurance, who has been insuring rowing boats for many years now, Quest Penrith Apartments, and Bont Rowing, who are some newer sponsors, but doing some great work around the rowing community, Michael.
Well, certainly, if you have any needs for boat shoes, certainly get in contact with Istvan down there at Bont, and he's sure to set you up well.
And it looks like the results had come in there for race 4. They've just disappeared, but it looked like it was Charlotte who had taken out 4th place. Well done, Charlotte.
And on the course now is race 5, which is Division 2 of the women's D-grade single scull. In lane 1 from Balmain, which is Gabriella Silberstein, coached by Zoe McKenzie. In lane 2 from Mossman, M. Barrick. In lane 3 also from Mossman, Madison Stanley, coached by Justin Brown and Kathy Starling. In lane 4 from UTS, Georgina Sutton, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 5 from Nepean, Gori Kotera, coached by Daniel Waddell, Jason Waddell and Victoria Trevitt. In lane 6 from Des Moines, it's Janine Donovan. Also from UTS in lane 7 is Holly Garner. And in lane 8 from Des Moines, Maggie Smith. And I think they're coming through the 500 metres now, Pete. Looks like Georgie Sutton from UTS is in front in a time of 2 minutes and 6 seconds, unofficially. Closely followed by Stanley from Mossman.
Yeah, looking good, Michael. And again, as you said, Jason Waddell and Daniel Waddell looks like a family affair there at Nepean as well. And really, again, a bearer of great fruits, that program over there with the Waddells. Georgie Sutton, UTS there as well, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. Doing a really very impressive job there in the single, in this women's D-grade single. And as you said, it looks like she's coming through in the lead. And we'll see coming into this last 250 metres, these women's D-grade singles are often unpredictable, and you can see some athletes will have really good pushes in this last 250, so it'll be good to see what happens.
And the 1,000 metre race is a strange beast, isn't it, Pete? Because you do have, look, it's not the Olympic distance. You do have perhaps, some more gas that you might not otherwise have in a 2,000 metre race. So it's interesting to see how the our competitors today will approach that shorter distance, whether they will seek to rate higher, that is, take more strokes, or to maintain a steadier pace. And certainly out in the front of this field is Georgie Sutton from UTS, who has asserted dominance over the field and is cruising rather comfortably into the finish here. That's Sutton in lane 4 from UTS. And it looks like Stanley from Mossman is maintaining a close second place.
Yep.
Pursued by another Mossman sculler, and that's just Sutton from UTS coming over the line now.
Yep, and you are right, Michael, about the 1 kilometre distance. Traditionally, it's not as favoured, but I do find the 1 kilometre quite difficult. It's a different athletic base that you're using. It's really quite a hard distance, and seeing the D-grade rowers rowing over 1 kilometre is very impressive, and that was quite a close finish there between lane 7 and lane 5, UTS and Nepean, and coming after that is Des Moines. But yeah, Michael, as you said, the 1 kilometre distance, you get about 500 metres in, and it's quite a sting. And just a quick acknowledgement to our viewers from home. Really good practicing social distancing and COVID-safe procedures. Watching on the live stream, and I believe we've got a good showing of parents and spectators watching on the live stream. So welcome, and I hope you enjoy the stream.
Yeah, as we've mentioned before, Pete, sadly we cannot have spectators at the Regatta Centre today, obviously due to COVID-safe requirements. So just another reminder, if you are not a registered athlete, coach or volunteer today, could you please vacate the premises? Sadly, we can't accommodate you today. And race 6 on today's program is underway, which is Division 3 of the women's D-grade single scull. And in lane 1 from Abbotsford is Colleen Chapman. Lane 2 from Des Moines is Stephanie Walker, coached by Ashley Brooking and Kathleen Hextell. Lane 3, which was from the Peen, which I believe is scratched. Lane 4 is Abbotsford Rowing Club in Janine Wood. Lane 5 from Glebe is Bridie Morrison, coached by Brad Smith. Lane 6 from Balmain Rowing Club, Zoe Morrison. Lane 7 from Mossman is Philippa Young, coached by Justin Brown and Kathy Starling. And finally in Lane 8 from Abbotsford is Rosemary Hancock. And I do believe they've come through the 500 metres, Pete. I can't quite make out who is in the lead. It might be that it is Lane 8, Hancock from Abbotsford.
Yep, and the results have just come up. It looks like it's going to be Philippa Young there, coming in first place at 2:06, 500 metres in. And as you said, Michael, yeah, there's some really good coaches in here, really good crews, some great bit of club rowing. I know Kathleen Hextall has been doing some great stuff at Drummoyne there with some of the development guys. It's great to see, really good to see. And coming through this last 250 metres, it looks like the results have not changed. Quite a good bit of tight racing there for the 3rd, 4th and 5th places by the looks of things. And it'll be interesting to see how they progress through this next 250 metres. Really the difficult end of the race here, especially this 1K racing, as we were saying before, Michael. Really quite difficult racing 1K. You get to this last 250 and again, you do feel the sting. So it's great to see you can see a few heads turning around, seeing where they're at in the race, where they're progressing, and some good burns being put on here.
And it's Young from Mossman who crosses over in first place. And she'll be pursued closely by Abbotsford on the far side of the course, on the south side. Or is it? Oh, it's a close finish with Balmain in lane 6. So Chapman and Morrison are in close competition there, but it looks like Abbotsford or Chapman from Abbotsford has prevailed. In 4th place unofficially is Morrison from Glebe, followed by Wood from Abbotsford.
Yes, Michael, and quite a good recovery there from lane 6, Balmain. It looks like she might have dropped her right at the end and really recovered that very well. Quite a difficult thing to do in the single. You'll find that single can be quite unwieldy, and once you start to lose it, it's very difficult to get it back. So great bit of skill and effort by lane 6 there, and that will be the conclusion of race 6. Quite impressive race. And just a friendly reminder to our athletes that if you do win your race, please feel free to come to the medal pontoon to collect your medal. And coming down the course now is race 7, the para single. Zani Tun, who has been in the sport for quite a few years, very impressive athlete. He's been coached by Sian Kilbridge here, but I know a lot of previous coaching was done by Anne Craig and Liam James there at Balmain Rowing Club, and they have done a great job with the para program there. Very much promoting the program, doing really good work to bring athletes in. And of course, para rowing was not what it was now back 10 years ago, Michael. It's really progressed to something quite impressive. So it's great to see that, and it's a great job they're doing there at Balmain. Really very impressive.
Well, that's right, Pete. You can go down to Iron Cove and see that the Balmain para rowing program out in force. Occupying a fair chunk of the bay, which is, as you said, really great to see. And a great testament to the work of the coaches down there at Balmain.
Yes, and Michael Zani is a PR1 rower, which would mean that he has primary use of his arms, his upper body. Now, Zani, I believe, started rowing around 2015, 2014, and really has been very consistent and really done a great job, and he's obviously loves the sport, so it's really great to see him out here racing. It's a long way to come from Balmain here out to sunny Penrith, but I'll tell you what, the course makes up for it. It's a beautiful course on a beautiful day. And really good bit of rowing. You can see he's having a great go, and it's great to see. Again, a real testament to his coaches, Balmain. The equipment there as well. It's not cheap to get power equipment. It's all modified and has to maintain standards. So, you know, to see this sort of involvement is so positive, Michael. And the PR1 style of rowing is quite interesting because you'll probably find that the rate is quite naturally higher than you would expect. But on top of that, you know, you've got that added element that you're just using your arms, and it's such a hard slog. You know, it's quite difficult when you have PR3 rowers that have the use of their legs, their bodies, and their arms. The arms, obviously, you can rate a bit higher. The boats as well are tub singles, Michael. Tub singles with floats. It's a heavy race, and it's a difficult one. It's not one I'd like to be doing, Michael. I don't know about you.
That's right. It's just a different ball game in power rowing, and as Tun from Balmain crosses the line, yeah, let's give him a round of applause. And we're going to return to 2,000 metre racing as the crews in race 8, which is the women's B grade double scull, assemble themselves down at the 2,000 metre start. In lane 1 from UTS, it's Victoria DeLepta and Sarah Fard, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 2 from Penrith, Claire Robinson and Lila Anderton, coached by Charlotte Toos-Cutler and Lindsay Callahan and Chad Palmer. In lane 3, from Drummoyne, Eve Timms and Ella Woolbank, coached by Robin Mackney. In lane 4, from Sydney University, Michaela Franz and Kelly Drenth, coached by Jack Hanley. In lane 5, from Nepean, Edie Brown and Amy Wagner, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. Lane 6, from Glebe is Hailey Lindahl and Jacqueline Harris. In lane 7, from Mossman, Katya York, Grace Burke, coached by Brown and Ungermark. In lane 8, from UTS, Kiralee Schofield and Maxine Franz. And finally, in lane 9, from St Paul's Grammar is Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins, coached by Charlotte Toos-Cutler, Lindsay Callahan and Chad Palmer.
Yes, Michael, and it should be quite an interesting race. I believe keen observers will have noticed that the Sydney University crew of Michaela Franz and Kelly Drenth will be racing the UTS crew of Kiralee Schofield and Maxine Franz. And for keen observers, we'll notice that these two are sisters. So there's quite a lot on the line for them, I'm sure, Michael.
And even more keen observers will note that lane 4 from Sydney University, the crew of Franz and Drenth have scratched and will not be starting in this race. And if you've arrived to the Regatta Centre a bit later today, yes, welcome to the 2020 Rowing New South Wales Spring Regatta. At the moment, we're being treated to some rather pleasant conditions out on water for some great still water rowing. The wind is predicted, Pete, to pick up somewhat this afternoon, so we're hoping that it'll hold out. But look, as you're familiar with, it's a skill to row in a bit rough conditions. But certainly at the moment, our athletes are being treated to some fine conditions, which makes for some really skillful rowing and a chance for athletes who are well drilled and aerobically fit to assert themselves on and really challenge themselves over the 2,000 metre distance.
Yeah, right you are, Michael. And we're very lucky to have this course, really. Again, if you've joined us a bit later, we are here at Cirque in Penrith, the Sydney International Regatta Centre, where the 2000 Olympics was held. And the beauty of these buoyed courses, Michael, is there's no chance of any concaving or convexing in the course. And so it's absolutely beautiful, even in the rougher conditions. You know, you do have sometimes a nice crosswind or a headwind, which can make it really quite difficult for the athletes. But today, as you said, it's dead flat, lovely to see, and you know, it bodes well for some good 2 kilometre racing, Michael. I'm excited. I'm sure you are as well. And they are underway here in race 8, coming up to the 500 metre mark. Race 8, we have UTS, as Michael said before, Victoria de Lepta, followed by Penrith, Drummoyne, Sydney University, Nepean 2, Glebe, Mossman, UTS, and St Paul's Grammar. And very, very good racing here in the women's B-grade double scull. The B-grade events often found to be quite hotly contested, Michael. In my experience, you usually find some very experienced athletes in these B-grade events, and surely today is no exception. As we go down this list of quite impressive rowers, Victoria de Lepta from UTS, the scratch crew of Michaela Franz and Kelly Drenth, and the list goes on, Michael, really does.
And it appears to be the crew from UTS of de Lepta and Fard, who are out in front. I think, Pete. I can't quite see as the athletes make their way down the course. We've still got a way to go here in this 2,000 metre race.
Yes, Michael, right you are. And as we said, you know, this regatta centre is absolutely brilliant for 2 kilometre racing, especially for the athletes. We, again, aren't allowed spectators due to COVID, but if we were, you would see what we're seeing in the tower, which is that it is very difficult for the first, I would say, 1,500 metres to see who is leading the race. We're lucky that we have facilities and enough towers at different points that we can monitor the races. But as you said, Michael, it does look to us here in the tower that it would be the UTS, Victoria de Lepida and Sarah Fard ahead. Again, we will have a bit of a better picture when they come through the 1,500 metre mark, won't we, Michael? And of course, it'll probably end up changing there, as the nature of 2 kilometre rowing is. It's, as you said, it is quite fickle. And coming through the 1,000 metre mark, it looks like it is Kiralee Schofield and Maxine Franz, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. They have about a length lead at the 1,000, and then past them we have quite a collection of rowers, quite a tight race, especially, again, Michael, for 2 kilometre racing. We've been seeing some 1 kilometre races, but this is quite a tight race here for the minor placings, second onwards, in this 2 kilometre women's B grade double scull race.
It'll be interesting to see as the race works its way into the final stages how the crews, I suppose, play their cards and who's got more reserves in the tank as they come towards the conclusion of the race. But certainly at the moment, it's Schofield and Franz from UTS who have commanded the first place, closely followed by a contest for second and third.
Yes, Michael, and as we were saying, 1 kilometre racing can get quite difficult, and realistically you can't sprint a 1 kilometre race, and it is quite difficult, and I think looking at this 2 kilometre racing, you know, you can look at the results at the 1,000 metre mark, but you never know what the athletes are going through, and they might have a really, really good first 1,000 in them, and it might drop off from there. So it'll be interesting to watch this one.
And just coming through the 1,500 metres now, it is Schofield and Franz from UTS, I think closely followed by another UTS crew of De Lepida and Fard. And in third place, Glebe of Lindahl and Harris, followed by Mossman. That's York and Burke. Nepean 2, which is Brown and Wagner. St Paul's Grammar in 6th, closely followed by Des Moines and Penrith.
Yes, Michael, and it looks like you are correct, and the Sydney University crew of Michaela Franz and Kelly Drenth have scratched this race, so they will not be racing. And coming through the 1750, it looks like the race results will be similar to the 1500, with the 2 UTS crews out in front, but a hotly contested battle, Michael, for the minor placing. So it will be good to see as they come through the pontoon where they sit. Now, as we were saying before, sometimes the direction of the racing does make it difficult to tell who is coming where, but it does look surely like we have the UTS crew in front, UTS 2, Kiralee Schofield and Maxine Franz, UTS 3, Victoria de Lepida and Sarah Fard, followed by, it looks still, Michael, to me like Glebe, which is great to see, the Glebe rowers coming through. So Harris and Lindahl, they look like they're raising their rate of striking to try and give these UTS rowers a bit of a battle. Let's cheer them through. Really, they're a very impressive bit of rowing here.
And the two UTS crews just lifting the rate slightly will be Schofield and Franz that maintain and retain this victory in race 8, which is the women's B grade double scull. So it's UTS 2 followed by UTS 3 and Glebe unofficially in 3rd place.
Yes, Michael, and looking at these unofficial results here, you can see it was quite a hotly contested one for the minor placings. You have 0.48 Glebe was behind the UTS 3 crew, and then Mossman behind the Nepean crew, 0.29. So great to see this tightly contested racing here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre for 2020.
And it's interesting, Pete, just to see the way that athletes will have responded, I suppose, to that lockdown that we were subjected to in the early months of the year, and I suppose as the first formal race out at Cirque for the season, it's interesting to see, I suppose, how athletes respond in terms of aerobic and anaerobic fitness over 2,000 metres.
Yes, Michael, I do agree. And it's very funny to see people coming back, because I know that a lot of the sheds through that off-season would be doing a lot of weights, and I think with COVID happening, that wasn't always possible, was it, Michael? And so it's funny to see some of this racing, to see who's doing what. I know that there's been 1 or 2 more injuries probably this off-season due to that, having athletes not doing weights, which is a shame, really. But it's great to see everyone bouncing back, and obviously really trying times, both for athletes and parents and everyone involved. So we'd like to thank you everyone for their resilience, and it seems like we've come back stronger than ever, Michael, which is very, very positive.
Well, that's right. We've got 377 entries at the Spring Regatta here today. The Spring Regatta, it was known as the Picnic Regatta, and it's been a fixture on the Rowing New South Wales calendar since the 60s, and as early as 1957. The Rowing New South Wales calendar bore an event at this time of year, and it was run by the Nepean Rowing Club along the shores of the Nepean River just down the road, after a decision was made to relocate the regatta from the Parramatta River to the Nepean River. And that's traditionally coincided with the beginning of the surf lifesaving season in the September and October months. And 2 years after the opening of the Regatta Centre here in Penrith in 1996, Rowing New South Wales moved the Spring Regatta to the Olympic venue, and yes, obviously it's still where we are today.
Yes, Michael, and that's a very good point you make there, that a lot of racing did actually happen down at Nepean back in the day. I know you can see some great videos of some really hotly contested races in 60s and 70s done in Nepean River. And as you have said, Michael, in 1996 the venue was created for the Sydney Olympics. And so most of the racing was taken out here because, as we've said, it's such a beautiful venue that why not have it here at sunny Penrith?
Sure.
And race 9 here, coming down, we have the women's B grade double and women's open double. Now, this race primarily is split into two groups. We have the Sydney University 2 group, Emily Shepherd and India Hobbs. UTS 1, Grace Reed and Adelaide Scott. Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney University, Nepean, Sydney University 1. After that, we come into the women's open double. We have UTS, Nicella Martinchick, Nikki Martinchick, Laura Goulet, coached by Alex Veal and Hallie Chapman, Sydney University with Tara Rigney and Kate Rowan, and Sydney Rowing Club with Sophia Carmody and Lauren Lyon. And a good race to watch here, Michael. It looks like the Sydney University crew is in front, coming through the 1500 metre mark at 5 minutes and 23 seconds.
Yeah, right you are, Pete. So that's the Sydney University crew of Rigney and Rowan, coached by Donald McLaughlin and Alfie Young down there on the Lane Cove River at Sydney University Boat Club. And Tara Rigney and Kate Rowan, two top athletes down there at Sydney Uni, and under the steady hand of McLaughlin and Young on the Lane Cove.
Yeah, Michael, and Don McLaughlin has been doing some great work with those athletes there at Sydney University, and he has his elite crew of athletes, of which Kate Rowan and Tara Rigney are a part of, and they will be followed around 6 seconds behind by Nicella Martinchick and Laura Goulet. And Laura and Nicella looks like they've raised their rate of striking, Michael, as have Kate and Tara, followed by Sydney Rowing Club. And a bit more of a clear-cut race here than we've had in the previous races. It will come through Kate Rowan and Tara Rigney, followed by Nicella and Laura,
Some clean rowing coming from UTS crew in lane 7 there of Goulet and Martinique. Some state national champions in previous years in that UTS crew. Coming through in 3rd place, it'll be the Sydney University crew of Cypher and Thompson, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. And then in lane 4, the Sydney University crew of Sophie Houston and Ella Mencines.
Yes, Michael, and really some very impressive racing there. It looks like they've all really, and it is very positive to see some good double racing here before the small boats regatta.
That's right, Pete. And just a whisper of wind kind of moving across the course. Now, I think we certainly treated to some very, very calm conditions this morning. But yeah, as I said, just a whisper of wind now coming across the course. So interesting to see how the athletes will adapt the racing to fit the conditions as the day progresses.
Yes, Michael, and just very quickly, I would like to reiterate, if you have just arrived due to the uncertain times we find ourselves in, I would like to just reiterate a COVID reminder. So our COVID strategy is that if you are a spectator and you are not an athlete, we would have to ask you to leave the premises, unfortunately. We do not allow spectators at this regatta. If you're an athlete and you have concluded your racing, please also leave the regatta centre. Make sure you maintain 1.5 metres apart and just be COVID safe. It has been a number of months and it's trying times, but we do appreciate your patience and your persistence in the matter.
We've also received word from our boat race officials today that there is and it was reminded on the Rowing New South Wales website prior to the event commencing, but there is as competitors will make their way under the bridge down towards the 750 metre mark to move from the warm-up lake to the competition lake. There is a barrier which is set up on the right-hand side of that, passage under the bridge, and you cannot get through on the right side. So if athletes can just ensure that they do use the left-hand side of that passageway, that would make the boat race officials a day much easier, so that they don't have to, save you from crashing into any barriers.
Yes, Michael, and coming down the course now is race 10. We have the men's C-grade double scull final. And the C-grade double scull is contested in lane 1 by University of New South Wales 2, lane 2 Nepean 1, lane 3 Glebe 1, lane 4 Leichhardt, lane 5 Nepean 2, lane 6 University of New South Wales 1, lane 7 Glebe 2, and lane 8 Balmain. And now, Michael, I know that the Leichhardt crew is contested by Matthew Burke, who is quite a great rower down there. He's been a member of the Leichhardt shed for many years now and really does a lot around the shed, and it's good to see good clubmen around the sport, because that is what keeps the sport going, isn't it?
That's right, and we do give thanks for our club system down here at New South Wales Rowing. I suppose clubs are comprised of the people that attend them and volunteer their time and their energy and their labour to the sport. And so, as you said, guys like Matt Burke have been great contributors to our clubs and our junior development for many years now. And I note that Matt Burke was a former captain down at Leichhardt Rowing Club, but seems to be continuing to enjoy his rowing, which is great to see.
Yes, and coming through the finish there, that was quite a tight one. I believe that'll be a photo finish of Harradine and Gray, as well as Waddell and Harold. Now, it looks like the unofficial result there is 0.35 of a second, and it will be interesting to see. It probably did look like that from the tower here, Michael. And coming through, we have a scattering of boats here. The Balmain boat with Nicholas McDonald and Michael McCormack. And again, Balmain, very similar to Leichhardt, is very good in that it has some great club members. And I know Nicholas McDonald is one of those good clubmen that will do a lot around the shed, and that is what keeps the sport going, Michael. So great to see some good clubmen, some great races, some fun racing, and that's what we're all here for, Michael.
And unofficially, just to recap those results, the first place was the University of New South Wales crew of Gray and Harradine. In second place was Nepean 1 of Harold and Waddell. In third place was Glebe 2, Thompson and Smith. In fourth place, McRory and Blazajowski. In fifth place from Glebe, Tejan and Ramshaw. In sixth place from Leichhardt, Burke and Guayamares. In seventh place from Balmain, McCormick and McDonald. And in eighth place to round out the field, Hicks and Grady from Nepean. And those results we have received word, are now official.
And I would also like to thank all the volunteers and staff for attending the regatta, and the regatta realistically could not be possible without the help of you capable people out there that are helping out as boat drivers, commentators, bow numbers, timekeepers, photography and film, and more. And if you would like to assist in volunteering for future regattas, the information will be on the website, and all volunteers are welcome. And I don't know about you, Michael, but I'm having a great time, so I'm sure you will too.
Just as there is a lull in racing as we await the commencement of race 11, which is the women's D-grade quad scull, I would like to remind all present at the Regatta Centre here today that we do require you to observe COVID-safe protocols. That is to frequently sanitise your hands and to remain 1.5 metres apart at all times. And we do appreciate your cooperation in this so that we can continue I suppose, holding regattas here at the Regatta Centre and elsewhere throughout the season, and so that we can all ensure and help each other safely to do that. And race 11 is just assembling at the start line. It's another 1,000 metre race, and it's the women's D-grade quad scull Division 1. So you would think, Pete, it'll be a fairly speedy race. From Nepean, it'll be Grady, Zampronio, Kotera and Price, coached by Waddell and Trevitt. In lane 2 from Abbotsford, Cecile Ferre, Jodie Panagopoulos, Rowena Stewart and Marcella Cox. In lane 3 from the University of New South Wales, Anna Ristic, Tanya Bareha, Danielle Jeffrey and Alexandra Frost, coached by Natalie Legg and Susanna McMahon. In lane 4 from UTS, it's Holly Garner, Annabelle Starr, Georgina Sutton and Alexandra Quinn, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And in lane 5 from Abbotsford, it's Judith McDonald, Lillian Hayes, Susan Carew and Carolyn Ross. Lane 6 from Glebe, it's Potter, Lowry, Bain and Wade, coached by Brad Smith. Lane 7 from Balmain, it's Gabriella Silberstein, Zoe Morrison, Zoe Romano and Artemis Weaver-Jettis, coached by Zoe McKenzie. And to round out the field in lane 8 from the University of New South Wales, it's Priyanka Srithar, Alicia Phillips, Sandra Buchert and Catherine Vargotsi, coached by Natalie Legg and Susanna McMahon. And they are underway here, Pete. It looks like we're not going to have some splits for a couple of minutes yet, but they are underway in the Women's D-Grade Quad Scale Division 1.
Yeah, Michael, and looking at these entries, it is very interesting. It's not exactly a clear-cut race here. It's going to be quite a good one to watch, I think. So if you are an athlete around the stands waiting for your race, I'd be keeping a keen eye on this one because we have a good broad field of athletes, and it'll be a very, very interesting one. I really don't have any bets on this one. It's going to be good to see them come through the 500 metre mark, Michael. And it looks like approaching the 500 metre mark, we have the UTS crew just edging out in front very slightly. Oh, maybe I'm wrong there, but looks like the UTS crew coached by Holly Gardner. It sure is a good race for first place here, Michael. No, sorry, I stand corrected. It is Glebe in first place with a time of 1 minute 50 seconds coming through the 500 metre mark, 0.57 seconds ahead of the UTS crew, stroked by Holly Gardner. So the Glebe crew, Michael, look like they've raised their rate of striking there a little bit and really rowing quite well in the quad. You've got to make sure your blades aren't too deep. You're quite shallow. You get the blade out cleanly. You've got a lot of rowers, a lot of power there that you really don't want to get stuck in, do you, Michael?
Well, that's right. Quad rowing is a skill that you must hone over years of practice, and certainly in this race in the D-grade quad scull, we're seeing some fine examples of quad rowing here, and as you said, Pete, it does look like Glebe is in front at this stage of the race.
Yeah, Michael, and looking at the body rock there, it looks like the Glebe crew just looks a little bit more connected and together through that drive than the UTS crew, and it looks like the UTS crew has just a bit of a not quite as synchronated in the body rock over. And that's realistically they're probably getting a good bit of power from that. But it does now, as they're approaching the finish tower, look like it's still quite a close race, isn't it? The UTS crew stroked there again by Holly Gardner with Annabelle Starr, Georgie Sutton, really raising that rate of striking, and it looks like the Glebe crew is struggling to hold on to that. We'll see how they go. And then the minor placings, you have UNSW really pushing up against the other UNSW crew, Michael, and that is positive to see.
And so will be UTS in lane 4 in first place, and that's the crew of Garner, Starr, Sutton and Quinn, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman down there at UTS. And Glebe in second place of Potter, Phoebe Lowry, Isabella Bain and Brianna Wade, coached by Brad Smith, and it looks like that was the University of New South Wales crew of Ristich, Bareha, Jeffrey and Frost in third place.
Yeah, Michael, and some close racing here with the 0.25 seconds Abbotsford crew behind University of New South Wales. And that comes back to what we were talking about earlier, Michael, about how athletes are bouncing back from this COVID pandemic. And it's really positive to see close racing because it really does mean that everyone's on top form. So what a positive bit of racing to see. That's great. And race 12 is underway, the Women's D grade quad scull Division 2. So in this division we have Balmain 2, Mossman in lane 2. In lane 3 we have Mossman. In lane 4 we have Abbotsford 2. In lane 5 we have University of New South Wales 2. In lane 6 we have University of New South Wales 1. And in lane 7 we have Balmain 3. Lane 8 we have Penrith. Now, Michael, again, we have some really good athletes here, and these women's D grade sculls, they're an interesting boat because you really do have to row them quite well, and it's not like the single where you can just muscle it along. You have to be quite show a lot of finesse, I believe, in the quad. It's quite a fickle boat.
Well, that's right, Pete. And yourself, a master of muscling single sculls along through the water, I wouldn't expect anything less from you, to be honest. But that's right. You do have to, I suppose, be a bit more responsive and dynamic in the quadruple scull.
Yes, Michael, and as you said, we do play to our strengths, and seeing you row a quad scull, stroking it down the course at 45, it's a beautiful thing to see, and it just goes to show you really do need to get the rate up in these quads. You need to have someone in the stroke seat that can have those quick hands away, and time on the slide is time wasted, really, Michael. Don't you agree?
Or perhaps we'll leave that one up for debate. Talk about that one over a beer later on.
And through the 500 metre mark, race 12, the women's D grade quad, we have Mossman in the lead at 1 minute and 58 seconds, 0.21. Behind them is University of New South Wales. Both University of New South Wales crews, I apologise, 3 seconds, 0.7 and 0.3 of a second. We then have Abbotsford, Penrith, Balmain 2 and Balmain 3. And again, Michael, some close racing there coming through the 500. You see both University of New South Wales crews were quite close, and as we were saying, Michael, in the quads, you just have to be quite together with the body, don't you? And you really have to get that rate up, and it looks like that's what these crews are doing. So great bit of racing, really good. We'll see how they come through the 1750. With 100 metres to go, we have the Mossman quad ahead, followed by the University of New South Wales, the two University of New South Wales quads, I apologise, and it looks like they really have a good battle going for them, these University of New South Wales quads. It looks like we've got some people cheering for them coming through, and let's give them a round of applause for this because it is a tight race, but it looks like from here it's going to be University of New South Wales, lane 5 coming in second place, University of New South Wales, lane 6 coming in third place, and Mossman leading that race in a time of 4 minutes and 1 second over 1 kilometre. Again, Michael, great to see some 1 kilometre racing.
Crossing the line now is the Balmain crew of Warner Van Dyke, Reed, Maloney, and Guda Wardner, coached by Mackenzie. And then also in lane 2 from Balmain, Grayson, Hone, Ward, and Weaver.
And we come to a 15-minute recess here in proceedings before the commencement of the men's B grade 4 and men's open 4. And that looks like a good race, so make sure you're around to watch that if you are on the live stream or you're an athlete in the stands waiting for your race. Again, I would like to reiterate that there would be no spectators allowed or permitted into the Regatta Centre today, as we are working on COVID restrictions. So if you are here as a spectator, we will ask you to vacate the premises. If you are here as an athlete, please maintain 1.5 metres between even your shed mates where possible. I know this is a difficult time for everyone, and I applaud you all in your recognition of this. Just a reminder also to athletes, if you do end up winning your race, come over to the podium, grab your cup, Michael, because we do have a live stream, spectators on the live stream, and the live stream is going off the charts, so it'll be great for your friends and family and spectators to see you win your race, see it your best. So if you do win a division, feel free to come over to the pontoon, grab your award, you've deserved it. And Michael, we are back and racing is underway for the men's B Grade 4 and men's Open 4. Now, this race is quite a hotly contested one, isn't it? In lane 3 we have Mossman, and that is coached by Judith and Matthias Ungermark. Some good junior guys there. In lane 5 we have the Mossman composite of Torpman Ungermark, Harry Crouch, Lexi McLean and Daniel Samus. And that is coached by Donovan Check and Matthias Ungermark. Again, Donovan Check doing some great work there, and so is Matthias. So that'll be a hard crew to beat, as will Sydney University, Marcus Britt, Kieran Riak, Tom Anderson and Nick Rath, coached by, again, Donald McLaughlin, Christopher Holiday, and I'm sure Jock McConley has had a bit to do with that crew as well. Great coach down there at Sydney University. The Sydney University composite, also Michael, will be hard to beat, will be the crew with Alex Nicol from Sydney Rowing Club, Alexander Potter from Sydney Rowing Club, Jackson Kench from Sydney Rowing Club, and Will O'Shannessy from Sydney University Boat Club. Also Donovan Check and Donald McLaughlin, and I believe Michael Jock McConley would have a bit to do with that one also. Now, looking at that crew, that bottom crew, the Sydney University one, Alex Nicol, Alexander Potter, Jackson Kench and Will O'Shannessy. I believe that's two pairs that have been racing as of recent, being the pair of Alex Nicol and Alex Potter and Jackson Kench and Will O'Shannessy. And I know Michael Kench and O'Shannessy have been doing some great stuff, as have Nicol and Potter. So this should bode to be quite a good four. What do you reckon, Michael?
Yeah, that's right. There's some good athletes out there in this race. As you said, Pete, Kench and O'Shannessy and Potter and Nicol, two pairs that have been competing against each other for some time and have, I suppose, all been members of the New South Wales Youth 8 at various points, and I suppose all contending for the Australian team selection for the under-23 team going forwards. But they're coming through the 500 metre now, and it looks like the Sydney University composite crew of Nicol, Potter, Kench and O'Shannessy have just got their noses in front, ahead of the Mossman and Sydney composite of Ungermark, Crouch, McLean and Samus.
Yes, Michael, it looked like that Sydney University crew had a tandem rig in their boat, and that's quite an interesting one. You'll want a competent bowman in a tandem rigged boat. And I know, of course, the Penrith Cup 2019 had that rig. And you see them coming through, you'll really want someone that can put the blade in and just brace those two rowers, because you've got quite a lot of power going through those two bow side rowers. So the stroke man, bowman on stroke side will need to really, really know what they're doing. And it looks, Michael, like they do. It looks like they're doing a very good job here.
Well, that's right. Alex Nicol up there in the bow seat on stroke side is doing a pretty good job, and it looks easy for his crew in front of him.
Now, Michael, it looks like the crew challenging this Sydney University composite crew is the Mossman composite crew. I might be incorrect there. We'll see as they come through the 500 metre mark. But the 1,000 metre mark, sorry. That would be the crew with Torben Ungermark, Harry Crouch, Lexi McLean and Daniel Samus. And Michael, I know Lexi's been doing some good work. It was down at UTS Rowing Club a little bit and is now at Mossman Rowing Club. And as we've said previously, Mossman Rowing Club, coached probably by Matthias Ungermark, doing a great job there with some of the younger guys. A really good development squad at Mossman. I know some of the elite clubs will tend to get people from bay sheds, and Mossman always seems to get people right from the grassroots and just develop them up into really competitive athletes. And we've seen that with athletes such as Sean Murphy, who's done a great job on the world stage, and really some competitive racing here. Looks like they're back at it, Michael.
So 4 minutes into this race, and it does look like it's the Sydney University composite that has established a relatively not quite unassailable, you might say, but it's a strong lead. Followed through the 1,000 metre mark, it was by the Mossman composite. And as you said, Pete, it's a strong junior program that has nurtured some of these athletes up at Mossman, coming through I know the St. Augustine's program, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark. But I know that Lexi McLean has rowed at the King's School and has, I suppose, been at several development clubs, and he'll be one to watch in the coming years. He's a bit of an up-and-comer, so he'll be one to watch in the future.
Yeah, Michael and Lexi, I believe, was in the first 8 along with Max von Appen and some other big names there, and that would have been raced in this year's Head of the River. And now I know this year's Head of the River was just on time, just as the COVID restrictions were coming in. I know they did it probably a day or two before, and it's really good. And I believe Scott's Rowing Club took that out, and that was the first time in 40 something years. So very impressive, and will keep Jack Message happy, won't it? So coming through the 1500 metre mark, we have the Sydney University Sydney Rowing Club crew with a time of 4:36, and that is a quick time through the 1500, followed by Mossman and Sydney, 8 seconds behind them, Sydney University and then Mossman. And Michael, looking at this tandem 4 with Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club, really some clean rowing, and they've got that rate of striking up, haven't they, Michael?
You would think now, Pete, that it'd be difficult for the Mossman crew in second place to overwhelm the composite crew in first. As you said, that's some pretty clean rowing, and they are being treated to some pristine water as they close in the final 100 metres of the race. And Will O'Shannessy in the stroke seat has lifted the rate and backed up extremely well by his crewmates, and that really is some clean rowing coming across the finish line there. That'll be first place, unofficially, of Nicol, Potter, Kench and O'Shannessy in the composite crew.
Yeah, right you are, Michael, and turn it on, Cirque. Look at the conditions we've got here today. And in second place there will be the Mossman composite crew. And again, some really clean rowing. So great to see these crews coming through. And we know this Sydney University crew in third place is a very competent crew, and realistically a bit down to third there. So it just goes to show really what the depth is like. There at Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club, they've really got some good athletes. They're doing a great job, Michael. It's great.
And so the official times, we now have confirmation are that the crew of Nicol, Potter, Kench and O'Shannessy have taken out the men's open 4 in a time of 6 minutes and 8 seconds. In second place was the Mossman and Sydney Rowing Club, crew of Ungermark, Crouch, McLean and Samus. In third place was the Sydney Uni crew of Marcus Britt, Kieran Ryak, Tom Anderson, Nick Rath. And rounding out the field was the Mossman crew of St. Pierre, Wilson, Smith and Nicholas in fourth place. And another quick word for our sponsors today. The Rowing New South Wales sponsors include Bentley's Chartered Accountants and Business Advisors Australia and V Insurance, in addition to Quest Penrith Apartment Accommodation and Bont Rowing, who is the official live stream partner for the 2020-21 rowing season. So we are grateful to our sponsors today whose support it really is vital to the success of these regattas, and does allow us to conduct live stream effectively, which is really great provision, certainly in these times that we experience in where there are physical restrictions to our gathering at the Regatta Centre today. And just assembling themselves on the line in race 14 is the para single scull. In lane 3 from Balmain is Eleanor Taylor, coached by Liam James and Anne Craig and Barbara Ramjan. In lane 4 from Drummoyne is Stephanie Walker, coached by Ashley Brooking and Kathleen Hextall. In lane 5, also from Balmain, is Lauren Webber, coached by Barbara Ramjan, Anne Craig and Liam James. In Balmain in lane 6 is Bronte Marshall, and in lane 7 from Glebe is Micah Kelly.
Yes, Michael, and this is the PR3 para single scull. So PR3 generally means that there is movement in the legs, bodies and arms, formerly legs, trunk and arms. Now, a very interesting race because you do have a range of things that might hinder them, but the beauty of this race is you have a good showing of Balmain, and we were saying that earlier with the PR1 single. So the Balmain 3, 1 and 2 scullers, all coached by Barbara Ramjam, Anne Craig and Liam James, and I know they've been doing some great work down there with their para rowers, as we were saying before, and they've been doing that for many years. And the beauty of PR3 rowing is that in terms of facilities, it's not as taxing as PR1 rowing. There's not as much equipment needed, which does keep it a bit cheaper. Obviously, there are things there that need to be adjusted for, and it's great to see Balmain really doing what's needing to be done. And I know that they're doing a rebuild there at Balmain at some point, and they have one on the cards to get some access for the PR3 rowers. So great to see. We'll see how this race goes off. They've lined up at the start line, and this will be racing over 1 kilometre today. As the boats line up, we can see the different builds of boats that these athletes are using. We have race 1 Sykes, and it's good to see these small clubs utilising Australian manufacturing. So it's great to see the race 1 boats made in Ultimo, Sykes in Geelong. So some really positive stuff here.
Just before this race gets underway, I would like to remind everyone that there are some stalls here today at the Regatta Park. So do visit the pontoon sports stall located in the boat park for all your rowing, zudi, and apparel needs. Additionally, do see Bont and the Bont team down there for all your rowing shoe needs, who are, as we've mentioned, one of our major sponsors for our live stream for the season. And also do go and see the guys up at the cafe at Lakeside Catering for all your refreshment throughout the day.
And again, here we see the boats, the Australian manufactured boats. We have Race 1, Sykes, and Sykes. And Sykes boats are a great bit of engineering, aren't they? The 2006 vintage especially. Really, they've made some brilliant boats in the past and in the future, and they're really at the forefront of that engineering process. So they've got some good guys there doing some great work. And it's evident, as you see, we have these 3 Sykes closest to us on the screen, and what a great thing to see, really. And now, Michael, we were mentioning earlier about coaches in the Regatta Centre, and there's some great coaches in some of these elite clubs, amongst which Alex Field has been doing some really good work with the UTS guys, and we can see the Paris single race coming up in race 15. We'll have Thomas Birtwistle, and that's coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field, and Alex has been at the shed for a number of years now, and really has been great. He's got some good solutions in terms of hydrating, and I know Jack Message has been one of the athletes who has cottoned onto that, and it's really been great for him. So just a quick shout out to some of the coaches we've got coming up, and it's very good to see some really competent coaching here in New South Wales. And as we have the final boat coming up to the start, lane 7, which will be our glebe entry, racing should begin shortly. In this, the first division of the Para Single Scull PR3, race 14 for today. And race 14, the para single scull, is underway. That is Balmain Eleanor Taylor, Stephanie Walker, Lauren Webber, Bronte Marshall, and Mika Kelly. Now, Michael, an amendment to what I said before, the PR3 races are raced over 2 kilometres. And very good to see that we've got the PR3 rowers racing over 2 kilometres. The Olympic distance, Michael, which is great. And we'll see how they go with this race. It looks like they are approaching now around the 250 metre mark. And I know I just saw a little glimpse of Thomas Birtwistle there, the UTS sculler, who will be racing in the next race. But for this race, today we have Balmain Drummoyne, Balmain 2, Balmain 1 and Glebe. And again, Michael, a great show from Balmain, and that would be due to the efforts of Barbara Ramjam, Anne Craig and Liam James. So very positive, Michael.
And as these para-athletes approach the 500 metre mark in this race, or just pass through, it does look like Lauren Webber from Balmain is in the lead, followed by Taylor from Balmain.
Yes, Michael, and it looks like Lauren there is rowing the Purple Haze. That would be I believe an M26 Sykes single, and I myself have done a season or two in that boat, and a great boat to row. It's a little bit of a smaller one, probably better suited for someone a bit lighter, such as Lauren here, and she's doing a great job here leading this race in a sturdy vessel, Michael, the Purple Haze. It is a good boat. It's a Sykes M26.
So as our athletes were treated to some fairly flat conditions earlier on today, you will have observed that the wind has, I suppose, lifted somewhat in the past hour or so. Not quite sure. I can't quite make out if it's a cross or a tail, maybe a bit of both. But certainly as the athletes approach I think it's the 750 metre mark or the 1,000 metre mark in this race. They're just going to have to, I suppose, manage these conditions as that they manage the waves underneath their blades, and so I suppose at this point blade work and skills come into play as they manage fatigue, and that sets through the middle 1,000 of the race. But as you were saying before, Pete, it's great to see para athletes out there today, and a good contingent from the Balmain and Glebe rowing clubs in this race.
Yeah, right you are, Michael. And as you were saying there, the cross tail that started to kick up, it does separate the men from the boys a bit, doesn't it? And you'll see probably a pattern we'll find is that lane 1, due to the nature of the cross tail that it is blowing towards the eastern side grandstand, that lane 1 might be less affected than lane 8 and 9. But in saying that, anything goes with these cross tails, and it does look pretty evenly affected. The cross tail, as you yourself would know, Michael, it does favour the lighter athletes. So lightweights, you'll probably find will do quite well here, whereas heavyweights might get stuck down a little bit. And lightweights are able to get that rate of striking up quite a lot, and that will favour them in this cross tail. That's assuring that the cross doesn't get them first, Michael.
That's right, Pete, and I'm glad that that you and I can bring an unbiased perspective to this issue. But just turning our attention back to the race, and it does appear that Lauren Webber from Balmain Rowing Club is well and truly in front, and has worked herself into what you would almost call an unassailable position. She is lengths ahead of the field, and rowing rather nicely, with some clean blade work in getting her catches into the water there.
Yes, Michael, and as you said, as we approach the 1500 metre mark, it does look like it will be Lauren Webber ahead, and now Lauren Webber from Balmain, really doing a great job in this single. She's rowing well, she's handled this cross tail well. It'll be interesting to see how the rest of the races today go. I know we've got another division of the PR3 para single coming up, along with the women's B grade single scull later in the day. Now, Lauren Webber really handling the conditions well, Michael. You can see she's getting the blades in cleanly, blades out cleanly, and that's what tailwind rowing's all about, isn't it? Length, blade in, blade out. Hope for the best.
And apologies there, it is indeed Bronte Marshall in lane 6 from Balmain, not Lauren Webber who leads this race. In fact, Lauren coming through in second place now in lane 5 through the 1500 metres. So it is Bronte Marshall, coached by Barbara Ramjan and Craig and Liam James, who does command this race, ahead of a healthy lead of her club member, a fellow club member from Balmain, Lauren Webber, 29 seconds in front. Followed by Stephanie Walker in third place at this point, and Eleanor Taylor.
Yes, Michael, and I believe PR3 rowing previously was over 1 kilometre in the past, and it is good to see this Olympic distance being implemented in PR3 rowing. Now, whether this will be brought into the Paralympics, I'm not sure. I know in the past it was all over 1 kilometre. So it will be interesting to see come the 2021 Tokyo Paralympics to see what happens. And I'm sure there are some Paralympic hopefuls racing today. I know there are a few in this race. I know Thomas Birtwistle will be looking at that in the race to come. So again, we have the Balmain Sculler ahead with, as you said, Michael, a very healthy lead, isn't it? She's done very well. As I was saying earlier, she's handling these conditions great, and it probably kicked up halfway through her race. So really thinking on the fly, and she's done a great job. And for those athletes in the stands watching, let's cheer her through, because what an impressive race this has been. And once again, what a competitive bit of racing we see here from the first race of the day, Will Clark and Jack Message, all the way through to this para single. We've had some great racing here today, Michael, and the Purple Haze coming through in first place, Balmain Rowing Club. Really brilliant work.
And these athletes just having to handle what has now become a fairly clear tail breeze, coming through the last 100 metres for Lauren Webber of Balmain. Her compatriot Bronte Marshall has taken out race 14. Several lengths in front. And so we turn our attention now to race 15, which is the parasingle scull in race 15. In lane 3 from Balmain is Stephen Lawler, coached by Andrew Dick, Liam James and Anne Craig. In lane 4 it's Thomas Birtwistle from UTS, coached by Hallie Chapman, Alex Field and also Tim McLaren. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club it's Ben Gibson, coached by Donovan Check. Lane 6, Drummoyne, William Clifton, coached by Kath Hextell, Robin Mackney and Graham Gardner. And rounding out the field in lane 7 from Glebe is Kevin Wall.
Yes, Michael, and Kevin Wall has been in the sport for a long time. He's originally from Ireland. He represented, I believe it was South Australia at the Interstate Regatta. Did a great job and really does love the sport, and it's good to see. And the Drummoyne 2 sculler, William Clifton, coached by Kathleen Hextell, Robin Mackney and Graham Gardner. Now that's a pretty good coaching team, Michael. You've got Robin Mackney, who's been at Drummoyne for many years and does a great job with some of their development guys. Really good job with a lot of their PR3 rowers. Kathleen Hextell, same again, and Graham Gardner is a former Penrith Cup member, and brilliant job, obviously, as seen in this race. He does a great job coaching both the Tara rowers and rowers through Drummoyne Rowing Club, and what a great clubman, and really positive to see, Michael. And we can see here, coming through the 1500 metre mark, the spot is mainly fought for the minor placings here again.
And it's Ben Gibson well in front of this race. Ben is from Sydney Rowing Club, and he's also represented his state at the Interstate Regatta in the 2019. I believe he was also selected in the 2020 Interstate New South Wales rowing team. And look, his experience really is showing here. He's several lengths ahead of the closest competitor from UTS, Thomas Birtwistle, who does contend also for that interstate spot in the New South Wales rowing team. But yeah, at this point, Gibson really is flexing his muscles as he pulls through the last 500 metres of this race.
Yes, Michael, and Ben Gibson raising his rate of striking there a bit as he approaches the last 100 metres. The last 100 metres, it's time to grit your teeth and get going, Michael, and we can see that here from Ben Gibson. Thomas Birtwistle slightly behind now. Thomas Birtwistle came down to the shed probably would have been about a month ago, Michael, and he's been doing some good work, and you can see the consistency of Ben Gibson is just going to pip him on the line, isn't it? But Thomas Birtwistle doing a great job there. As you can see, there's a clear distance between him and the rest of the field, and then again a clear distance between him and Ben Gibson. So Ben Gibson, congratulations to you. You've done a great race. Thomas Birtwistle, slow behind, very good.
Gibson coming across the line in an unofficial time of 7 minutes and 36 seconds. with a slight tail breeze, you would have to say at this point, Pete. But Burt Whistle in second place, you would think, just about to cross the line now for UTS Rowing Club in an unofficial time of about 7 minutes and 55 seconds.
Yes, Michael. Now, looking at that time there, the 7 minutes 36, it's quite a competitive time for PR3 rowing, and that is some great racing here at the Spring Regatta, especially early in the season. You have athletes coming down for a real hit out, and it's a bit of a test of what you've got, isn't it? It's a test of what you've been doing in the off season, and obviously Ben's been doing some great stuff, as Tom and these other athletes coming through. And Michael, as we were saying, COVID has struck everyone, and seeing everyone come out here and really have a big crack is so great to see.
And the official results are in for race 15 on the program. The para single scull. In first place was Ben Gibson from Sydney Rowing Club in a time of 7:36. In second place from UTS was Thomas Birtwistle. Third place from Glebe, Kevin Wall. And fourth place from Balmain was Stephen Lawler. And on the course now is race 16 on your program. It is the second division of the women's B grade single scull. In lane 2 from UTS is Maxine Franz, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 3 from Sydney University is Emily Shepherd, coached by Alfie Young and Jock McConley. In lane 4 from Nepean, it's Vanessa Edwards. Lane 5 from St Paul's Grammar, Madison Joins, coached by Charlotte Toos Cutler, Lindsay Callahan and Chad Palmer. Lane 6 is Nepean, Sarah Barici, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell. And in lane 7, it's Glebe with Jacqueline Harris. And the athletes are approaching the 1500 metre mark in this race, and you can't quite see who's in front from this point. And it is Emily Shepherd from Sydney University in first place at this point. Oh, my apologies, it's Maxine Franz from UTS.
Yes, and Maxine Franz, the sister of Michaela Franz, who rose at Sydney University and was a member of the Victoria Cup. I believe there was over the Victoria Cup in 2019 and 2020. And Maxine Franz has been doing some great work at UTS. She's been really getting into the ergs, doing some great erg tests, and obviously they're not much fun, and it just shows that they are quite beneficial as she comes through here in the women's B-grade single scull, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. Now, a part of this could probably be drawn down to Alex Field's hydrolyte drink formulated by NASA, and he does give that to his athletes, and really very on the ball, Alex Field, and that's probably a big reason for the success here for Maxine Franz. Behind her, you have some other very good athletes here in the women's B-grade single. Athletes coached by, as we said, Jock McConley, and Jock has been doing some great coaching there at Sydney University, and he's been doing some good work with their juniors.
In the final 100 metres of this race, it is Franz from UTS who will take out this second division of the women's B-grade single scull. Assisted by a slight tail breeze at this point, but she's really put a good display of rowing out there today as she crosses the line. She will be followed by Emily Shepherd in lane 3 from Sydney University, who comes in several boat lengths behind her, and it does look like it will be Madison Joinus in lane 5 from St Paul's Grammar in third place to round out our minor placings. And the official results are in for race 16. Franz from UTS took that race out in an official time of 8 minutes and 32 seconds, followed by Shepherd from Sydney Uni, Joins from St Paul's Grammar, Harris from Glebe, and Baritri from Nepean.
And underway now is Division 1 of the women's B-grade single scull. In lane 2, we have Nepean 4, Edie Brown, who has scratched. India Hobbs will be in lane 3. Heidi Lindell will be in lane 4. Amy Wagner will be in lane 5 from Nepean. Claire Robinson from Penrith will be in lane 6, and Kiralee Schofield from UTS will be in lane 7, again coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. Now, Michael, we've got a good show here for the women's B-grade single scull, and it looks like as they're coming through that it's going to be quite a competitive race. Going through the 1500 metre mark in the women's B-grade single, we have India Hobbs coming in first, Kiralee Schofield coming in second, 12 seconds behind, Amy Wagner in third, Claire Robinson in fourth. Now we've got a good spread, an even spread through this heat. It'll be interesting to see how the last 250 goes, especially, Michael, as you said, with this tailwind. Now the athletes here in this condition, in these conditions, will have to keep long. They'll have to get the blade out cleanly, have to get the blade in cleanly. It's all about time in the water and not disturbing the boat, because that tailwind will push you along, Michael. And coming through the 1750, we have India Hobbs is going to be in first place, closely followed behind by Kiralee Schofield on opposite sides of the course. Now that mentally, whilst you are racing, can be quite difficult, because you don't want to move your head around too much. You don't want to look beside you. You do want a fair bit of distance, which it looks like India Hobbs has managed to do. But by the same token, you really don't want to disturb the boat too much. So racing people on opposite sides of the course, Michael, as you know as an experienced racer, is quite difficult at times, especially here as India Hobbs comes through winning this division of the women's B-grade single scull, followed around 12 seconds behind by Kiralee Schofield from UTS. If you have just joined us on the live stream, I'd like to welcome you to the 2020 Spring Regatta for Rowing New South Wales. I would also like to just reiterate what I've said earlier about COVID precautions. If you are just a spectator, we would like to ask you to leave the premises, as we do not cater for spectators at this regatta due to COVID regulations. If you're an athlete waiting for a race, feel free to watch some races. There's some great races going on, as me and Michael can attest to. If you have finished all your races, we would also ask you to leave the premises to maintain COVID-safe precautions. If you were an athlete around the boat park, make sure you keep 1.5 meters between other athletes, be it from your club or other clubs. And keep your head screwed on, make sure you're being COVID-safe, and we can all have a safe and happy day.
Thanks, Peter. And on the course now is race 18, which is the A final of the women's B-grade single scull combined with the women's open single scull. In lane 2 from Nepean is Annalise Isaacs, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In lane 3, it's Michaela Franz, who I didn't start in this race, but Michaela, as we've spoken about, is an experienced racer, so but isn't competing in this race. Lane 4 is Grace Cipher from the Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 6, another scratched racer, is Laura Goulet from UTS. Lane 6 is Sienna Grady from Nepean Rowing Club. Lane 7 from Sydney as well is Lily Gavin. And lane 8 to round out the field is Nikki Martinick, who races for UTS in the open category.
Yes, Michael, and as you said, Nikki Martinchik is the only open racer here now. Nikki has done a good stint here at Washington University, where she rows, I believe, primarily fours. She was a member of the under-23 Australian rowing team. So a very good pedigree on Nicella Martinchik, and a lot of that can be attributed to her strict diet. A lot of the time is on porridge and other things like that, and you can see it's working for her. She's doing a great job here in this race.
And through the 1500 metre mark, it is Martin Chich from UTS with several lengths in front here. Nikki is quite experienced, again, as you've said, Pete, a previous Australian team representative. She's also represented New South Wales at the Interstate Regatta for the, I think it's the Bicentennial Cup, which is the Youth 8 trophy for women's for that under 21 age category. But as we've mentioned, she does represent at a high level and has in previous years attended Washington University in the United States, where she has competed at a high level. So her experience really is shining through here as she leads the field through what appears to be the 1750.
Yes, Michael, and similarly to the previous race, it looks like her main competition is across the course. Now, as I was saying earlier, that does bode a challenge when you are racing, and you do want to get a good bit of length there, simply because you don't want to be looking around for your whole race. It's not a fun thing to do. You don't want to be stressed, and it looks like Nikki really is handling these conditions well. She's blades in very cleanly, blades out quite cleanly, and she's quite a strong athlete, and she is really showing that here in her Felipe single scull with a strike rating of around 34 strokes per minute, and very good stuff from Nikki. So we'll applaud her through.
And we see some unofficial results coming through here for race 18. In first place from UTS was Nikki Martinchich in a time of 8 minutes and 3 seconds, followed by Sydney 1, which is Grace Cipher, followed by Sydney 2, Lily Gavin in third place. In fourth place was Nepean 2 with Sienna Grady. And in fifth place, unofficially, is Annalise Isaacs, also from Nepean. And race 19 assembling to start down at the 1,000 metre mark. It's the men's C grade single scull Division 1. In lane 1 from Nepean is Hugh Harold, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell. In lane 2 from Balmain, it's Owen Kilbridge, coached by Leon James. In lane 3 from Nepean, it's Paul Grady. Lane 4 from Penrith is Liam Taylor, coached by Charlotte Toos Cutler, Lindsay Callahan and Chad Palmer. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales is Ricardo Sansone. Lane 6, it's Alec Hoskin from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 7, Adam Ramshaw from Glebe. Lane 8, it's Bradley Moran from Penrith. And lane 9 is Michael McCormick from Balmain.
And the men's C grade single scull coming through the 500 metre mark, you have the University of New South Wales at a time of 1 minute 45 seconds. Owen Kilbridge 1 second and 1 second.83 behind. Now Owen's been a member of Balmain for many years now. He's been doing good work under Liam James and has been really rowing quite well, and we can see that here. Slowly behind, and what good splits we have here. This will be a good race to watch, I think, Michael.
That's right. As we come through probably almost the 750 now, these athletes it's pretty close through the 500. 1.83, 2.05, 1.58, 2.9, 0.7, 0.009. So it really isn't much in this race as the field kind of expands here throughout the last 250 metres, you would say. But certainly through the 500, it was Sansone from the University of New South Wales.
Yes, Michael, and it looks like that would be Sansone there, really getting the rate up very, very well. And you can throw a blanket over them, can't you? But Sansone, he's jacked the rate. He's really going for it. It looks like he's trying at 40 plus, which is great to see. And you have Owen Kilbridge trying to answer the call, and will he be able to do it? I'm not sure, but it looks like he's really giving it a go. And University of New South Wales, lane 5, at an absolutely astronomical rate of striking, and really good to see. You can see him coming through the finish line there, lane 5. The winner will be University of New South Wales, followed by Owen Kilbridge from Balmain for this race, the men's C grade single scull.
And unofficially, the results of that race are first Sansone from UNSW, second Kilbridge from Balmain, third is Taylor from Penrith, fourth is Bradley Moran from Penrith, fifth is Hugh Harold from Nepean, sixth Paul Grady also from Nepean, seventh Alec Hoskin from Sydney Rowing Club, eighth, Michael McCormack from Balmain, and ninth place, it's Adam Ramshaw from Glebe.
Division 2 of the men's C-grade single scull coming down now. We have Balmain 3, Nicholas McDonald. In lane 3, we have James Taylor. In lane 4, Darcy Cameron. In lane 5, David Raymond. In lane 6, Hamish Johnstone. In lane 7, Corkin. And in lane 8, Harry Hicks. Now, looks like the Leichhardt Sculler is coached by Jeff Patterson, Sydney University by Jock McConley, and been doing some great stuff, Jock, today. Jeff Patterson's been doing some good work at Leichhardt there, and it looks like this race will be contested a lot by Leichhardt and Sydney University, 2 entries from each. I know Nicholas McDonald also coached by the man himself, Owen Nix. Now that would be Balmain 3. Owen Nix, a great member of Balmain Rowing Club, a brilliant commodity to the sport of rowing.
That's right, and rowing in New South Wales really is supported by the blood, sweat and tears of guys like Owen Nix. He wears a hat these days because the skin on the top of his head's fairly exposed these days. But, he really does put in the hours for other people of New South Wales involved in rowing. So he also puts in the hours down there at Balmain to coach. And so the sport really does owe it to guys like Nixie. So do thank Nixie for all his contribution to the sport in New South Wales if you run into him.
I know I will, Michael. Now, coming through the men's C-grade single scull Division 2, it looks like the Leichhardt Sculler here in lane 7. Now, he will be leading, coached by Jeff Patterson. It looks like he's rowing quite well here, Michael. He's men's C-grade single scull. You get a big range of athletes, big range of scullers, and this young man here from Leichhardt, really well done. Really rowing well, good rate of striking, good placing the blades in nicely. Really good body movement, and it's done him well, hasn't it, Michael? He's taken that one out.
That's right, Pete. Guyan Guayamares from Leichhardt, coached by Jeff Patterson in first place. He'll be followed by Johnson from Sydney Uni and David Raymond from Leichhardt in third place. So the official winning time won by Guyan Guayamares in that race from Leichhardt is 3 minutes and 47 seconds.
And just a friendly reminder, everyone, that the Rowing New South Wales Hour of Power 3 on rowing and technique styles with Don McLaughlin at Sydney University Boat Club will be held on Wednesday, the 28th of October 2020 at 7 p.m. So that will be at the Sydney University Boathouse, a great new boat shed built very recently. And you can purchase tickets on the Rowing New South Wales website, and that's one I wouldn't want to miss out on.
just as we prepare to watch race 21, which is the women's C-grade coxless pair, come down the course, I would take the opportunity to remind all present today at the regatta that there are several upcoming Rowing New South Wales regattas on our calendar in the coming months. So firstly, the New South Wales Rowing Independent Schools Championships on the 14th of November 2020, followed by the Rowing New South Wales Reindeer Regatta on the 5th of December, and the Sprint Championships the day after on the 6th. So do put those in your calendar. We look forward to seeing you at those regattas as well. But just to ensure that those regattas can take place as planned, we do ask that you observe COVID requirements whilst at Rowing New South Wales events. Certainly do utilise the hand sanitizer around the boat park today. Make sure you maintain your social distance. And as we've mentioned earlier this morning, spectators sadly are not permitted at the Regatta Centre today. We do have online streaming facilities, which I've been reliably informed are being extensively utilised on YouTube. So do head over there and jump on your computer or your iPhone to watch that online. But yes, sadly, we cannot accommodate spectators today in person, but we do appreciate your cooperation.
Yes, Michael, and it is a shame, although the Rowing New South Wales Instagram page had said it quite well, and I believe that's run by Olivia Bartram, and that was that we're here at a rowing regatta, we want to catch crabs, not COVID, Michael. The race now is lining up at the 1 kilometre mark for the women's C-grade coxless pair. This will be contested in lane 3 by Amy Wagner and Edie Brown. Edie Brown, I believe, had a race earlier today, very, very recently, so that'll be interesting to see how she pulls up from that. In lane 4, we have Abbotsford of Sky Smith and Colleen Chapman. In lane 5, Jacqueline Ford and Talara Tuckerman. In lane 6, from Leichhardt, we have Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchinson. So this will be a good race to watch, Michael. They're lining up now at the 1 kilometre mark, and we'll get back to you when the buzzer goes.
And the crew of Brigham and Hutchison from Leichhardt have pulled out in front in the first couple of strokes in this race. Two great club women down at the Leichhardt Rowing Club, who I was fortunate to be coached by in my early stages of development as an athlete down at Leichhardt. So two women who have contributed greatly to the success of the Leichhardt Rowing Club, and who have for some time been a fixture in the women's grade and masters pair events at Rowing New South Wales regattas.
And crossing the 500 metre mark here, we have Nepean 2 at a time of 1 minute 58 seconds. Closely followed in second, the name hasn't come up there, and then third, Leichhardt, 3 seconds behind. Be good coming through in these women's women's C-grade pairs, we will see them come through. The pairs are an interesting boat, Michael. You've really got to row them quite cleverly. You've got to seat them quite well. You can't have someone too strong in bow seat, or it could pull the boat around. I know Oscar Williams has had issues with that in the past, with all the pair partners that line up to row with him. And as we see them coming down, it looks like these guys have got it right, Michael. The Nepean Rowing Club boat here, that I believe would be lane 5, if I am not mistaken. Yes, Jacqueline Ford and Talara Tuckerman, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell, another family affair, Michael.
And athletes are still being treated to fairly favourable conditions on the course today. Up until this point, as we've seen, there has been a slight tail breeze develop over the past couple of hours, but it has mellowed a little bit, and the sun's out to play today, which is great. So do ensure that you slip, slop, slap, and seek shade and stay hydrated throughout the day. And approaching just the final strokes of their race, Jacqueline Ford and Talara Tuckerman from Nepean will claim this C-grade coxless pair, closely followed by their fellow club members, Amy Wagner and Edie Brown. So a real testament to the coaching of Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell down there at Nepean Rowing Club. And coming in to round out our placings today, it's Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison from Leichhardt.
Now, Michael, we come to the men's D-grade Cox 4 over 1,000 metres. Now, Michael, this one, very much in the literal term, is a two-horse race, isn't it? And we have University of New South Wales in lane 4 and Leichhardt in lane 5. Now, these two crews really having a good slog. It looks like they're quite a tightly contested race, especially for this two-horse race over 1 kilometre.
University of New South Wales crew of Thomas Gates, Jack Sargent, Oliver Pope and Cameron Gann, coxed by Angela Zeng and coached by Natalie Legg and Susanna McMahon, have asserted a couple of boat lengths over the crew from Leichhardt in lane 5 of Michael Roberts, Guy Elron, Alexander Kempson and Dean Pollitt, coxed by Alexandra Lowe and coached by Hayden Schilling. Hayden, I know, Pete, has been doing some good work in the Rowing New South Wales community for several years now. He is a former coach at the Sydney Boys High School, one of the GPS schools who compete at the head of the river. But Hayden has been doing some good work down at Leichhardt Rowing Club, I know, from my own experience down there.
Yes, Michael, and some of these, the Leichhardt Rowing Club members really, similar to UNSW, really enjoying their rowing. And Michael, the Cox 4 event, it's quite an interesting one, isn't it? It's an event where you do need to be quite strong. The straight 4, I believe, it has a bit more finesse to it, but the Cox 4, it rewards you with strength, and I know that this UNSW crew really looks like they've got that. They've got a lot of strength there, and that you're carrying a coxswain down the course, Michael. You need a bit of strength when there's only 4 of you, don't you?
Well, that's right, Pete. And it looks like UNSW are doing a fine job of it at this point. They are entering the water quite cleanly and really stepping on the gas quite well as they come through the final stages of this race to take out the men's D-grade Cox 4 at the 2020 New South Wales Spring Regatta. Leichhardt Rowing Club, under the guidance of Alex Lowe in the cock seat, who used to be a rower herself, but is in the cock seat today, is just steering her crew over the line in second place there of the men's D-grade Cox 4.
And we're off now with the women's novice double scull. Now, the women's novice double scull, Michael, is raced over 1,000 metres, and Michael was just saying that it is quite difficult to line up these 1,000 metre marks, so you'll probably notice that over 2 kilometres, the boat holders are there. There's facilities in place to line up the boats. Over 1,000 metres, it is up to the athletes to back it down or tap it up as necessary, and as these doubles are novice doubles, they have had probably less experience than some of the other athletes we see today, so that is quite a challenge. But they're away, and they're doing a great job.
And in race 23, as Peter's just called, we have from Penrith in lane 3, Eloise McEwen and Elizabeth Drayton, coached by Daryl Young. In lane 4 from Nepean is Sophia Zampronio, Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales is Elizabeth Raffin and Gabrielle Harradine, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 6 from Nepean is Maliha Zulfikar and Layla Fanua, coached by the Waddell brothers. And in lane 7, it's Jennifer Ward and Freya Warner Van Dyke, coached by Zoe McKenzie from Balmain. Through the 500 metres now, and the first Nepean crew of Zampronio and Harris have pulled in front. They are pursued by the University of New South Wales crew of Raffin and Harradine, and they are pursued by another Nepean crew of Zulfikar and Fanua in third place. And Pete, the winds started to pick up again, but it still does appear to be a cross tail. So not too much disruption, you would think, at this point for our athletes. But through the remainder of the day, it will be one to watch, just in terms of how the athletes adapt to rowing in rough conditions. And certainly over 1,000 metres, as you were saying, it is difficult to line up and coordinate starts and steering and courses and that kind of thing. So it'll just be interesting to see how the day progresses. I think the wind is predicted to rise over around 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock, so we'll see how that goes.
Yes, Michael, and I believe if you do see races here from the 2000 Olympics, you can see that some of the infrastructure and the trees around the course aren't actually what they are today. So we're very lucky that we do have those trees there to protect us to an extent of this wind. But we can still evidently see that there is a cross tail, and Michael, you're right, I believe that I have seen that it will pick up later on in the day. So that will be one to watch, especially at around the 2 o'clock mark. So if you're joining us from the live streams, that's going to be a good time to tune in, Michael. Now, back to the race. We're coming through the lane 4 crew, Nepean 1. They have a nice commanding lead on this one, don't they? And the novice double, it's a good race. You get a good range of abilities, and this Nepean crew really do look like they've got what it takes. They're doing a great job coming through here. In the last couple of strokes of this race, 23.
That's right. The Zampronio and Harris crew from Nepean have been well drilled by Daniel and Jason Waddell down at the Nepean Rowing Club. So well done, girls. That's a really good performance. And unofficially, we'll just see the remaining boats come through the finish. In second place is the University of New South Wales 1 crew of Raffin and Harradine. And in third place, the other Nepean crew of Maliha, Zulfika and Layla Fanua. Just another friendly reminder to our attendees here at the 2020 Rowing New South Wales Spring Regatta today to observe COVID-safe protocols. Please remain 1.5 metres apart at all times. Please don't congregate in large groups on the island. Be sure to wash and clean your hands thoroughly using the sanitizer around the boat park throughout the day. Please adhere to your pontoon allocations and please do return your bow numbers promptly to collection points throughout the venue as the day progresses.
Now, Michael, we are watching the women's novice double scull, race 24, Division 2. In first place, over the 500 metre mark, we have University of New South Wales. In second place, we have Penrith 1. In third place, we have University of New South Wales 3. And in fourth place, we have Nepean 3. Now, Michael, this is a very interesting race, this women's novice double scull, very similar to the first one. As we were saying, it's quite hard to line these boats up at the start because they are over 1 kilometre. I know that at some races where you have only 1 kilometre races, they have pontoons that will go out. But because that is quite an effort to take in and out, they've decided to line these boats up just by eye. And Michael, it looks like this crew coming through the University of New South Wales double will take Division 2 of Race 24, Women's Novice Double Scull.
Yes, Pete, that's the crew of Samantha Backler and Heather Cox. Coached by Chris Byrne. And coming in second place, it looks like it'll be the Penrith crew of Zoe Weisner and Arabella Logan, coached by Daryl Young, and they're just coming over the line right now. And in third place, it looks as though it will be Lily Sinogles and Anna Ryan, also from the University of New South Wales, coached by Chris Burns.
Yes, Michael, and the women's novice double scull is a great race to see, and we know that the JB Sharp Regatta, as we mentioned before, is great for development rowing, and I know they have a very strong novice event and a few strong novice events at the JB Sharp, and you've got other races such as the handicap single race, and that's raced down at the Bay, and the handicap single race really gives novice rowers a chance to hit it up with the big guns, and race some of the more competitive guys around the Bay.
About to start is race 25, which is the first division of the women's D-grade double scull. In lane 2 from Balmain is Zoe Romano and Artemis Weaver-Jettis, coached by Zoe McKenzie. In lane 3 from Nepean is Gowrie Kotera and Cleo Price, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell and Victoria Trevitt. In lane 4 from Glebe is Phoebe Lowry and Ashley Potter, coached by Brad Smith. Lane 5 from Abbotsford is Cecile Ferre and Jodie Panagopoulos. Lane 6 from the University of New South Wales is Anna Ristich and Catherine Vargotzi, coached by Natalie Legg and Susanna McMahon. In lane 7 from Abbotsford is Carolyn Ross and Marcella Cox. And in lane 8, it's Holly Garner and Annabelle Starr, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman from UTS.
Now, as mentioned before, the UTS crew here, Holly Garner and Annabelle Starr, coached by Alex Field. Now, Alex Field, a former member of Toowong Rowing Club, has come to UTS and done some great work. Now, Alex Field is quite a safari enthusiast from what we've seen, especially through social media and other platforms such as that. Alex Field coaching these young girls, doing a very good job. Again, probably due to a lot of the hydrolyte solutions he maintains through his reading. He is probably, we would say, the supple leopard of the rowing community, Alex Field.
That's right, Pete. Field is a really great guy, and he's done some great work at UTS Boat Club with some of the younger developing athletes. He's coached Holly and Annabelle, who are in lane 8 for this race, for some time, and he's also worked with guys coming through like Oscar Williams, who is really turning the rowing world upside down there at UTS. So he'll be one to watch in the coming season as to how he goes.
Yeah, Michael and Oscar Williams, really, he's quite famed for his ability to row with others and to row sweep. Rowing a impact at the moment, but we're back to the women's D-grade double, and you've got UTS in first place, coached by Alex Field, 1 minute and 59 seconds. Close splits here. After that, we've got Glebe 0.69, Abbotsford 0.7, Nepean 1.2, Abbotsford 3.6, University of New South Wales 0.4, and Balmain 1 2.6. Now that's a close race, Michael. You could throw a blanket over them, couldn't you?
Well, there's no doubt about it, Pete. This one was going down to the wire.
Coming through the 1750, the women's D-grade double, it looks still to be quite a close race, Michael. believe it's going to be the UTS crew out in front, but it looks like they're hitting boys now. Alex Field didn't warn them about that, did he? But they're coming through. They've got the blades in nicely. If they can get off these boys, I think they should be okay. But it is still, Michael, quite a close race. Do you agree?
You'd have to say, Pete. And the tail breeze is picking up a little bit now. So if the UTS crew will straighten up, they'll be in good stead to take out this race.
Yeah, Michael, they have straightened up, but it looks like a challenge here from Glebe as they jack the rating there a bit, and that's good to see. Although Annabelle Starr there stroking the lane 8 UTS double. I believe that is the Tim McLaren. That is a great double there at UTS, and they will be challenged by Glebe, but it will just be a little too late as they hit the boy again. That's the lane 8 boy, but they have won the race 25, the women's D-grade double scale. Congratulations, UTS.
And the official results of race 25 are in. It's UTS in first place, Ghana and Starr in a time of 4 minutes and 1 second. In second place was Glebe of Lowry and Potter. Third place from Nepean was Kotera and Price. Fourth place from Abbotsford was Ferre and Panagopoulos. Fifth place from the University of New South Wales was Ristich and Vargoski. Sixth place from Abbotsford was Ross and Cox. And in seventh place from Balmain was Romano and Weaver Jettis.
Yes, Michael, and that concludes the race 25, the women's D-grade double, and now we are on race 26, the second division of the women's D-grade double. As they come through the 500 metre mark, we have Mossman 1 with a time of 1 minute and 55 seconds, followed by Mossman 2, a second 0.03, Glebe 1.7, University of New South Wales 2.2, Askham 9.78, Balmain 2.4, and Penrith 1.2. Now, Michael, funny to see Askham out here. It seems primarily to be a club regatta, but it's good to see some of the schools coming out and having a crack.
That's right, Pete. Askham School has produced some fine rowers over the years. They rowed down there at Walleye Creek in some, I hear, challenging conditions from time to time close to the airport, but it's great to see them out here today at the Spring Regatta.
Now, for any observers through the last final 100, it looks like there might almost be a collision with those two Mossman crews. They're coming quite close. It looks like a lane number might have been knocked off. Then also the Glebe crew looks like it's coming from lane 7 into what looks like lane 5. Now, there's a few lanes kicking around there. We'll see how this ends, but let's hope there's no all clashes. Either way, it's going to be a tight race and coming through the finish.
Down to the wire.
Down to the wire, lane 5, lane 4, lane 7, and the mystery lane. Now, we don't know which one that is. The number's been knocked off, but I'll tell you what, Michael, that was a nail-biter.
Yeah, I don't care what university you're from. That has got to hurt, Pete. That is a close race, and 4 crews desperately contesting that one. So the Mossman 2 crew of Eva Distazo and Madison Stanley, my apologies, looks to have taken out that one. Closely followed, 0.3 of a second behind was the crew from the University of New South Wales, which is Georgia Whedon and Louisa Stocks.
Yeah, Michael, and that's the unofficial results, and it might almost be closer than that, I think, in the official results. But Michael, this is pod racing. This is great. So you've got 4 minutes and 2 seconds as the final time, and I think that official result might almost be closer, Michael, from what we've seen in the tower there.
And so for those joining us on our live stream coverage of the Rowing New South Wales 2020 Spring Regatta today, you'll see that the officials at the 2,000 metre starting blocks are adjusting the lengths of the starting blocks to accommodate for the B grade 8 races, which we're about to get underway. And that's just so that the races are 2,000 metres, Pete, to accommodate for the different lengths of the boat.
Yeah, Michael, and what great facilities we have that we can be that precise about it, that we can bring in the boats. We don't have to just go to the nearest common denominator, which would be a quad or maybe a coxless 4. We can bring it into an 8 if we want to row an 8. We can go all the way out to singles, Michael, and that's pretty great to see that we're so blessed with such great facilities here, Michael.
That's right, Pete, and it just goes to show the Regatta Centre out here at Penrith has hosted the Australian Rowing Championship since I think it's 2013 is the year in which we've started to have the Australian Rowing Championships here in Penrith in Western Sydney. We look forward to heading down to Tasmania in Lake Barrington for the 2021 Australian Rowing Championships, but certainly we are lucky here in New South Wales to come out and to compete and have our racing here at what is a world-class facility.
Yeah, we sure are, Michael. And just a quick change of topic. The previous race 26, the women's D-grade double, I was saying that I thought that second might be a little tighter than 0.3 of a second, and correct I was. It was 0.03 of a second. So really tight racing there from Mossman. Well done. Good work, University of New South Wales. Behind them was Glebe in 0.69 of a second. So really tight racing in that one, Michael, and that's great to see. But as you were saying, Michael, I believe, yes, it was 2013 they had the first Sydney International Rowing Regatta. Now that included World Cup 3, I believe, for 2 years, and we had some good athletes come down we had a Canadian women's pair. We had some very good athletes coming down, the German lightweight single sculler, I believe. Some really impressive racing to watch, and the World Cups obviously will turn it on, won't they?
Yeah, it might have also been in 2014, Pete, that we had Team Indonesia and Great Britain come down for the World Cup. So it really was a spectacle if you were here all those years ago. But as I mentioned, we are moving down to Tasmania for the 2021 National Championships. So look forward to that.
Yeah, Michael, and Team Indonesia has come through quite a few times, and I'm sure if you watch the lightweight 4 nationals race from 2018, there's Team Indonesia showing there, and some really competitive racing, and especially the first 1,000 metres of that race. If you're going to watch a race, that'd be the one. First 1,000 metres of the 2018 lightweight 4, a great race to watch, and some really, a great showing.
To switch our attention back to the racing here, race 27 appears to be assembling down at the 2,000 metre start. There are 3 boats who are starting in this race. Lane 4 is a crew from Mossman Rowing Club, and that crew is comprised of Cody Murphy, Archie Faflin, Fred Foley, Dougal McKenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, Jacob Hickey, Tom McGee, and coxed by Lachlan King, my apologies, and coached by Bjarni Ungermark. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, there is a crew of Philip Zhu, Michael Roberts, Alex Kemo Kempson, Benjamin Farah, Tim Byrne, Charles Bouzicott, and coxed by Alexandra Lowe and coached by Hayden Schilling. And in lane 6, it's another crew from Mossman. It's Alex Bohm, Tom Faflin, Oliver Thomas, Kyle Brown, Oliver St. Pierre, Brandon Smith, Bo Nicholas, Joshua Wilson, and coxed by Ben Edwards, and coached by Judith Ungermark and Matthias Ungermark.
Yeah, Michael, and I love watching 8s, don't you? I think if you're an athlete and you're in the stands, make your way over to the grandstand, because this will be a good one. You've got Mossman, Leichhardt, Mossman, some really good pedigree here, and in an 8 as well. It's going to be a fast race, Michael.
Just take a minute to I suppose, pay respects to the rowing program down there at Mossman Rowing Club. I suppose the high performance and junior development program overseen by Judith and Matthias Ungermark, who really are stalwarts of the Rowing New South Wales community. That program comprising, I suppose, largely of boys from St Augustine's College, who are, and I assume that there are many St Augustine's, I suppose, alumni and current students in these two Mossman 8s that we see lining up for the B Grade 8. And that I suppose, relationship between St Augustine's and Mossman is as strong as ever. You did see, for instance, Sean Murphy, Olympic hopeful in the double with Hamish Parry for the 2021 Olympics in Tokyo, did go through the St Augustine School and come to development under the watchful gaze of Matthias and Judith Ungermark. And so I really do think it'd be worth watching these young boys in the B Grade 8 as they, I suppose, come down the course here. You never know who the next Olympians are.
Yeah, Michael, and really to reiterate what you said there, Mossman Rowing Club, some really good senior athletes there. You've got Rob Black and Sean Murphy, both guys that have done really good stuff for the country, really good international races through the Viva Las Vegas squads there. So they've done a great job, and it's really, really positive to see that it's had such a wide effect on the rowing community, and they've managed to get two very competitive looking 8s here, Michael. Now, as we line up, we've got Sean Murphy, the member of Mossman, who does actually row the double at the moment with Hamish Parry, who I believe is at the Regatta Centre today. And Hamish has been doing some great stuff, Michael, and it's really good to see these two Olympic hopefuls having a crack. And I think they will be racing in the double later on today. And boy, oh, do I feel sorry for anyone racing them, because they've been doing some good stuff out on the water, haven't they?
That's right. It's intimidating competition by any stretch of the measure with Parry and Murphy. So it'll be one to watch. That'll be one for the spectators today in the stands.
All right, Michael. Now the start of the men's B Grade 8 is underway, and we can see it's quite a hotly contested one now. The 8s are a funny one, Michael, because you can really get quite a lot from just going out hard in that first 500, and we'll see how these 3 8s will prevail. It looks like the Mossman crews have done exactly that, and they've gone out quite hard. And now in 8s, Michael, it's a short race, so that's not always a bad thing, really. Going out hard in singles, you can go out hard, and it will come to a bit of a sad end for you, as Jack Message sometimes finds out. But these 8s are really quite impressive. It looks like Mossman lane 6 is in the lead by about half a length.
Yeah, you would think so, Pete. And it looks like Leichhardt in second place. That crew coxed by Alex Lowe. Coming through the 500 metre mark, I think the crew from Mossman out in front looks to be rating slightly higher than the others, and that probably accounts for their lead at this point in the race. You do want to keep the beat up and keep the blade work dynamic at this point of the race.
Now, Michael, coming through the 1,000-metre mark, we have lane 6, the Mossman crew. Now, we were talking earlier about the tailwind that we see today, and it'll be funny to see if this tailwind kicks up or if it stays the same. But surely it's helped this Mossman crew as they come through, and you can see they row quite cleanly, this Mossman crew, and that's going to be a big reason why they have such a commanding lead, Michael.
That's right, Pete. And this is the crew coxed by Ben Edwards in lane 6, and that's coached by Judith and Matthias Ungemark. And they do look to be commanding this race at this point. But further back in the field, there is a live race happening between lane 4 Mossman and lane 5 Leichhardt. They are, I suppose, jostling here for the third place. And so we're really interested to see how that unfolds later in the race.
And coming through the 1,500 metre mark, we have Mossman 1 in a time of 4 minutes 36. Now, Michael, that's quite a good time for an 8 through the 1,500. Behind them, we have Mossman 2, 13.5 behind, then Leichhardt 5.05. Now, the 8s, this is quite actually a big margin for 8s. Really, you expect 8 racing because it is quite a quick race to be quite close, and you surely do see that in some interstate regattas and world championship races, such as the 2011 lightweight 8 with Roderick Chisholm.
Well, that's right, Pete. 8 racing is always interesting to watch, and it's a great deal of skill and precision across the whole crew that's required to make an 8 move quickly. And this crew from Mossman in lane 6 really is showing us how to do it. They're looking relaxed and looking gentle, even though I assure you it is not easy out there. It does look as though they're doing it nice and easy, though.
Yeah, Michael, right you are. And as we see them coming into the last 100 metres, we can really cheer them on. If you guys are racing later in the day and you're here watching the races, we can see this Mossman crew really coming around in their green caps. And I assume we can see that 5-seat, I think, is got his hat in the best mode for aerodynamics, really. And they're charging along well. And they've crossed the line first, and that is in quite a good time there, Michael. It's 6 minutes and 9 seconds. That's quite competitive.
Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? It's good.
Yeah, very good. For men's B grade 8, Spring Regatta, early season. I'll tell you what, 6:09, I'd be very happy with that.
And so our unofficial results for the men's B grade 8, Mossman in first place in a time of 6:09.20. Mossman 2 in second place, 21 seconds behind that. And then Leichhardt in third place, 7 seconds behind them. And that's the crew with Everly and coxed by Lowe.
And as that last race concluded, we now start race 28, the women's B-grade quad scull. Now, this is quite a hotly contested one, so if you are in the stands, hold on to your hats. We have UTS2, Victoria De Lepida, Maxine Franz, Sarah Fard, Kiralee Schofield, again coached by Alex Field. Sydney University 2 will be in lane 2. Lane 3 will have Nepean. Lane 4, Sydney. Lane 5, Sydney University. Lane 6, Penrith. Lane 7, UTS. Lane 8, Sydney 2. Now, Michael, do you have any favourites for this race? It's going to be a tough one.
Well, that's right, Pete. It is almost a full field in this race for the B grade quad scull. There is some fine pedigree on performance in this race. As we've spoken about earlier, The Sydney University combination of Tara Rigney, Kate Rowan, Sophie Houston, and Ella Mencines will be tough to beat, you would think, coached by Alfie Young. As we've mentioned, Kate Rowan and Tara Rigney, Australian team representatives. So they do I suppose, appear as, you would think, favourites in this race, but they will face stern competition from, you would think, the crew from UTS in lane 7, which is the crew of Laura Goulet, Adelaide Scott, Nikki Martinchik, and Grace Reid. Now, Grace Reid and Nikki Martinchik were members of the Australian team under 23-4 in 2019, I believe. And so there is some strong pedigree from a couple of crews in this race, so that it'll be a really good one to watch. And certainly Laura Goulet in the stroke seat there commands this boat. She is reigning a state champion for 2020 in the under 19 single scull for women. So that crew is in strong hands, and so it'll be good to see how that crew fares against the likes of Sydney University under Rigney and Rowan.
And as this race is underway, I'll just remind everyone to maintain a bit of COVID-safe procedures throughout the regatta. Again, if you are a spectator and you are not racing, we'll have to ask you to leave the island. If you are racing later in the day, please feel free to come and watch some races. If you have finished racing today, also we would ask you to leave the island. Now, if you are an athlete around the regatta centre, make sure you maintain 1.5 metres between each other athlete. Obviously, common sense is the rule of the day, Michael, isn't it? So if you want to go get some food, maybe wait till the line's gone down a little bit, go in and grab a snack.
So coming through the 1,000 metre mark of this women's B-grade quad scull, it is Sydney University and the crew of Tara Rigney, Kate Rowan, Sophie Houston, Ella Mencines in first place, and they are pursued relatively closely by Laura Goulet, Adelaide Scott, Nikki Martinchik, and Grace Reid. So it'll be interesting to see how that race plays out, Pete, as the cards fall into place. And as we've mentioned, there is a whisper of a tail breeze developing throughout the day, and so I think it might clear up towards the end of the course, so it'll be tough racing towards the end of this race.
Yes, Michael, agreed, and we can really see that it probably is the top girls from each shed, being UTS and Sydney University, with Tara Rigney, Kate Rowan, Sophie Houston, Ella Mencines, and Laura Goulet, Adelaide Scott, Nicella Martinchik, and Grace Reid. Now, both very competitive crews, and we do see this. It looks like the Sydney University, crew would be ahead at this point, and that would be 4 minutes 35 seconds into the race. Now, as we said, Michael, the quad races, really you need to be quite precise with it. It looks like the Sydney University crew is doing a very good job of rowing this quad, and they've got a good synchronised lean back, always helpful in a quad, Michael.
And coming through the 1,500 metre mark, we now have some unofficial times, and UTS is now challenged by Sydney Rowing Club. It's that crew of Lily Gavin, Grace Cypher, India Thompson, and Lauren Graham in lane 4, and those girls are coached by Lachlan Carter, Donovan Check, and Brendan Longman.
Yes, Michael, and I know Lachlan Carter has done a great job with the Sydney Rowing Club girls and guys there for many years, and that is a crew that has some very distinguished New South Wales representatives and some great rowers there, and you can see they're really giving it to UTS here. They're having a go, and it's going to be a good race for the line here in this last 250 metres of the quad. It looks like Sydney Rowing Club might just have a little bit more gas than the crew from UTS as they jack the rating and start coming up in the second half of this race. And it just goes to show, Michael, that you really can't front end races too much, especially over 2 kilometres, because this can sometimes happen, can't it?
Well, that's right, Pete. As we just come into the final stage of this race, as you can see on the screen for our live stream viewers, the crew from Sydney University really is looking quite strong here. That's the crew of Tara Rigney, Kate Rowan, Sophie Houston and Ella Mencines, and they really are doing it quite easy. The rate is high, the blade work is clean, and they will win this women's B-grade quad scull over 2,000 metres. Go back to second place, and it does look like Sydney Rowing Club has edged their noses in front of the crew from UTS, but Laura Goulet from UTS is lifting the rate just as her crew crosses the line in third place. So that's a fierce battle there that's happened between UTS and Sydney Rowing Club, but it does appear that Sydney Rowing Club has prevailed by about 2 seconds, Pete.
Yeah, Michael, and quite a commanding lead there by the Sydney University quad. In a time of 6 minutes and 44 seconds, around 7.8 seconds behind is Sydney Rowing Club 1. So very good pedigree in that race, some good athletes in some quick quads, and just goes to show even at this top end you do get that discrepancy, and you sometimes get quite a big lead and quite a demanding crew, and that Sydney University crew definitely looks like it was that.
And so that concludes this morning's racing schedule with the women's B-grade quad scull, and the official results are in that crew of Rigney, Rowan, Houston and Mencines has taken out that race in a time of 6 minutes and 44 seconds. Second place was Sydney, stroked by Gavin. Third place was UTS, stroked by Goulet. Fourth place, Sydney University, stroked by Smits. Fifth place, Sydney Rowing Club, stroked by Huber. In sixth place was a second UTS crew, stroked by Victoria de Lepida. In seventh place was Nepean Rowing Club, stroked by Isaacs. And in eighth place was Penrith Rowing Club, stroked by Murray. And that does conclude this morning's racing. And thanks for joining Peter and I on the live stream. If you have done so, there will be a 1 hour delay in proceedings, or break in proceedings, I suppose, as we pick up racing again at 12:23 p.m. I have been reliably informed that we are running roughly on time. So that'll be race 29 for the men's Open 8 at 12:23. So do slip, slop, slap over lunchtime and recharge the jets for a good afternoon's racing. So thanks for joining us this morning.
Testing, testing. Testing. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second part of our spring regatta. We thank very much Peter Waldersee and Michael McRae for the commentary that they did this morning. This afternoon it is myself, Lizzie Chapman, joined by Chris McCarthy, and we'll be coming to you with all of the excitement of the racing this afternoon.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be here, Lizzie. So good to see some racing and some high quality racing at that, given everything that's been going on. We'd just like to thank our major Rowing New South Wales partners to start off with. So that's Bentley's Chartered Accountants and Business Advisors and V Insurance. We'd like to thank them for their ongoing support through this season. Quest Penrith Apartments accommodation. So if you're a Rowing New South Wales member, you can get a discount to stay out here for major regattas. And Bont Rowing, who are our live stream partner for 2020 and 2021, bringing the pictures of this regatta right to you at home.
And Bont Rowing are here today. They have their stall outside Boat Shed number 1 in the boat park, so please make sure you check them out as for all of your rowing shoe needs. Also, Pontoon Sports are located in the boat park, so you can check them out for your rowing zooties and all of your apparel. And then, of course, Lakeside Catering Kiosk is open for the competitors, the staff and the coaches.
So our first race on this afternoon's program is race number 29, the Men's Open 8. We've got 3 crews contesting. We've got 1 scratching. So in lane 3, representing Sydney Rowing Club, we have Andy Hoffman, Torrin Olsen, Oscar Carr-Middleton, William Downey, Jackson Kench, Harry Crouch, Alexander Potter and Alex Nicol. They're coxed by Isaac Schmidt and coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 4, just closer to the grandstand side of the course, we have Sydney University, and they're represented by Wyatt Batt, Matt Smith, Henry Ryan, Kieran Riak, Tom Anderson, Nick Rath, Marcus Britt, Willow Shaughnessy. They're coxed by Danielle Pettit, and they're coached by Donna McLaughlin, Christopher Holiday and Tom Lorick. And in lane 5, closest to the grandstand, we'll have Mossman Rowing Club, and they're represented by Thomas Whalen, Tom Durans, Patrick Burke, Max Von Appen, Torben Ungemak, Daniel Samus, and Lexi McLean and Nicholas Pender. They're coxed by Gabby Angus and coached by Matthias and Judith Ungemak.
And looks like it being a fabulous competition there. We've got some great names there of people who have represented Australia and those who are aspiring to do the same, people who have represented New South Wales and people who are aspiring to do the same. And I noticed that the Mossman Rowing Club crew is pretty much an under-21 crew apart from Dan Samus. So great to see the Mossman program coming across the bridge and coming and joining Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club, 3 of our 4 high-performance clubs here in New South Wales that form our pathway program. So good conditions for this race. I've come from the river where I was coaching this morning, and it's pretty breezy over there with a very stiff headwind. It was nice to come into this little microclimate that we have at the Sydney International Regatta Centre and see much calmer waters here. The winds are scheduled to stay exactly like this for the remainder of our racing this afternoon, and although the flags are fluttering, on the whole the wind is pretty consistent, which is great, and not too strong.
Yeah, so it's definitely a little bit calmer down the first 1,000 metres of the course from what we've seen this morning, and then it gets as you come past the bridge, it's a little bit more strong of a tailwind, a little bit of a cross tailwind. So our crews are coming down to the 1,000 metre mark now, and it looks like the crew from Sydney Rowing Club in the far side of the course are up by about 3 seats over Sydney University, who hold maybe 4 seats over Mossman Rowing Club. So 3 metres in it for the first half of this race. I'd say we're in for a really, really good finish to this one.
Looks like it to me too. And of course, it's a fantastic opportunity for coxes to get out there on the river. They've obviously been quite restricted recently How grateful we are, though, that in New South Wales we are able to A, hold a competition, and B, go out training and racing in crews with Coxes. So we've got Isaac Schmidt in the Sydney Rowing Club crew. Isaac represented Australia at the Junior World Rowing Championships, where he won a medal in the Coxed 4. He comes from Queensland. He, for the last few years, has been studying and racing at Oxford Brookes University in the UK. So he's back. He's now studying at Sydney University and racing at Sydney Rowing Club. So a real breadth of experience there. And then in the Sydney University crew, we've got Danny Pettit, who has coxed at state level for some time now, a mainstay of the Sydney University program and a member of their executive committee. So they're in good, calm, experienced hands. And Mossman Rowing Club, Gabby Angus, who is from Newcastle, whose dad Mick is driving one of our umpires' boats, a regular here on the volunteer circuit. Gabby herself, very experienced. She has represented New South Wales in the Pathway 8s and has coxed at Mossman for a number of years now across all of their programs.
So as we come through the 1500 metre mark, that's the one timing point that we've got today. It looks like Sydney University have just closed that gap a little bit up to the crew from Sydney Rowing Club, coming through the line in a 4:23. Sydney University behind by 0.37 seconds, or 0.37 of a second in second place there. Mossman just falling back by about a length there, 4 seconds behind Sydney University. So definitely no one letting anyone have it their own way as we come down to the last 300 metres or so. It does look like the Sydney University crew are just winding home with a little bit more strength than the Sydney Rowing Club crew on the far side of the course. However, it's definitely tight enough to not be able to write anyone off at this stage.
Yeah, a great wind up there from Sydney Uni and Sydney Rowing Club, and the younger, less experienced crew from Mossman Rowing Club, evidently with a couple of footy players on board, or guys that have been doing footy up until now, putting a good effort in. Sydney University, I think not only have they got level, I think they've just managed to get their bow ball in front. Sydney Rowing Club coming back at them strongly in the last few metres. Sydney University crank it up another notch, and they will take out our men's Open 8 by half a length over Sydney Rowing Club. Excellent race. Welcome back, everybody.
Yeah, some great eights racing. We normally don't get to see too much eights racing this early on in the season, and certainly nothing that close and that fast. So the winning time unofficially from Sydney University is a 5:50.99. And Sydney Rowing Club just half a length back there by 2.13 of a second. And Mossman Rowing Club in third place with by 8 seconds.
Well, thank you to all three of those clubs. That's excellent, laying down the colours for the rest of the season. Let's hope racing continues throughout the season and we don't have any more hiccups and we can just carry on. Looking forward, of course, to the weekend of the 5th and 6th of December, which is the Reindeer Regatta and the Sprint Championships. On the course now, race number 30 on our programme, the Para Double Scull. In lane 4, representing Balmain Rowing Club, Lauren Webber and Bronte Marshall, who are coached by Barbara Ramjan, Liam James and Anne Craig. In lane 5, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Mika Kelly and Kevin Wall. And in lane 6, representing Balmain Rowing Club, Eleanor Taylor and Stephen Lawler, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Andrew Dick. So in this para double scull, the rowers here are from the PR3 category. So in old terms, that's those who can use all three limbs, leg, trunk and arms. Lauren Webber and Bronte Marshall, who of course were at the PLC program.
Yes.
I believe, and Eleanor Taylor
And Eleanor Taylor in the looks to be in the leading boat at the moment, the Balmain #1 crew, sitting in the bow seat there. All three of those athletes coming through from PLC Sydney, who do hold a very strong para rowing program. Probably one of the few, if only, schools who participate in para rowing in New South Wales.
Yeah, that's right, and have that specific program. Yes, we've got one or two, I think, from other schools, but it's a very strong program there at PLC, and a really good pathway into club rowing for those girls. Stephen Lawler, who has been rowing at Balmain for a couple of years now, obviously a very big, strong athlete, so good to see him in the lead. They are racing over 2,000 metres, so if you've been away for rowing for a while, up until 2016, para rowing was always held over 1,000 metres, and now internationally it's over 2,000, and you have the option at our domestic regattas of either 1,000 or 2,000. This one is 2,000 metres. And then we have Kevin Wall, who originally hailed from Ireland, who for quite a while was over in WA. Good to see him back in New South Wales, and he's rowing at Glebe Rowing Club these days, and he has got partner Mika Kelly. Good to see them in a double, so she is relatively inexperienced. I think this is her second season of rowing. And again, great to see them doing a double and getting out there on the water. And at the moment looking as though they're sitting in second place to Eleanor Taylor and Stephen Lawler. And as you can see, it's in the para double scull, you can have mixed doubles or single gender doubles. So we've got Lauren Webber and Bronte Marshall in lane 4, two girls, and then we have two mixed doubles in lane 5 and 6 from Glebe and Balmain. So interestingly, the mixed double scull was the international event at which Australia won a medal in 2014 with Jeremy McGrath from Balmain Rowing Club and Kate Murdoch from Nepean Rowing Clubs. They were coached by Lindsay Callaghan, and the race, as I say, back in 2014 was over 1,000 metres. It has not been a Paralympic event. The Paralympic event for PR3 is the mixed coxed 4. That was introduced in 2016 and in 2012, and in 2016 Australia sent their first crew, which again had Kate Murdoch and Jeremy McGrath in it. And that will continue for 2020 or 2021, as it's now going to be in Tokyo. We'll again have a PR3 mixed coxed 4, and then there is discussion at the top international levels at the moment as to whether to introduce the PR3 mixed double scull into the Paralympic program for Paris. So from an Australian point of view, we're keeping our fingers crossed, because as you can see, we have some pretty good scullers in our PR3 category in Australia. All of our PR3 sweep rowers also scull in the national team, so it would be tremendous for Australia. It would give us an opportunity to qualify 2 boats, and it would increase the number of boats in the Paralympic regatta to 5. So a PR1 men's single, our representative is Eric Horry, a PR1 women's single, a PR2 mixed double, a PR3 mixed double, and a PR3 mixed 4. So that would be tremendous. So really striding ahead here, Eleanor Taylor in the bow seat, Stephen Lawler in the stroke seat with the familiar black and white stripes of Balmain Rowing Club, steadily progressing now into the last 100 metres of the race. In the meantime, Mika Kelly and Kevin Wall have kept up a very steady pace. Lauren Webber and Bronte Marshall, who are renowned for their determination and their tenacity, as always, have just stuck to their guns, stuck to their process, and have managed to catch Glebe up, but they've just caught a little bit of a crab, so that's impeded their momentum somewhat.
Yeah, they've definitely got the rate up a little bit higher in the Balmain crew on the far side there as we come into the last 100 metres. So it will be the Balmain number 1 crew of Eleanor Taylor and Stephen Lawler who take the win in this para double scull. A little bit of a fight to the line between Glebe and Balmain number 2, but I think Glebe have done enough earlier on in the race to keep their bow ball in front, and they'll take it over Balmain by about half a boat length.
Fantastic, and congratulations to Mika, because that's in her second season of racing. That's really good progress. Exciting to see what she's been able to do there under the calm guidance, no doubt, of Kevin Wall. So time for that race was 9 minutes 15 seconds.
So moving back down to the course, race number 31, the women's C grade The women's C grade quad scull is actually a 1,000 metre race. So our C and D grade races are determined by an athlete's grade score, held over 1,000 metres. So they'll do a standing start in the middle of the course. Especially with this wind, it can be a little bit difficult for the aligners to get things perfect. And I think we saw some examples of that this morning. But our volunteers will be doing their best job to get everyone lined up. Obviously, no one holding the sterns as they would at the start of a 2,000 metre race. So if you look at the screens, we've got the crews will stop and form a line about 100 metres before the actual start line and then slowly move up together. In lane 2, representing Glebe Rowing Club, we have Josephine Duncan Nagy, Soroya McKay Colan, Heidi Lindell and Jacqueline Harris. In lane 3, representing Nepean, Sophia Zamprogno, Gary Katera, Jacqueline Ford and Talara Tuckerman, coached by Daniel Waddell, Jason Waddell and Victoria Trevitt. In lane 4, we have the University of New South Wales, who are represented by Charlotte Stanwicks, Lisa Matthews, Stephanie Hart and Emma Vay Cox. They're coached by Natalie Legg and Susanna McMahon. In lane 5, representing Nepean Rowing Club, we have Palmina Grady, Cleo Price, Sarah Berritree and Annalise Isaacs, again coached by the Waddell brothers and Victoria Trevitt. Sydney University in lane 6 have scratched, and Penrith in lane 7 are represented by Charlotte Murray, Leela Anderton, Claire Robinson and Madison Joins, coached by Charlotte Toos Cutler, Lindsay Callahan and Chad Palmer. We do have a start. Looks like all crews have gotten away nice and cleanly about 30 seconds ago. So we'll see them come into our timing point at the 500 metre mark in about a minute and a half or so for these women's C-grade quads. So we're definitely seeing some faster conditions as the day progresses. As we mentioned a bit earlier, we do have a little bit of a cross tailwind, which is especially prevalent in this second half of the race. We're seeing the first of our crews cross through the 500 metre mark, so it'll be Glebe Rowing Club in lane 2 who are leading the charge, passing through the 500 metre mark at a time of 1:44. University of New South Wales are sitting in second place, about 4 seconds back, followed by Penrith by 2 seconds. Nepean 1, just narrowly behind Penrith Rowing Club for 4th, and Nepean 2 sitting in 5th, about half a length behind them. So definitely some quicker sort of times from our women's C-grade quads. For comparison, I believe our top-level quads did just under 7 minutes earlier in the day, and that's a 1:45 split, so pretty comparable times in this shorter racing. little bit calmer as we head into the last 150 metres or so in front of the grandstand. So it does look to be that crew from Glebe Rowing Club. That's Jacqueline Harris, Heidi Lindell, Soroya Makaya-Cohen and Josephine Duncan-Nagy, who are extending their lead over the University of New South Wales as they approach the Red Boys towards the finish line. University of New South Wales are about a length and a half, 2 lengths behind there, and sitting fairly comfortably ahead of a close pack. The 2 crews from Nepean Rowing Club and as well as the crew from Penrith closest to the grandstands, all vying for that bronze medal position. It'll be Glebe Rowing Club who crossed the line in first place in a time of 3:31, followed by University of New South Wales, 7 seconds, about 2 lengths behind. And Nepean Rowing Club in lane number 5 look to have just edged it over to Penrith, but we'll have to go to a photo finish. And Nepean number 2 over in lane number 3 will take 5th place. So we'll wait confirmation from our judges for the results of 3rd and 4th between Nepean Rowing Club and Penrith. I do believe it was Nepean, but we'll wait for the confirmation on that one.
And provisional finish time for that race was 3 minutes 31, a margin of 7 seconds between Glebe and the University of New South Wales. And as Chris said, a photo finish for 3rd and 4th, and Nepean Rowing Club second crew in 5th. On the course now, race number 32 on your programme is the men's C Grade 8. In lane 4 we have Glebe, in lane 5 Leichhardt, and in lane 6 University of New South Wales. In the Glebe crew, Jack Sharem, Balaz Hansel, Justin White, Darren O'Sullivan, Gordon Stevenson, Jean-Baptiste Bayeux and Brad Smith, Dan Johnston in the stroke seat and Sam Holst in the cox's seat. For the Leichhardt crew, Alexander Kempson, Dean Pollitt, Benjamin Farrer, Philip Zhu, Michael Roberts, Guy Elron, Charles Buzzacott, Tim Byrne and their cox Alexandra Lowe, coached by Hayden Schilling. And for the University of New South Wales, Neil Peppett in the bow seat, Matthew Bayfield, David Lees, Scott Anthony Mason, James Halliday, William Moyes, Mohammed Eid and Riccardo Sansoni with Alyssa Bishop coxing. At 500 metres, Glebe were in the lead in a time of 1 minute 30. Leichhardt were 2.5 seconds behind them, and the University of New South Wales 9.27 seconds behind. The race is being held over 1,000 metres, so they're well into the second half now, closing in on the final 250 metres of the race, and Glebe have taken a further lead over Leichhardt. They now look to have clear water.
Glebe still, despite their lead, really winding it towards the line, waiting for a response from Leichhardt Rowing Club, but they're just extending their lead at the moment. About a length, half a length to a length of clear water in it there. And they're just about to cross into the Red Boys, which signify the final 100 metres of this 1,000 metre race. It'll be Glebe Rowing Club, just about 10 more strokes towards the finish line over Leichhardt Rowing Club. Leichhardt definitely not letting them get away, but not making up any more ground in the short distance to the finish line.
I was going to say veteran Brad Smith at 7 there. If that man could win a race on sheer determination and willpower, he would, wouldn't he? Excellent performance. Well done, Glebe. Another win for Glebe Rowing Club, this time in the men's C Grade 8. Second, Leichhardt Rowing Club. And wonderful to see the numbers at University of New South Wales. Well done, Uni of New South, and Natalie Legg, their head coach, crossing the line in 3rd position, but looking good for the season ahead. The unofficial final time for that race was 3 minutes 4.74 seconds. The margins 5.44 and 17.08.
So it looks like our starters are just aligning race number 34, the next race number 33, pardon me, on the next race in our program. That's the men's novice single scull Division 1. So our novice racing, essentially if you haven't been rowing through a school program and you are a novice to the sport, you can enter the novice races pretty much until you win one. And once you win it, you are no longer allowed to do it again. So these are absolute beginners to the sport, getting their first taste of racing. So in lane number 3, representing the Nepean Rowing Club, we have Ashton Kirby, coached by Daniel Waddell and Sarah Berretry. In lane 4, representing Sydney University, we have Darcy Cameron, coached by Jack Hanley. In lane 5, representing Nepean Rowing Club again, we have Isaac Fanua, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell. In lane 6, representing University of New South Wales, we have Finn Crawford, coached by Chris Bones. And in lane number 7, also representing the Nepean Rowing Club, we have Dhruv Patil, coached by Daniel Waddell, Amy Wagner and Victoria Trevitt.
So the wind just lifting and dropping every now and then, so slightly unsettled conditions. And for some of these people, it will be the first time they've ever raced on a multi-lane course, so rather nerve-wracking. I always think it's very brave to go out and do a single scull race, no matter how experienced you are. So it's a tailwind, and it's what we call a free start, as in there are no pontoons or boats in the water from which people will hang off your stern and hang on to you and help you get lined up. So the starter is having to do that from the side of the course by just getting people to sit and wait and then gradually moving them up together. So tricky conditions for these novices to handle. However, most of them look very calm, and we wish them good luck. Hope they have a good race. Interestingly, I mean, this is the spring regatta, and in the early years of it, the Nepean Rowing Club ran this event on the shores of the Parramatta River. But of course, the increase in traffic and the disruptions to the Parramatta River meant that it moved out to the Nepean River and finally to the Olympic venue that we're using now. But this spring regatta, formerly known as the Picnic Regatta, has been a fixture on the calendar since the 1960s. Possibly even earlier than that. Coinciding, of course, with the beginning of the surf life-saving season in September and October.
And I'll go out on a limb here, possibly one of the largest spring regattas that at least I've seen in the time that I've been in part of the sport. Obviously that time is a fraction of what the regatta's been going for, but really good to see some great entries here. I suppose people taking the opportunities to race while they can.
Yeah, yes, I'm just looking. We've been provided with the stats by Rowing New South Wales. Thank you. So 377 entries overall, 798 seats, 361 athletes over 56 events, and that's 14 clubs and schools that are attending, which is wonderful to see. But of course, we are doing this in the midst of a global pandemic, so a reminder to please remember to stay 1.5 meters apart, not to congregate in large groups around the island, and whatever you do, wash your hands and keep everything as clean as possible, please, including things like bow numbers where boxes have been provided to collect. Well, it looks like we have a medal presentation. This is very exciting, a first. So, Glebe Rowing Club on the pontoon now, coming to collect their trophies from the Chief Executive Officer of Rowing New South Wales, Margot Harley. So, if you're ready, Glebe. Right, so Glebe Rowing Club, representing in the men's C grade 8, Jack Sharem. Ballas Hansel. Justin White. Darren O'Sullivan. Gordon Stevenson. Jean-Baptiste Bayer. Brad Smith. Their strokeman Dan Johnston. And their cox Sam Holst. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Glebe Rowing Club, winners of the men's C grade 8.
As we turn our eyes back to the course, I believe we had a little bit of trouble on the start. They're fairly well aligned, but I think I believe many of these athletes' first ever race, we had a little bit of trouble with the wind off the start, but it looks like that has not phased Darcy Cameron from the Sydney University. He's coached by Jack Hanley, who has been facilitating a few learn-to-row athletes over the last couple of seasons. And Darcy looks to have extended quite a handsome lead over his competition, coming through the 500 metre mark in a time of 2 minutes and 2 seconds. A good 13 seconds up on Finn Crawford from the University of New South Wales. He's followed by Isaac Fanua of Nepean and Dhruv Patil, also of Nepean Rowing Club.
So he looked to have lost Ashton Kirby, who was the other entry, who was supposed to be in lane 3, but it looks like he's scratched. So yeah, Nepean Rowing Club, they've got a fine novice program going down there on the Nepean River, and these young fellows have been gradually going further and further in their sessions, so great to see them here on the race course. But there's absolutely no doubt about the class of Darcy Cameron from Sydney University. He's looking very composed there. Nice long strokes.
Absolutely, doing a great job of getting the blade pretty cleanly into the in and out of the water, which is always especially important in these faster conditions. I think any mistake you make is really amplified and can feel a little bit uncertain in a tailwind, but keeping it nice and clean, and definitely a good amount of length there from Darcy in lane 4. As he strides into the last 70 metres or so of the course, when he is all but his for Sydney University.
And continuing the trend, University of New South Wales will come in second by the looks of things. This is Finn Crawford, coached by Chris Burns. Again, nice long strokes, really lovely and long on the catch there. Good consistent sculling, and he will cross the line in second place. And then Isaac Fanua, who's crossing the line now in third position, representing Nepean Rowing Club. And if we've got any Nepean supporters out there, a big cheer, please, as our final sculler crosses the line in this first division of the men's novice single scull. This is Dhruv Patil. He's done it. He's finished. Well done, Dhruv. One more stroke. Congratulations to all our competitors in that Division 1 of our men's novice single scull. The winner, Sydney University, Darcy Cameron. And now on the medal dais, we have Glebe Rowing Club once more, the proud winners of the women's C-grade quad scull. Josephine Duncan-Nagy, Soraya Mackay-Colin, Heidi Lindell, and Jacqueline Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Glebe Rowing Club, winners of the women's C-grade quad scull.
And as we turn our attention back down to the course, we've got another division of the men's novice single scull. So that's race number 34. And we've already had the athletes come through the 500 metre mark, and leading the race at this stage, representing the Nepean Rowing Club, is Angus Smith, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In second place, about 9 seconds behind, also representing Nepean, is Dylan Chaplin, coached by Daniel Waddell and Sarah Berritree. In third, representing Balmain, Paul Grayson. And a pair of Nepean Rowing Club scullers in 4th and 5th. That'll be Lachlan Smith and Luca Bazina. And as we come into the last 100 metres, Angus Smith from Nepean Rowing Club looks to have furthered that lead that he had at the 500 metre mark. Again, staying nice and long and consistent to finish off the race. Likely one of his first ever races in some definitely tricky conditions out here at the Regatta Centre. Just a couple more strokes and he'll be across the line. It's Angus Smith from Nepean Rowing Club. We do have a little bit of a battle unfolding between some of his club mates from Nepean in lane 5 and lane 3. That's in lane 5 and lane 3. That's Dylan Chaplin and Lachlan Smith. Looks to be Dylan Chaplin just slightly closer to the course, who will come across the line in 2nd place. And it does look like Paul Grayson from Balmain is just going to edge into 3rd place as he drifts across the line. And I think we'll have a photo finish for 4th place and a bit of a swim for Luca Bazina crossing the line from Nepean Rowing Club.
Oh, how awesome. So just repeating that then. So Angus Smith from Nepean came first. Dylan Chaplin from Nepean came second. Paul Grayson from Balmain came in 3rd. 4th did manage to cross the line. Luca Bazina across in lane 7. And 5th was Lachlan Smith from, who's the person who's managing to have a swim here, I think, isn't it? Nice weather for it.
Absolutely.
And the time for that race was Angus Smith 4 minutes 37. So we move now to so as Chris mentioned, once you move out of novices, you move into D grade, and this is the D grade men's single scull. So these guys have all raced and won something at some point in the past. So just very quickly, on the far side in the yellow boat is the Leichhardt Rowing Club, David Raymond. Mossman should be in lane 2, can't see them. Lane 3, University of New South Wales, Zach Partridge giving it a bit of welly there. Currently in the lead and about to run over the sculler in the water. From Glebe in lane 4 is Stephen Caldwell. In lane 5 from Abbotsford, Andrew Patterson. In lane 6 from Glebe, Archie Osborne. In lane 7 from Abbotsford, Douglas Stewart. And in lane 8 from Nepean, Andrew Sapansky. So everybody has carefully avoided the swimmer, which is wonderful. The winner coming across the line first was Zach Partridge from the University of New South Wales. Second was Archie Osborne from Glebe Rowing Club. Third, David Raymond from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Fourth, Andrew Patterson from Abbotsford, just taking out Douglas Stewart from Abbotsford. Stephen Caldwell from Glebe has crossed the line. So I can't see a Mossman sculler, so I think that lane 2 must have scratched, and Andrew Sapansky crossing in front of the grandstand now will complete our Division 1 of the men's D grade single scull. So just repeating, a win for Zach Partridge of University of New South Wales.
And as we turn back down to the medal dais, we will have presentations for race number 30. That's the Para Double Scull. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for your winners of the Para Double Scull Balmain Rowing Club. Now represented by Eleanor Taylor and Stephen Lawler, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Andrew Dick.
So, Division 2 of the D grade men's single scull is now in progress. In lane 1, University of New South Wales represented by Peter Fitzgerald. In lane 2, Glebe Rowing Club represented by Mark McEwen. In lane 3 from Balmain, Nick MacDonald, coached by Owen Nix. In lane 4 from Abbotsford, Richard Jones. In lane 5 from Nepean Rowing Club, Jonathan Newen, coached by Daniel Waddell, Amy Wagner and Victoria Trevitt. In lane 6, from the University of New South Wales, Oliver Ryan, coached by Natalie Legg and Susanna McMahon. In lane 7, Glebe Rowing Club, represented by Riley O'Sullivan and coached by Brad Smith. And closest to the grandstand in lane 8, Nepean Rowing Club, this time Alex Vella, coached by Daniel Waddell, Amy Wagner and Victoria Trevitt.
So some pretty tight racing happening here in the D grade single scull. It does look like Riley O'Sullivan from Balmain did cross the 500 metre mark in front, but he's definitely not having it all his own way. We have the Oliver Ryan from University of New South Wales really charging home to the finish. I think he's actually just put his bow ball in front of Riley O'Sullivan from Balmain. So we'll have Oliver Ryan from University of New South Wales will take the win, and it's a photo finish for second and third between Riley O'Sullivan and Nicholas McDonald. Then in fourth place, we'll have a Glebe represented by Richard Jones. And fifth, we've got a little bit of, in fourth place, Abbotsford, rather, represented by Richard Jones. In fifth, Glebe, Mark McEwen. And then Alex Vella of Nepean will cross the line in sixth position, followed by Peter Fitzgerald. Oh, I believe I've made a mistake there. So confirming the results of that one.
So just so that you know, so we're just pressing pause at the moment on our commentary simply because with such a blanket finish, the poor chaps in the timing in the finish tower beneath us, they're pressing buttons as bow balls cross the marker for the finish line. And when it's all a blanket finish like that, it's pretty tricky and it needs a bit of untangling. So we'll just wait for the judges to have a look and come back to us with the final results. But that does remind me that if you're interested in participating behind the scenes at regattas, Rowing New South Wales are always on the lookout for volunteers, and you can assist by doing the timekeeping if you would like to. There's a picture on the screen now of the finish tower here on the finish line, and the people doing the timekeeping at the finish tower sit in that middle level. We also have timekeepers in huts along the course, so you can see them as you look up the course towards the start. And commentary, if you're interested in coming and join us in the commentary team, we'll be very interested in hearing from you. There are obviously boat drivers. You can see the umpires on the water there, and umpiring as well if you're interested in that. And in addition to that, we always need people to help with bow numbers, and we love people to come and help with the photography and the filming as well. So if you've got some time, a couple of hours to spare, and you feel like you would like to lend a hand, then Rowing New South Wales would love to hear you. Just give the office a call on Monday. Some lovely footage there on the screen, on the big screen, and on your live stream at home, I would think, of the timing huts. So that's where you sit, and you have a panel with 9 buttons, and you have to choose the right button to press as the person comes across the finish line, and it's not as easy as it sounds, believe me. But it makes such a huge difference to the racing, I think, both from the perspective of knowing what's going on in the race when you can't actually see it, and also getting to know who the competitors are.
And
so
it definitely makes a good difference to our job up here in the commentary box, and we can see what's going on all the way down the course.
That's right. Teamwork makes the dream work. Yep. So we've got another division of men's D-grade single sculls, haven't we? This is a pretty competitive event. Looking a little bit choppy now. So I, of course, have jinxed everybody by saying the conditions would stay the same throughout the afternoon. They haven't. The wind has not only crept up in in power, but it's also changed direction slightly, so now it's a straight tailwind, so quite tricky, especially in a single. Division 3 of the single should have 8 participants, but I can't actually see all 8. We should have Mark Brooks from Leichhardt in lane 1, Trent Hopton of Nepean in lane 2, Callum Young of Balmain in lane 3, Terry Barella of Abbotsford in lane 4, Tanish Patil of Nepean in lane 5, Damien Wang of Nepean in lane 6, Darcy Cameron of Sydney University in lane 7, but of course he has already raced and won, and Timothy Quinn of Nepean in lane 8.
So it looks like as we just came through that 500-metre timing point for our one and only timing point here, it was Damien Wang of Nepean Rowing Club in first place, 2:10 through that halfway marker, followed by his clubmate Timothy Quinn, but just under 3 seconds behind. And Nepean Rowing Club number 4, Tanish Patil, just a second and a bit behind him in third. He was followed by Mark Brooks from Leichhardt, Terry Barella from Abbotsford, and Trent Hopton of Nepean. In that order through the halfway mark.
Right, so it's lane 7 that's empty because Darcy was in a different race, and the other one that seems to be missing is Callum Young from Balmain in lane 3. So Mark Brooks from Leichhardt, he's coached by Jeff Patterson. Trent Hopton from Nepean in lane 2, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell, the brothers there at Nepean Rowing Club. Tanish Patil from Nepean in lane 5, he's coached by Daniel, but also Amy Wagner and Victoria Trevitt, as is Damien Wang, who's currently in the lead. And Timothy Quinn, who's in lane 8, so that's the lane closest to the grandstand, and he's giving it a red hot go too. So Damien Wang from Nepean in the lead. Looks like Timothy Quinn from Nepean is lying in second position in this 1,000 metre race. And Tanish Patil of Nepean Rowing Club currently sitting in third, but a challenge coming from Mark Brooks of Leichhardt Rowing Club across on the far side. Yeah, another spirited row from a Nepean Rowing Club sculler.
Absolutely. Nepean Rowing Club putting on a great showing across these novice and D-grade single scull events. They'll take the 1, 2, 3 in this event, race number 37, Division 3. So that will be in order across the line. Damien Wang, Timothy Quinn, and Tanish Patil first, second, and third. Mark Brooks of Leichhardt will come across the line in fourth. Terry Barella from Abbotsford in fifth, and Trent Hopton of Nepean is just taking his final few strokes towards the line as we speak.
Time for that race, provisionally 4 minutes 24.52, a 7.84 margin between Damien and Timothy Quinn, and then a further 5.9 seconds back to Tanish Patil. And that compares with it's just disappeared off my screen. The previous race, which was somewhat faster, just somewhere around the 4 minute mark. So, mind you, that wind was pretty tricky. It's really chopped up, hasn't it?
Absolutely, it has really blown up. Just the last 20 minutes or so. Again, it does look to be mostly just the second half of the course. The wind is sort of coming through that gap, the bridge at the 750 mark. So hopefully our races coming up over 2,000 metres should have a bit of an easier time navigating the first half of the course, and then maybe a little bit of a helping hand home through the second half.
So we've just got about a 7 or 8 minute break now between the finish of that race and the start of our next race. What we've got coming up is the men's B grade double scull, followed by the men's open double scull. And we've got some really good competitors there. In particular, In the men's open double scull, just drawing your attention to that, we have our current national double scull, which is Hamish Parry from Toowong and Sean Murphy from Mossman, both of whom train under national coach Don McLaughlin in the lightweight double scull, and they are Olympic hopefuls, so we're hopeful that they'll actually have a qualification event that they can go and attend and fight their way through to Tokyo. But anyway, they're training hard and using this as an opportunity to test out their racing. And we've brought some, specially for them, we have brought the stroke man of the American men's 8 over to come and do this race. He's racing for UTS Rowing Club. His name is Austin Hack. It's been lovely having him here the last few months. Can't do much training over there in the USA, so he's come over to God's country, training on the Nepean River and over in the even better water, the Iron Cove.
Oh, contentious.
And he's jumped in a double today with our commentator, Michael McRae.
Yeah, so Michael McRae's raced in the last couple of, well, not the last one, but the race been selected in the last couple of Penrith Cup crews.
Yep.
So took a silver medal in 2019, and unfortunately didn't get to race this year. Was looking very promising for the under-23 lightweight double this year. But unfortunately, as we know, that's all hasn't gone ahead. But fantastic lightweight out of UTS Rowing Club.
Indeed, but and I think this was supposed to be a lightweight double, but whoever his partner was has had to withdraw, and so Austin is hopping in, and that is no longer a lightweight double. Believe me, Austin is very tall, lean but very tall. And then we've got another double from UTS, Oscar Williams, who. Before the season all fell to pieces earlier this year, won the heavyweight men's under-23 single at the state championships. That was a fantastic race with, I think it was Leon Chambers second and Jackson Kench third. Yes. Great race, really fantastic. And Oscar raced that so well. And he's in a double today with Alexander Wood, who's a fine sculler coming out of King's School, I think?
Newington, I believe. Newington,
right.
Yes.
Yeah, and they are, of course, over at UTS, are coached by Alex Field, Hallie Chapman, and although he doesn't put his name down, I'm sure Tim McLaren has something to do with it too. And then we have the young Matt Smith and Elliot Simpson, who are both very promising scullers, coached by Chris Holliday and Jack Hanley. They make up the field in that open double. But first, we're going to do the men's B grade double scull. So over to you, Chris, if you want to talk us through them.
Yeah, so the men's B grade double sculls. If we go from the far side of the course in lane 2, representing UTS, we've got 3 UTS crews in this race. The first of which consists of Luca Roncolato and Liam Glacken. In lane 3, representing Sydney Rowing Club, we have Gabriel Carmody and Alec Hoskin. In lane 4, we have representing the Sydney University Boat Club, Wyatt Batt and Miller Argent. They're coached by Thomas Lorich. In lane 5, representing UTS, Jack Message and William Clark, a lightweight double in the centre of the course there. In lane 6, representing the University of New South Wales, we have Michael Pickford and Oliver Harradine, coached by Natalie Legg and Susanna McMahon. In lane number 7, also from UTS, we have Peter Waldersey, who also commentated this morning, and Marcus Delamata. All 3 UTS coaches all 3 UTS doubles there, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And in lane 8, closest to the grandstand, we'll see Philip Kaufman and Harrison Rouston, coached by Thomas Lorich. So we'll just see the crews getting into their starting blocks. Moving back to 2,000 metre racing, we obviously have someone holding the stern of the crews on the start line, and the crews will be getting aligned, ready to start.
Does look a bit tricky, doesn't it? Interestingly, the first 3 crews you named and the last one are actually C grade, so aren't quite as experienced as those other 3, the UTS Uni of New South and UTS 3 crews in the middle. But we're combining this into one race. We've got a maximum of 9 lanes that we can race on this course, so we're using up 8 of them in this race. Must say, fantastic entries. Really, really so good to see everybody here, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Sometimes clubs are a little unsure whether we should be racing this early in the season, but I think everyone agrees at the moment that we all want to get out there and be racing. So it's fantastic to see all the major clubs and such great entries from some of our development clubs and huge Learn to Row programs all participating here today. So we're really seeing some great racing across the board. It's fantastic to see.
It sure is. It sure is. And I think also, it's in some cities, the rowing clubs like London or Melbourne, the rowing clubs are mainly situated in the same place and you all see each other on the river. But certainly in Sydney, we don't get the opportunity to do that. Everybody's training on slightly different bits of the river or different Middle Harbour or out here at Nepean and Penrith or whatever. So the wonderful thing is just all getting together in one place, even if we do have to socially distance and have zones for our pontoon boating and our trailers. And that, again, I think all credit to Rowing New South Wales, who have thought this through so carefully and are keeping us all so safe and facilitating this joyous occasion of all getting on the water and having a good crack against each other.
Absolutely. I remember thinking a couple of months ago I wasn't sure if we'd have any racing until maybe February.
Yep.
Maybe not at all. So it's great to be out here and great to be seeing some fantastic racing and great to be seeing our men's B grade double scull get off to a great start down there at the 2,000 metre mark.
I was going to say, great start there for Peter Waldersee and Marcus Delamato. They looked very calm, didn't they? Taking off really well. So just a reminder then, we've got UTS 2, Roncolato and Glackin in lane 2. So that's on the far side. Carmody and Hoskin from Sydney Rowing Club. So UTS are the black and white stripes, Sydney Rowing Club the sky blue. Sydney University's Bat and Argent are in lane 4, so they are white with gold and blue hoops. UTS, Message and Clark in the middle in lane 5, so that's a lightweight double. University of New South Wales, Pickford and Harradine in lane 6. And then we've got UTS 3's Waldersee and Delamata in lane 7. Sydney University's Kaufman and Rouston in lane 8.
As we come through the 500 metre mark, it does look like the crew closest to us, that's Kaufman and Rouston, in the lead as we came through the 500 metre mark. Didn't quite catch, I believe it was, it's a little hard to say, as we said, without the timing points of the 500 metre mark, who's coming in where, but I believe Message and Clark from UTS, the lightweight double in the centre of the field, look to be making the most of these pretty choppy conditions. Obviously a lighter boat's going to be getting a little bit more benefit from a tailwind, so great to see those boys sticking it up there in these choppy conditions early on in the race.
Yep, so still making good progress, that crew, Kaufman and Rouston in lane 8, but looking pretty solid beside them, Waldersee and Delamata from UTS in lane 7. Dropping back a bit now, the University of New South Wales crew of Pickford and Harradine. Just coming into vision there in the camera, you can see Message and Clark, the lightweight double. Not having it quite all their own way, though. It does look like Waldersee and Delamata, Kaufman and Rouston are still out in front. There we go, just zoning in. So that is Peter Waldersee in the bow seat, who was preparing the commentary for you earlier on, and he's in the crew that leads at the 1,000 metre mark. And that Roncolato and Glackin is the UTS crew on the far side. I think, is they sitting in third?
I believe they were sitting in third. Bat and Argent of Sydney University in fourth. Possibly back to University of New South Wales in fifth, and the Sydney Rowing Club crew back in sixth, possibly the other way around there. But whatever way we put it, definitely some tricky conditions out on the course. Looks like all crews definitely getting bounced around a little bit through that middle 1,000, where it's just the most open, the most exposed, and definitely falling victim to the wind the most.
So a good view there across the field. Does look as though Waldersea and Delamata now look as though they've got their noses in front of Kaufman and Rouston in the battle that's going on the near side. Still good progress from Message and Clark in the middle of the field. And across on the far side, Roncolato and Glackin from UTS. Bat and Argent also up there in that top 5 by the look of things.
Definitely a very diverse range of crews in this race, not just in ability. I believe they're all fairly close together, but more in we have lightweights, heavyweights, we have some juniors in the Sydney Rowing Club crews, definitely some senior athletes in both the UTS and University of New South Wales crews, under 23s, a whole spectrum of athletes in this men's B grade double scull. As we came through the 1500 metre mark, it was Waldersea and Delamata of UTS leading the charge by about 3 seconds up on Kaufman and Rouston from Sydney University. They were just ahead of Luca Roncolato and Liam Glackin from UTS in 3rd place. In 4th was Message and Clark, the lightweight double from UTS Rowing Club, and Bat and Argent of Sydney University trailing behind in 5th there. They are followed by Pickford and Harradine from University of New South Wales, and Carmody and Hoskin, the junior double from Sydney Rowing Club, rounding out the field.
So pretty good showing for our C grade doubles of from Sydney University, Kaufman and Rouston, and also on the far side the UTS crew of Roncolato and Glackin. In this B grade men's double scull competition, race 38 on our programme. Well, certainly UTS, they look to me as though they've led from start to finish. They had a fantastic start. They've looked very steady throughout the race. And I'm quite sure that Peter Waldersea is coaching Marcus Delamata all the way down the course with his banter.
Absolutely, taking after his brother in that regard. They're just holding off a little bit of a late challenge here from Kaufman and Rouston.
Great race, yeah.
They're going to hold them off by about a length to take the win.
Nice.
Peter Waldersea and Marcus Delamata of UTS Rowing Club to win this men's B-grade double scull. They'll be followed by Kaufman and Rouston from Sydney University. In 3rd place, we have Luca Roncolato and Liam Glackin of UTS, followed by their clubmates, the Lighties, Jack Message and William Clark, also from UTS. It'll be Wyatt Batt and Miller Argent from Sydney University in 5th. Pickford and Harradine of University of New South Wales in 6th place. And Gabriel Carmody and Alec Hoskin of Sydney Rowing Club rounding out the field.
In the nice tidy time of 6 minutes, 45.56 seconds. So the margin between UTS 3 and Sydney Uni, back 2.45 and then a further 5.12 back to UTS 2. Congratulations to all of them for negotiating some tricky conditions. And if they want to spin around and come into the pontoon, they can to collect their pots. I think they are this time. Whilst we transfer our attention back to the racing course and move to the men's open double scull that we were talking about earlier.
Absolutely. So hopefully looking for some pretty quick times here. I believe 6:45 is a fairly quick time for the B-grade double that's just passed. So the men's open double scull, I'll read out those crews again. So in lane 3, representing Sydney University, we have Matt Smith and Elliot Simpson. In lane 4, we have UTS Rowing Club, and they are represented by Austin Hack and Michael McRae. In lane number 3, we have the composite Mossman and Toowong crew. That, of course, is our hopeful Australian lightweight double scull of Hamish Parry and Sean Murphy. They're coached by Donald McLaughlin. And over in lane number 4, we have Alexander Wood and Oscar Williams of UTS Rowing Club. It does look like throughout the first half of the race, we've got the Lighties out in front, Hamish Parry and Sean Murphy taking a real dominance over the field. They look to be 2 or 3 lengths up on the UTS combination of McRae and Hack, who look to be just a fraction up on their clubmates from UTS. That's Wood and Williams over closest to the grandstand side of the course, who appear to be just about half a length up or so on Matt Smith and Elliot Simpson of Sydney University. We'll get some times in a moment as the lightweights come through the 1500 metre mark. And time of 4:48. So definitely quick conditions for these boys out here in the men's open double scull. And they're followed by about 5 seconds by Hack and McRae from UTS. Wood and Williams, also of UTS, 5 seconds further behind them. And the Sydney University combination of Smith and Simpson rounding out the field.
It's a very tidy looking lightweight double there, isn't it? And very sharp on the catches there. I love the fact that Hamish is wearing his bucket hat. Obviously feeling very comfortable and at home here on the course at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. They always say, make the course your own, don't they? So he's a Queenslander, but we'll let him in.
I think he's been here for quite some time, training down at Sydney University Boat Club. I think I might have even seen him racing in a Sydney University Zooty once or twice.
God forbid. Yes, so he went back up to Queensland for a while, and Sean did join him there just before there was such tight controls over the borders, and they had a bit of a training camp. Looks to have served them well. They're really cranking that rate up now as they come into the last 100 metres, just sitting up on it, rating 37. Hack not responding to the Australian crew's lift. It's quite comfortable to sit there, thank you very much.
Yep. Really windy it
Awesome.
into the line. Obviously a pretty experienced combination. That would be Hamish Parry and Sean Murphy coming through in a time of 6 minutes and 25 seconds. So absolutely smoking time for a local regatta in October. They're followed by Hack and McRae of UTS by 11 seconds. So still not a slouch of a time. And they'll lead their club mates Wood and Williams of UTS, with Smith and Simpson from Sydney University Boat Club to round out the field of this men's open double scull.
Got about a 6-minute break now until the next race, which will be the women's pair, the straight final there of the women's open pair and the women's B grade pair. So in this women's pairs race in lane 2, we have a pair from Mossman Rowing Club of Katja York and Grace Burke, coached by Justin Brown and Judith Ungermach. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Alex Smits and Danielle Stewart, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. And in lane 4 from Sydney University, Jamie Ford and Eleanor Price, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Lauren Graham and Isabel Furrer, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. The crew that was to race in lane 7 from UTS has had to scratch. So the race has had to be stopped, so we'll just await the restart and bring that to you when it does. Apologies, that wasn't the women's pairs race, which is underway. That was the women's doubles, so that'll start shortly. In the meantime, we have, as we say, Mossman in lane 2, Sydney University in lanes 3 and 4, and Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6. So the crew in lane 6, the Sydney Rowing Club crew, Lauren Graham and Izzy Furrer, members of the Junior Women's Coxed 4 back in 2018.
18.
Yeah, came home with the silver medal.
Yes.
Very proud of them. And Lauren and Izzy were really well on track last year to represent Australia at under 21 and hopefully step it up to under 23 this year. But as we all know, it didn't happen last year. So They're just going to have to skip under 21s then. Let's hope we are able to have an under 21 competition this year. So for those who don't know, our under 21 competition is primarily with New Zealand. It's a bit of a friendly, but over the last few years the Canadians have joined in as well, and there are rumours that there will be others too. So perhaps not this year, but we'll look forward to that in the future, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that we can at least welcome the New Zealanders here for a competition at some point this season.
Yeah, so a very long-running combination here, Graham and Farah from Sydney Rowing Club. I believe they've pretty much been rowing exclusively with each other since the start of 2018, and seen a lot of success over that period. Definitely the backbone of the with the Stern pair of the New South Wales Women's Youth 8 in 2019, which had an absolutely commanding win at the Interstate Regatta. And it does look like they're going to be continuing that winning trend today. They've opened up a pretty healthy lead through the first 1,500 metres of this women's open pair.
Yeah, so the pair next to them in lane 4 is from Sydney University. So Jamie Ford, who did go and represent Australia at the under-21 competition, and Eleanor Price, who hails from Victoria but is currently studying at Sydney University, and both of those have nominated for the under-23 team. So a good opportunity for them to have a good crack at Lauren and Izzy, who are so well established on our national scene. That Jamie Ford and Eleanor Price, a new combination. Next to them is from Sydney University, Alex Smits and Danielle Stewart. Alex, who was supposed to be going and rowing at, I've got to remember now, it's either Harvard or Yale, but like many of our rowers here in New South Wales, have had their academic year at a US university completely disrupted by the global coronavirus pandemic. So Alex is studying during the night and doing her training and work during the day. It's a pretty tough gig for many of our athletes who are racing here today, who are doing the same thing, and hats off to them for keeping the academic progress going as well as their rowing. And Danielle Stewart, who is a fine competitor who's been working her way up through the ranks, and both of them within the age group for under 21, but also having a crack at under 23s. As you can see from the distances, there's quite a significant difference between those who are under 23 standard and under 21 standard, and particularly when it's tricky conditions like this if you're in scratch pairs. And then I believe the pair from Mossman over on the far side are younger again. So Grace Burke and Katya York, coached by Justin Brown. Justin, who was a rower and has now entered the ranks of coaching. Congratulations to him, and the veteran Judith Thungermark, our very successful coach of juniors.
Graham and Farah just bringing it up slightly to the line, but knowing they don't have to put in any more than they have to cross the line, taking out the women's open pair in a time of 7 minutes and 35 seconds. So I'm sure they'll be pretty happy with that one. It'll be Jamie Ford and Eleanor Price of Sydney University who will cross the line in second place. They cross the line 12 seconds behind the combination from Sydney Rowing Club. And just approaching the last 20 metres or so, it'll be Alex Smits and Danielle Stewart of Sydney University to take out third place. And just putting in the final few strokes now, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Katya York and Grace Burke, coached by Justin Brown and Judith Ungermark.
So yeah, just confirming the results there. A win in the women's pair for Sydney Rowing Club. That was an open pair, Lauren Graham and Izzy Furrer. Second in the women's B grade category, Sydney University, Jamie Ford and Eleanor Price. Third from Sydney University, Alex Smits and Danielle Stewart. And fourth from Mossman, Katia York and Grace Burke. Our next race is on the course. Lining up, I think. It's, again, a 1,000 metre start. Yep, we've got them on the start there. It's the women's C-grade double scull. This is Division 1, the first of 2 divisions. In lane 1 from Nepean Rowing Club, Cleo Price and Amy Wagner, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell and Victoria Trevitt. In lane 2 from UTS, Sophia Armitage and Sonia Freiberg, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 3 from Nepean Rowing Club, Gary Cotera and Annalise Isaacs. In lane 4 from Nepean Rowing Club, Jacqueline Ford and Talara Tuckerman. In lane 5 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison. In lane 6 from UTS, Georgina Sutton and Alexandra Quinn. In lane 7 from Sydney University, Zoe Latham and Lily Cooper. And in lane 8 from the University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks and Emma Vay Cox, coached by Natalie Legg and Susanna McMahon. Well, it's pretty close. It's a 1,000 metre race, and they're coming through the halfway now. There we go. UTS 2 are in the lead. That's the crew of Georgina Sutton and Alexandra Quinn, and University of New South Wales are sitting in second, Charlotte Stanwicks and Emma Vay Cox. The crew from Sydney University of Zoe Latham and Lily Cooper are in third. So those crews are all over here on the side nearest the grandstand. Nepean 3 off on the far side are sitting in fourth position. That's Cleo Price and Amy Wagner. Fifth, Nepean 1, Jacqueline Ford and Talara Tuckerman, and sixth, Nepean 2, Gary Cotera and Annalise Isaacs. UTS 1, that's Sophia Armitage and Sonia Freiberg are sitting in 7th position, and the crew from Balmain are in 8th. I don't mean Balmain, do I? Balmain are not in this race. I've got that wrong. Must be Leichhardt.
As we saw through the halfway point there, not a lot of distance between most of these crews. Only about a second separating each position at the halfway point. However, the faster conditions do make it harder to come back later, but we should see some great racing towards the finish line here, especially on the far side of the course where things look very tight. Does look like Sutton and Quinn from UTS over there in the centre of the course in lane number 6 have extended that lead. However, they're about a length above most of the field. It looks pretty tight for second place. We'll get a better idea as they come a little bit closer, but it'll be Sutton and Quinn of UTS to take the win. And Vay Cox and Stanwicks really pushing on the opposite sides of the course. It'll be a photo finish for first and second, and then as well, I think, for third and fourth. The only thing I can tell you is that Nepean, Ford and Tuckerman, they definitely came 6th, but the 4 places above that, I'm not 100% sure. We have the UTS crew Armitage and Freiberg in 7th, and Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchinson of Leichhardt will cross in 8th position. Does look like, as it was recorded, it was Nepean, Chloe Price and Amy Wagner who came in second, just in front of University of New South Wales. Sydney University's Zoe Latham and Lily Cooper in 4th, and Nepean, Gary Cotera and Annalise Isaacs in 5th, as it stands at the moment.
How exciting. What we were just commenting up here earlier how good the entries are from the women's crews, and really how wonderful to see how close the racing is as well. So we'll bring you the final results shortly, but it was definitely a win for UTS, Georgina Sutton and Alexandra Quinn in the women's C grade double scull Division 1. And now across to Division 2. It's on the course at the moment. They're up and racing, and in lane 1, another crew from Nepean. This time, Palmina Grady and Sarah Berritry, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell. In lane 2, from Drummoyne, Maggie Smith and Kathleen Hextall. In lane 3, from Glebe, Phoebe Laurie and Ashley Potter, coached by Brad Smith. In lane 5, Rowena Stewart and Joni Panagopoulos from Abbotsford. In lane 6, from Nepean Rowing Club, Sophia Zamprogno and Edie Brown. In lane 7, from Glebe, Isabella Bain and Brianna Wade. And in lane 8, from Ascombe School, Trieste Dumani and Anna Scrooby.
Ascombe always turn up in the weirdest stuff. You used to be the head of rowing at Ascombe, didn't you? Yeah, right. I don't know either. Who's he? Right. Like. As we come through the 500 metre mark, is the crew from Drummoyne, the combination of Smith and Hextall in the lead, but look to be just a canvas behind, 0.75 second behind the crew from Ascombe, Dumani and Scrooby, and then a similar margin back to Abbotsford, Stewart and Panagopoulos in 3rd. They're followed by Glebe number 2, Laurie and Potter in 4th, Bain and Wade of Glebe in 5th, Grady and Berritry of Nepean in 6th, and Zamparagno and Brown of Nepean in 7th position. So definitely some really tight racing, and great to see a full field once again in this the women's C grade double scull.
Yeah, it is fantastic, isn't it? And it's really pretty close, considering. That crew from Ascombe looking pretty impressive. I'm trying to remember from doing commentary at the schoolgirl regattas. I certainly recognise the name Anna Scrooby, but I can't remember Trieste Dumani. But they're looking very neat and tidy indeed, and certainly out there on their own, really, in that lane 8, which is the one closest to the grandstand. Then across on the far side, the distinctive yellow painted spoons of Drummoyne Rowing Club with Maggie Smith and Kathleen Hextall. And it's really between those two, isn't it? Because then we move back to, on the very far side, Pal Grady and Sarah Berritry from Nepean. The crew from Glebe of Phoebe Laurie and Ashley Potter. The Abbotsford crew of Rowena Stewart and Jodie Panagopoulos. And then the other Glebe crew of Isabella Bain and Brianna Wade. The Nepean crew of Sophia Zamprogno and Edie Brown having dropped behind now. So a little lift there from Phoebe Laurie and Ashley Potter of Glebe as they come into the last 100 metres. Ascombe still battling it out, but they've fallen back a little bit. Kathleen Hextall and Maggie Smith will take the win in the 2nd division of the women's C-grade double scull. And Glebe just got their noses in front there of the crew from Ascombe School. That's the crew of Phoebe Laurie and Ashley Potter from Glebe 2. Nepean coming in 4th position, Abbotsford 5th, and the Glebe 3 crew in 6th. And our final crew crosses the line to, that's the Nepean 4 crew, to complete our field in the Division 2 of the women's C grade double scull. A win for Drummoyne in a time of 3 minutes, 59.32 seconds. So that compares with 3:53 in the previous race. So back to men's rowing, and not so many entries in this one. This is the men's C grade Coxed 4. You can see it on the big screen now. In lane 4 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Philip Zhu, Charles Buzzacott, Benjamin Farrer and James Dupree. They are being coxed by Alexandra Lowe, and their coach is Hayden Schilling. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, that's the lane closest to the camera and the grandstand. In the bow seat, James Halliday, Riccardo Sansoni in 2, Ben Whalen at 3, Andrew McEnroe in the stroke seat, and they are coxed by Alyssa Bishop. Although it's listed as the men's C grade 4, it is actually the Leichhardt crew that is C grade, and the University of New South Wales less experienced. They are a D grade. However, that hasn't stopped them. At the 500 metre mark, they are in the lead. The race is 1,000 metres long, so that was the halfway point, the 136.48 for University of New South Wales. And Leichhardt 1.56 seconds behind, so about half a length. So it's a good close race. The coxes here, their role's absolutely vital in terms of encouraging the crew and also helping them to row technically as well as possible. It's a fairly heavy boat, that Coxed 4, really important to get and maintain momentum. And the crew from the University of New South Wales certainly look as though they've got a great rhythm there and really marking the finish. That's the point at which the blade is released from the water. Leichhardt, however, made of stern stuff and looking very smooth, keeping that rate of striking a little bit higher and lifting their rate of striking as they come into the last 100 metres to try and claw back that distance between them and the University of New South Wales. But Uni of New South Wales are not having it. They win by clear water in this men's C grade Coxed 4, taking it out in a time of 3 minutes 18.11 seconds, and the final margin 4.36. So they made up 3 seconds in the second 500 metres of that race. Congratulations, University of New South Wales, on the medal rostrum again. Well, it was University of New South Wales, the winners of the men's C grade Coxed 4. Can they win the next one? Again, we only have 2 entries, but this time women's D grade 8. We have 2 crews, one from Abbotsford, the other from the University of New South Wales. The Abbotsford crew is in lane 4, comprised of Judith MacDonald in the bow seat, Lillian Hayes, Rosemary Hancock and Colleen Chapman making up the bow 4. Skye Smith, Janine Wood, Petra McCaskill and their stroke Susan Carew in the stern 4. Their cox is Cecile Ferret and they are coached by Steve Sherry. Representing the University of New South Wales in lane 5, Tanya Berija in the bow seat, Anna Ristic, Catherine Vargoski, Danielle Jeffery, Georgia Whedon, Louisa Stocks, Lisa Matthews and Stephanie Hart make up the crew. The cox is Angela Zeng and the coaches are Natalie Legg and Susanna McMahon. Again, it's over 1,000 metres, so it's a free start. And we can see on the screen now just the umpire, the starter, just getting the crews to paddle very steadily and slowly until their bows are level. Yeah, if you want a challenge, I think a free start in a tailwind is a challenge.
Oh, it absolutely is. I think the starters will be glad there's only two crews in this race and not a full field of 8s. Can definitely get pretty hectic up there with, especially with schoolgirl regattas. You see our year 8 quads where girls are battling against the wind and they haven't raced much before, and the starters, I I think their patience tends to wear thin sometimes. It can be a difficult job up there, but so two fairly experienced crews here. We've got a master's crew on the far side from Abbotsford Rowing Club, and crew of university students from UNSW closest to the grandstand, moving up together to the start line, ready for they'll just ease up beforehand, slow the boat down, and hopefully stop right on the same point, ready to start.
And they are off. Well done, starter. Good job.
Yeah, starting pretty much together, but it looks like UNSW have really made the most out of that one, just getting away a little bit cleaner and a little bit more length off the start.
And settling into a really nice rhythm pretty much straight away.
Absolutely, and that sort of tends to be the key with the racing in a tailwind, is to really find a nice rhythm. The tailwind definitely helps you find that rhythm, and just settle into that rhythm as soon as possible, and don't rely on anything changing through the race. I think with in the faster conditions.
So University of New South Wales have taken a slight lead over Abbotsford in this 1,000 metre race in the women's D grade 8. So this wind has shifted round a little bit now, so it's starting to be a crosstail. So the wind blowing from the far side. Still, no complaints really. These are fine conditions. They're completely rowable, and we're just all so grateful to be out here and able to race. I just have this vision of all the rowers in Victoria tuning in, going, "You, so not fair." And if you are, then all of our friends and foes over there in Victoria, we're really feeling for you, and we're hoping you're coming out of it now. And there, but for the grace of God, go we as well. We're all very conscious of that. So again, for those who are in the venue today, please just continue to be incredibly vigilant and careful with hygiene, washing your hands often, adhering to the fairly strict protocols and space allocations that have been given to you by Rowing New South Wales, and just making sure that we don't congregate in large groups around the venue. Just keep that social distancing.
Absolutely. And credit again to Rowing New South Wales for giving us the opportunity to get out here today, because
Absolutely.
as we said before, it's probably a point where most of us were questioning if we were going to get any racing in this season, let alone one of the first regattas of the year. So this is fantastic.
It certainly is, and I don't know whether it's social distancing or what it is, but University of New South Wales have created big distance over their opponents from Abbotsford, and we'd mentioned their rhythm before, but they're managing to maintain that as they come down the course. They're closing in now on the 250 metre mark. Of course, it's a lot easier when you're not under pressure to maintain that nice rhythm. Let's make the most of it. Always good to have a race like this. And the wind has suddenly dropped as they make their way through the 250 metre mark, so that they can enjoy, and the sun's come out too, so they can just enjoy a nice row on the course, completing their 1,000 metre race. So as they, you can see them there on the screen, might as well say who they are. So in the bow seat, the one on the right-hand side of your screen is Tanya Barija. Anna Ristic is at 2, Catherine Vargoski at 3, Danielle Jeffrey at 4, Georgia Whedon at 5, Louisa Stocks at 6, Lisa Matthews at 7. In the stroke seat is Stephanie Hart, and the cox, who you can actually see in this boat, sometimes in the fours there in the bows, but this time a stern-coxed boat, that's Angela Zeng. Coached by Natalie Legg, the head coach there, Susanna McMahon. Congratulations to the University of New South Wales for taking out the women's D grade 8. And their time, 3 minutes 48. And coming into view now, the crew from Abbotsford of Judith MacDonald, Lillian Hayes, Rosemary Hancock, Colleen Chapman, Skye Smith, Janine Wood, Petra McCaskill, Susan Carew and their cock Cecile Ferret, coached by Steve Sherry. So on our screen now, you can see the lineup for race number 45, which is Division 1 of the men's D grade quad scull. In lane 3, University of New South Wales. In lane 4, Glebe. In lane 5, Abbotsford. In lane 6, University of New South Wales. And in lane 7, closest to the camera, Glebe. So that crew closest to the camera, Glebe, is Riley O'Sullivan, who we saw earlier in the single, and Archie Osborne, Gordon Stevenson, and in the stroke seat, Darren O'Sullivan. In the University of New South Wales crew, which seems to have gone off pretty fast, in the bow seat, Thomas Gates, Zach Partridge in 2, Christopher Gray in 3, and Eugene Blazowski Walsh is in the stroke seat. For the Abbotsford crew, we have Steve Hill in the bow seat, Richard Jones at 2, Douglas Stewart at 3, and Andrew Patterson in the stroke seat. In the Glebe Rowing Club crew, Mark Tejan is in the bow seat, Stephen Caldwell in 2, Mark McEwen in 3, and Adam Ramshaw, who has joined the board of Rowing New South Wales, is in the stroke seat. And the University of New South Wales crew on the far left of our screens is Jack Sargent in the bow seat, Oliver Pope in 2, Ryan McGrory at 3, and Cameron Gann at stroke, coached by Natalie Legg and Susanna McMahon again. So we've got two crews here from University of New South Wales, obviously wanting the win. A couple of crews from Glebe going to try and stop them, and a crew from Abbotsford sandwiched in the middle.
Yeah, so it does look like it is that University of New South Wales number 3 crew in lane 6 who are stretching out as we come up to the halfway point, running there in the yellow Empacker shell. So they've come through leading at the halfway point, 137.1. Their colleagues, the University of New South Wales number 1 crew, about 4 seconds back, followed by Glebe 1, Glebe 2, and Abbotsford number 1. But University of New South Wales crew, it's out leading, looking really upright, quite aggressive, just good quad, good. The proper way to row a men's quad, especially in a tailwind.
Expecting a big cheer in a minute, because we've got the girls from the University of New South winning 8 down on the medal pontoon, and we've got 2 crews from the University of New South Wales battling it out for the win on the water in the men's D-grade quad scull. So some fantastic rowing going on here at University of New South Wales. A great vibe in your club and in your culture. Congratulations. You look like, provided we can continue racing, you are going to have one hell of a season. And here they come. University of New South Wales number 3 crew, Tom Gates, Zach Partridge, Chris Gray and Eugene Blazowski Walsh. In the lead, closely followed by Jack Sargent, Oliver Pope, Ryan McGrory, Cameron Gann in lane 3.
They might have a comfortable lead, but they're still winding it to the line, not leaving anything to chance in the red boys of the last 100 metres here of the men's D-grade quad scull. It'll be University of New South Wales leading by about 2 lengths of clear water over their club mates to take the win in a time of 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Just under 8 seconds in front And it'll be very tight between the two Glebe crews in the middle of the course. I think that'll go to a photo finish. I had the crew in lane number 4 in front, but the crew over here in lane number 7, that's the Darren O'Sullivan crew, really winding it in and catching them towards the end there. So that'll go to a photo finish with the crew from Abbotsford rounding out the field in 5th position.
Well, University of New South Wales, they're just on a roll now, so let's congratulate the women's D Grade 8 who've just are going to now take their trophies on the medal rostrum. So, women's D Grade 8 won by University of New South Wales. Let's congratulate Tanya Barija, Anna Ristic, Catherine Vargoski, Danielle Jeffrey, Georgia Whedon, Louisa Stocks, Lisa Matthews, Stephanie Hart, and their cox Angela Zhang. Congratulations, University of New South Wales, and your coaches Natalie Legg and Susanna McMahon, the women's D Grade 8.
So back to race number 45, just confirming that was the Glebe number 2 crew who came in 3rd over the Glebe number 1 crew. So that's the crew of Riley O'Sullivan, Archie Osborne, Gordon Stevenson and Darren O'Sullivan, just surging through on the line to take 3rd place in that photo finish over their colleagues from Glebe Rowing Club.
Such fantastic racing.
Absolutely.
Let's have another one. Division 2 of the men's D-grade quad scull is now on the course. In lane 3, we have a crew from Balmain. In lane 4, Abbotsford. In lane 5, Nepean 1. In lane 6, University of New South Wales. And in lane 7, Nepean. So the crew from Balmain is Liam Young, Harry Laylor, Jeremy Plummer and Callum Young. And they are coached by Zoe McKenzie. The crew from Abbotsford, Terry Barella, Charles McCaskill, Joe Zammit and Michael Hayes. The crew from Nepean 1, Tanish Patil, Damien Wang, Timothy Quinn and Alex Vella, coached by Daniel Waddell, Amy Wagner and Victoria Trevitt. The crew from the University of New South Wales, in the bow seat we have Sean Madapilil, Tishan Wanageskera in the 2 seat, Andrew Zhong in 3rd and Finn Crawford in the stroke seat. They are coached by Chris Burns. And completing our field, the crew from Nepean of Dylan Chaplin, Ashton Kirby, Isaac Fonua and Angus Smith, coached by Daniel Waddell and Sarah Berretry. So those 2 Nepean crews have all just raced in singles, and I'm pretty sure they were novices, weren't they?
Yes,
So
I believe they were making up those handful of novice single scull races that we had. So a couple of learn to row crews, having a great hit out in the singles and now coming together in the bigger boats for another race in the D-grade quad. As we came through the 500 metre mark, the crew from Balmain, that's Liam Young, Harry Laylor, Jeremy Plummer and Callum Young, were leading in a time of 1 minute 50 seconds, .99. In second place, it is the University of New South Wales crew, 6.37 seconds back. They're followed by Nepean number 1, Nepean number 2, and Abbotsford in 5th position at the halfway point of this 1,000 metre race.
So they're coming up to the 1750 mark, so they're 3/4 of the race gone now. And the Balmain Rowing Club crew continues to lead, but it looks to me as though slowly University of New South Wales and the crew next to them from Nepean are creeping up. In fact, that crew from Nepean in the middle of the course looks like it's found itself a nice little rhythm. That's the crew of Tanish Patil, Damien Wang, Timothy Quinn and Alex Vella. But still in the lead, the crew from Balmain, just about to hit the red boys now, the last 100 metres of the race. So University of New South Wales just having a little bit of a battle there as they come into the last 100 metres, and Nepean have snuck their noses in front.
Yeah, possibly taking advantage of a little few little steering issues possibly in the University of New South Wales crew, but that Nepean number 1 crew have just, as you said, Lizzie, just snuck their nose into second place. But it's all about Balmain Rowing Club in the men's D grade quad scull. It's Liam Young, Harry Laylord, Jeremy Plummer and Callum Young to take the win. They'll be followed by Nepean number 1. It'll be University of New South Wales in 3rd position. Nepean number 2 over here in lane 7 will cross the line in 4th, and Abbotsford Rowing Club will cross the line in 5th place.
And with the wind dropping a little bit slower there, 3 minutes 46 compared with 3:15 in the previous race. But a good row there from Balmain Rowing Club, very gutsy to just cement their position early in the race and come through to take the win in the 2nd division of the D grade quad scull. But hats off to Nepean Rowing Club for a good steady row there. Their Nepean number 1 crew coming 2nd and University of New South Wales 3rd.
So it does look like we're actually running just a minute or 2 ahead of schedule. So back down to the 2,000 metre race start, we'll see race number 47, Division 1 of the men's B grade single scull. And if you look to your screens, a few little steering issues. Of course, the singles, no foot steering and no coxswain to help you out. It's a very lonely world out there. So this first division, in lane 1, representing the Shaw School, we have Gus Gregg. In lane 2, from Glebe, Jack Sharem. In lane 3, from Shaw, we have Nicholas Donoghue. In lane 4, from Nepean, Jason Waddell. In lane 5, from Shaw, Thomas Livingston. In lane 6, from Mossburn, we have Tom Durans. In lane 7, from Shaw, we have Hamish Hunter. And in lane 8, also from Shaw, Ben Brunker. And I believe I heard today that Hamish Hunter won or placed 2nd in their internal trials the other week, which was great for him. He's been rowing at Sydney Rowing Club recently, a very up-and-coming, very promising up-and-coming young athlete, so he'll definitely be one to look out for in this first of 3 divisions of the men's B-grade single.
And of course, then we've got Jason Waddell from Nepean Rowing Club, so he's a veteran these days of this standard of racing, and in his day was in the New South Wales state team squad. Now coaches as well as just leading from the front and mentoring athletes on the water. So we've got it all in this race, haven't we? But really fantastic to see Shaw School turning up to the Spring Regatta. Really great to see them, especially seeing them in such force.
Absolutely. It looks like they've got possibly their top 2 8s all out here racing in single sculls.
That's fabulous.
So that, if you look to your screen, you'll see Hamish Hunter there in lane number 7, I believe, just leading the charge as we come through about 600 or 700 metres into the race. So a long way to go yet, but definitely a handy lead to have at that point.
And then coming into vision there on the screen is Ben Brunker, also from Shaw. He's in lane 8. Good to see they're wearing their hats. No doubt their sunscreen also. Because actually, I haven't actually checked the UV, but it is actually pretty bright here, even though we've got some cloud cover.
Yeah, it definitely is very bright. And even with the cloud, I felt myself getting burnt this morning.
Did you?
Although
Yeah.
I do burn very easily. So.
Yep, can't be too careful here, can we? There we go. Good view there of across the course with Gus Gregg from Shaw across on the far side. Jack Sharem from Glebe next to him. Nick Donoghue from Shaw in lane 3. Jason Waddell from Nepean in 4. Tom Livingston is in 5. Tom Gerrans from Mossman in 6. Hamish Hunter, who we were talking about earlier, is lane 7. And Ben Brunker, lane 8, closest to this camera.
So possibly using this for some further selection data. Just starting term 4 at the moment, so we'll have some schoolboy races coming up in the next few weeks, I believe. Normally, I haven't checked, but normally there's 2 GPS regattas out here in the sort of October-November period out here at Cirque, where we'll see these boys lining up in 8s and possibly 8s and 4s. As we came through the 1,000 metre mark there, it looked like it was a very tight race between Hamish Hunter and at least one of his colleagues. I think it may have been Thomas Livingston from Shaw in the centre of the course there. Very close at the halfway point. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out as they come into the slightly gustier second half of the course.
So this is where, when we were saying earlier that we really welcome volunteers to come and do the timekeeping, particularly in the huts, now you can see why. Because when we have timekeepers in the huts, we get an idea where it's a spread out race like this of how people are progressing against each other. So if, as we said before, if you fancy getting a bird's eye view of the race and actually contributing to the running and the operations of the regatta, then we'd really welcome your volunteer.
And you get an awesome, nice little packed lunch, which I'm enjoying at the moment.
It's all about the food.
Of course.
So across on the far side, Gus Gregg of Shaw looks as though he's making good progress. So he's got 750 metres left in the race, a 2,000 metre race again in this B grade single scull. Looking fairly relaxed.
Absolutely nice steady rhythm, which is really what you need in the middle of these single scull races. Especially being on the far side, you tend to feel a little more isolated from your competition, whether you are or not. It does feel like you're a little bit further away, so it helps to be in a nice steady rhythm and rowing your own race as it was.
Yes, indeed. Well, so looking from where we are now, it does look as though Tom Livingston from Shaw, is that right? 8765. Yeah, he does look as though he's in the lead. Yep, absolutely. There we go. So crossing the 1,500 metre mark, Tom Livingston has taken a lead of almost 4 seconds over Gus Gregg across on the far side. Hamish Hunter up there right with Greg, just 0.71 of a second behind him. Jason Waddell from Nepean currently sitting in 4th, and Tom Gerrans from Mossman Rowing Club neck and neck with Jason Waddell. Jason Sharem from Glebe is in 6th. Ben Brunker has dropped back to 7th, and Nick Donahue sitting in 8th position. So on the cameras now, a view there of Tom Gerrans in lane 6, representing Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungermach, who of course took the junior coxed and coxless fours overseas to the World Championships a couple of years ago. Continuing a bit of a tradition now of Mossman Rowing Club coaches taking junior crews across to the Worlds. The last 100 metres now looking pretty nice water. Absolutely great conditions for these guys in the singles to crank it up a bit as they come into the closing stages of the race and just see if they can make a change to the position and wear down the lead that Tom Livingston in lane 5 currently has over the rest of his competitors. Gus Gregg from Shaw on the far side going really well, actually lengthening his stroke and increasing his rate of striking, which means he really will get a little bit more distance per stroke. And as a result, it looks to me as though he has managed to move quite nicely in front of Tom Livingston and has taken first place.
It's definitely tight as we come into the finish line, though. Tom Livingston not letting Gus have it all his own way. It will just be Gus Gregg for the win over there in lane number 1. Tom Livingston in second place by 0.39 of a second. Hamish Hunter will cross... Jason Waddell will cross the line in 3rd place. Hamish Hunter in 4th. Tom Gerrans of Mossman Rowing Club in 5th. Jack Sharem of Glebe in 6th. Ben Brunker from Shaw in 7th place. And Nicholas Donahue also representing the Shaw School in 8th position. So some really tight racing there. I think the largest margin there was 4 seconds, with most of the margins just being just 1 or 2 seconds between crews as we at the end of that 2,000 metre race.
Fantastic, and that's what they came for, I bet. So just confirming then, Gus Gregg from Shaw came first, Tom Livingston from Shaw was second, Jason Waddell from Nepean Rowing Club was 3rd, and the unofficial time, 7 minutes 52.44 seconds, the margin just 0.39. We're going to look forward to seeing those Shaw boys racing as the season progresses. Right now we'll move to Division 2 of the men's B grade single scull. This is the second of 3 divisions, and in lane 1 we have John Kenny of Shaw School, coached by David Jennings. Oh, and he's scratched. That's a shame. In lane 2 from Penrith Rowing Club, Bradley Moran. In lane 3 from Shaw, Max Deutsch, coached by David Jennings. In lane 4 from Balmain Rowing Club, Owen Kilbridge. In lane 5 from Shaw, Ashton Line. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Gabriel Carmody, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Check. In lane 7 from Shaw, Harry Scrambler. And in lane 8 from Shaw, Henry Collins.
As we come through the 1,000 metre mark, it's pretty close with lane 4, Balmain Rowing Club, Ewan Kilbridge in the lead, closely followed by by Harry Scambler from Shaw in second place, and it looked to be Max Deutsch from Shaw, over in lane 3 on the far side of the course, just back in third, but really tight at the halfway mark between those three crews. Possibly less than a canvas between those three. So hopefully another very tight race and some great racing to come for the second half of this second division of the men's B grade single scull.
So on our screen now, you can see coming through the first 500, in the lead looks to be Bradley. Yes, it is Bradley Moran of Penrith Rowing Club. So our local sculler, who I must say, since I coach on that river, I know does miles and miles of training. So a good first 500 for him. He's managed to get a 2.5 second lead on Harry Scambler from Shaw School, across on the near side in lane 7. Then Ashton Line from Shaw, who's in lane 5, is currently sitting in third. There's really not much at all between these Shaw scullers of Ashton Line in lane 5. Henry Collins, who is in lane 8. Then it's Owen Kilbridge of Balmain in lane 4, and 6th Max Deutsch of Shaw School, who's in lane 3. Is Gabriel there? Can't see Gabriel Carmody either.
Doesn't look to be there. I believe he did just race in the double, possibly only half an hour ago. So maybe a late scratching for Gabe there.
So Bradley Moran, our local sculler, as we say, with the yellow painted blades of Penrith Rowing Club, coming into the last 250 metres, remains in the lead. So he's progressed well throughout the course. Harry Scambler in lane 7, still maintaining second position, and Ashton Line from Shaw School pressing closely, challenging for that second position. But it does look as though Bradley's going to have it all his own way, which is good. Again, as we saw earlier, nice long levers, which are really helpful in a tailwind.
Yeah, nice and precise out the front of the stroke as well, staying really well connected through the water. boys from Shaw a little bit closer to the grandstand side in lane 5 and 7, just definitely winding towards the line, but it will be Bradley Moran from Penrith Rowing Club taking the win in this one. Harry Scambler from Shaw in lane 7 for second. Ashton Line in lane 5 from Shaw for third, followed by Henry Collins in fourth position. Owen Kilbridge from Balmain Rowing Club will cross the line in fifth. And Max Deutsch from the Shaw School in sixth position.
And provisional time for that race was 8 minutes and 3 seconds. I'm just that compares with 7:52 for the previous race. And the margin 8:03 for Bradley Moran, 2.88 the margin back to Harry Scambler, and a further 2.4 back to Ashton Line, sorry, not Ashley. So that was our second division of the men's B grade single scull, and we have another division to go. The race is on the course now. This is race number 49 on our programme. So if you've only just joined us, we're into 2,000 metre racing. We're in men's single sculls, and we're looking at the third division of the men's B grade. So the grades in New South Wales go from novice up to division, up to what we call D grade, then C grade, B grade, A grade, and our open or elite races. So B grade here. In lane 1, we should have, it appears he's there, Ben Gibson from Sydney Rowing Club, who is also our PR3, a PR3 sculler and a member of the national PR3-4. In lane 2, Edward Nutt from Shaw. In lane 3, William Wolfe from Shaw. In lane 4, from Penrith Rowing Club, Liam Taylor, coached by Charlotte Toos-Cutler, Lindsay Callahan and Chad Paymer. In lane 5 from Shaw, John Mahoney. In lane 6, Charlie Black. In lane 7, George Chapman. And in lane 8, Lockley Clayton, all from Shaw School. And this looks another close race.
It does. It looks very close all the way across the field. We did see Benny Gibson out this morning in the para single scull. Had a really good race, actually. Some pretty quick conditions to end off this morning's racing. I think he did about a 7:35, which I'm sure he'd be pretty happy with. And he looked good out there as well. And it looks like he's looking pretty good out here in his second race of the day, just having another hit out, crossing the line at the three-quarter point, 1,500 metres in time 5:58, and 9 seconds up on his nearest competition, which is Charlie Black from the Shaw School. Charlie's followed by Edward Nutt, William Wolfe and John Mahoney in that order, all from the Shaw School. Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club in 6th, and Lockley Clayton and George Chapman, both from the Shaw School, in 7th and 8th positions respectively.
That's pretty good for Ben, isn't it? We had our first monthly time trial a couple of weeks ago, and against the prognostic that we use for the PR3s, Ben was something like 92 or 93%. So he started off this season going as fast as he was at the end of last season. So all credit to him. I know he's trained really hard through this COVID lockdown. And this year he's really looking quite comfortable in the single, whereas the previous 2 seasons, because the ultimate goal is a sweep crew, he's done a lot of rowing in the pair. And as we all know, you need time in the single to feel good in the single, don't you?
Absolutely.
Tricky boat. Yeah.
So
He's having a great row over there now, though.
Yeah, he is.
He's really moving that boat. That's awesome.
So the last couple of years, Ben was the PR3 single sculler for New South Wales at the Interstate Regatta. I believe in some really tricky conditions in 2019, came second to Mac Russell of Queensland. Didn't get the chance to race last year, but I will bet he will be gunning for that position again next year with a point to prove for New South Wales at the Interstate Regatta, which hopefully will go ahead as planned.
And much like the Shaw boys, I would imagine, Ben is a lover of rugby as well as rowing. He's winding it up for the finish here, and one of the things that he really misses, he is a para rower because he had an accident playing, a tackle gone wrong, playing rugby, which has left him with a leg impairment. But I think it looks to me like he's enjoying his rowing a little bit more this season. Now he's got used to it and getting something out of it.
Absolutely.
Certainly misses the rugby. Lane 6 crossing in second place. That's Charlie Black, who's been in second pretty much the whole way down the course. And then very close behind him, Edward Nutt from Shaw, Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club, John Mahoney from Shaw, William Wolfe coming in 6th, also Shaw, Lee Clayton in 7th, George Chapman in 8th. So just confirming there the results of Division 3 of the men's B grade single scull, a win for Ben Gibson of Sydney Rowing Club, 2nd Charlie Black of Shaw, 3rd Edward Nutt of Shaw. Time for that race 7 minutes 57.14 seconds, the margin 14.98. We cross back to the medal pontoon now. We're just going to move back to Division 2, where the winner was Bradley Moran of Penrith Rowing Club, and we congratulate him now. Penrith Rowing Club, Bradley Moran, winner of Division 2 of the men's B grade single scull.
And as we turn our attention back to the course, race number 50 is now underway, just coming through the 500 metre mark here. It is the first division of the men's open single scull. In lane 1, representing Sydney University, we have Wyatt Batt. In lane 2, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Torrin Olsen. In lane 3, from UTS, Michael McRae. In lane 4, from Mossman Rowing Club, Sean Murphy. In lane 5, from UTS, Oscar Williams. In lane 6, from Toowong Rowing Club, Hamish Parry. In lane 7 from Sydney University Boat Club, we have Marcus Britt. In lane 8, we have from UTS Rowing Club, Austin Hack. And in lane 9 from Sydney University Boat Club, Kieran Riak. So an absolutely quality field of racing in the men's open single scull today. I don't think I've ever seen a more diverse but still yet competitive field of single scullers. And not to mention this early on in the season. It's absolutely fantastic.
So we've got quite a few lightweights in there. Wyatt Batt, Michael McRae, Sean Murphy, Hamish Parry. And then some pretty good heavyweights in there as well. Not least Austin, of course, who I'm sure doesn't want attention drawn to the fact, but is a US national team rower. And we presented earlier the men's B grade single scull. So I believe on the rostrum now we have the winner of Division 1 of the men's B grade single scull. So congratulations to Shaw School, their sculler Gus Gregg. Congratulations to Gus. Just a reminder, he snatched victory over Tom Livingston in a margin of 0.39 of a second. So a good day at the office for Gus. And we wish him well for the rest of the season.
So back down onto the course in the men's open single scull. It looks like Sean Murphy has really made short work of this race, pulling out a lead of about 2 boat lengths at the 1,000 metre mark. Can't quite see in second place. I believe it might be Oscar Williams from UTS Rowing Club there in second. We're seeing on screen Hamish Parry, Sean's doubles partner, who we saw them come down at an absolutely steaming time only about an hour ago. I believe they did a 6:25 in the double scull. So Hamish Parry there sitting in second. Oscar Williams from UTS sitting there in third place. The 2020 New South Wales state champion there, Oscar Williams, in the under-23 single scull. Of course, here in the open division today, very diverse range of competitors. So we've got open lightweights, under-23 lightweights, under-23 heavyweights, open heavyweights, and Austin Hack from America. So a very varied field, and great to see this sort of this high level of racing here today.
Yeah. So Sean Murphy, who last season, the last season we all raced, which of course was the 2019 season, Sean represented Australia in the lightweight men's single scull, and despite having a bit of a collision at the training camp leading into Worlds and hurting his back, actually went out there, had a stormer of a regatta, and came home with the world bronze medal in the lightweight single. Hamish, who's just crossed the line, the halfway or 1500 metre mark there, Hamish Parry was in the lightweight double scull with Leon Chambers. And as we say, this season they have combined together into the lightweight single scull. Then we have Austin Hack sitting in third position now at those World Championships, was stroke of the USA men's 8. Kieran Riak, so not an international rower yet, but I would say, watching his progress over the last couple of years, watch this space. He's still eligible for under 23. He's pulling some good ergos and going pretty well on the water. So some exciting stuff there. And then Oscar Williams, who fairly new to sculling, but making incredible progress there at UTS, especially now they've found, hopefully, the right boat for him. He's very tall, big man, very powerful. So finding the right boat is pretty important in a single.
It still looks to be Sean Murphy, the man from Mossman Rowing Club, out the front of the field, just still leading his doubles partner, Hamish Parry, there for first place. Really a pleasure to watch Sean there. Really aggressive, just more really enthusiastic. He's there rating 38 coming down the course.
And here comes Hamish, giving
Parry.
it a red-hot go. Go the lighties. How good would it be to see these two at the Olympics?
Oh, fantastic. This is a key characteristic of lightweight racing, is very, very close finishes. And it looks like we're going to have one here.
Awesome.
Sean just holding it out over Hamish Parry by about a boat length. He'll cross the line now in a time of 7 minutes and 10 seconds, just 1.8 seconds ahead of Hamish Parry from Toowong Rowing Club. It's Austin Hack of UTS in lane 8 in third position, Kieran Riak in fourth. Close finish between Michael McRae and Oscar Williams for 5th and 6th. Oscar just edging out McRae. Wyatt Batt in 7th position.
It looks as though Torren might cross the line in 8th. Torren Olsen from Sydney Rowing Club on the far side. And then Marcus Britt, who has only in the last few months made the switch to single sculling. Pretty good to be in such a fast race, completing our lineup there in the men's open single scull Division 1. I've got to say, not bad Austin Hack for a sweep rower, coming in third behind those two Liddy internationals. So congratulations. Great field, great race. The unofficial finish time, 7 minutes, 10 seconds. The margin between Sean Murphy and Hamish Parry, 1.84, and then a further 6.41 back to Austin Hack. Great lightweight conditions today. Fantastic race.
So we do have 2 more divisions of the men's open single scull to go. So on the course now, race 51, division 2 of the men's open single scull. We have we have a couple of scratchings. So in lane number 1, representing Sydney University, we have Matt Smith. In lane number 2, from UTS Rowing Club, we have Peter Waldersee. In lane 3, from Sydney Rowing Club, Harry Crouch. In lane 4, from UTS, we have Alexander Wood. In lane 5, from Sydney University, we have Elliot Simpson. Lane 6 and 7 have both unfortunately scratched. In lane 8 from UTS we have Marcus Delamata, and in lane 9 from Sydney University, closest to the grandstand, we'll have Henry Ryan. So all athletes who we've seen racing already today. Most of these athletes who we've seen doing pretty well already today, so I would wager this will be a fairly tight race, as we've seen all afternoon.
Which is fantastic, isn't it? Yeah, and slightly different to the previous race in that they're fairly experienced scullers and well-established scullers in the previous race. This, we see some talent coming through. Matt Smith, relatively new, I think.
Believe so.
Experienced. Yeah, I certainly don't know his name that well, although I've seen how he's making really good progress there at Sydney University under the tutelage of Chris Holliday and Jack Hanley. And Peter Waldersee, our colleague on the commentary team, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman, a mainstay of our lightweight state squad here in New South Wales. Sydney Rowing Club's Harry Crouch was a sculler at Kinross Walleroy School, then obtained a scholarship at Newington and was one of the top scullers there, certainly made that final GPS 8. Then rowed at Sydney Rowing Club and has been to both the Junior World Championships and Henley in the quad scull, but last year was in the under-23 men's 8, so featured internationally in sweep rowing. So this year, still trying to find the right pairs partner for the trials and the international season, and in the meantime doing plenty of work in the single scull, so good to see him back in the single really. Alexander Wood from UTS, a real talent, and again somebody coming through, and the same with Elliot Simpson, who's at Sydney University. Marcus Delamato, who we saw perform so well in the double just now, he's in lane 8 from UTS, and Henry Ryan from Sydney University in lane 9, closest to the camera. It doesn't look like there's much in it at all so far.
No, absolutely not. I believe when we crossed the 500 metre mark, it did look like Henry Ryan, closest to us, was fairly up and amongst the field, but it is a little bit harder to see the closest scullers. We definitely have a little bit of competition at the front from Peter Waldersey, going pretty close, neck and neck with Elliot Simpson from Sydney University next to him, but just leading it out. So the 1500 metre mark there, it was Alexander Wood, of UTS Rowing Club in the lead, leading Elliot Simpson of Sydney University. Harry Crouch from Sydney Rowing Club in third, just a whisker in front of Henry Ryan from Sydney University Boat Club. Marcus Delamata and Peter Waldersey, both of UTS, in 5th and 6th respectively. That was at the 1500 metre mark, the 3/4 mark of this race. So coming into this rather fast-looking last quarter of the race, some healthy margins there, but also definitely not insurmountable. I suspect we'll see some very spirited challenges to the line.
So Alex Wood looking quite strong there, currently in the lead. He's representing UTS in lane 4, so has that number 4 on the end of the boat that's closest to the camera. So it's got a little white ball on the end, which we call the bow ball, if you are unfamiliar with rowing. Of course, the challenge of this sport, particularly in a single scull, is the fact that you are going backwards and can't see where you're going. So using the markers on the lanes becomes pretty important in a race like this. And he continues to lead as he comes into the final 100 metres of the course. In fact, we're winding it up now for the finish. This is some great racing from Alexander Wood of UTS. It looks like he's a talent to be watched.
Absolutely, an old boy from Newington College, as is Harry Crouch. So it does look like Alexander Wood's going to take this one. Harry Crouch really winding towards the line, competing there with Elliot Simpson for second place. But it looks like Simpson will just hold him off for second place as they cross the line. Harry Crouch in third. We will see Marcus Delamata in 4th from UTS, Henry Ryan from Sydney University Boat Club in 5th, Peter Waldersey in 6th position, and just entering the last 100 metres now, we will see Matt Smith from Sydney University coming in through to cross the line.
So the provisional time for that race was 7 minutes 26.45, and the margin between Alexander Wood of UTS and Elliot Simpson of Sydney University was 3.25, pushing Harry Crouch out by 0.47 of a second. So some great racing there for the young talent that's coming through here in New South Wales. Alexander Wood from UTS first, Elliot Simpson of Sydney Uni second, Harry Crouch of Sydney Rowing Club in third. Right, Division 3. I'm just having a look at the cameras here to see where we are with it. Division 3 of the men's open single scull is race number 52 on our programme. And again, we have a good showing from UTS. Their 10th sculler in lane 1 is Cameron Ogilvie, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. Tom Birtwhistle, another para rower, coached by Hallie Chapman, is in lane 2. Miller Argent from Sydney University in lane 3. Daniel Webb from Sydney University in lane 4. Liam Glackin of UTS is in lane 5. Harrison Rouston of Sydney University in lane 6. He's coached by Tom Lorridge. Luca Roncalato of UTS is in lane 7. And completing our field in lane 8, Sydney University sculler Philip Kaufman. And just a reminder as we watch this race progress that if you're out on the towpath, as we might call it in the UK, if you're out on the road at the side of the course, cycling up and down, following a race or coaching, please remember to wear your helmet. So cycling helmets, please, if you are on a bike within the venue. So on the screen now, you can see that our scullers are around halfway now in this 2,000 metre race. No, I think I'm wrong there. No, they're coming into the 1,500 metre mark, so they're almost 3/4 of the way through. So we've got Cameron Ogilvie over on the far side. From UTS, Tom Birtwistle is in lane 2. Miller Argent lane 3, Daniel Webb lane 4, Liam Glackin lane 5, Harrison Rouston lane 6, Luca Roncalato lane 7, and Philip Kaufman in lane 8.
It does look like as we came through that 1,500 metre mark, it was Liam Glackin from UTS in the lead, coming through in 5:41, but only narrowly ahead of Philip Kaufman from Sydney University, only 0.26 of a second behind. So that's about a metre for those of you who didn't quite catch it on the live stream. Miller Argent from Sydney University about 2.5 seconds behind. Harrison Rouston from Sydney University in 4th. Cameron Ogilvie from UTS in 5th. Daniel Webb of Sydney University in 6th. And Luca Roncalato and Thomas Birtwistle, both of UTS, in 7th and 8th.
It's only just occurred to me that this is a flat-out UTS versus Sydney University race, isn't it? Two of our leading rowing universities battling it out between each other. But great to see so much talent on the water. Next Saturday, we'll have the second time trial of the season for those who are throwing their hat in the ring for state and national team selection. And last month, we had to keep very tight on the numbers due to the sport restrictions in New South Wales, but next week we're hoping we'll have a full complement. Looking forward to seeing these guys racing over 5,000 metres. But in this 2,000 metre race, Philip Kaufman of Sydney University in lane 8 seems to have taken a narrow lead.
Yeah, looking very calm, very long and stretched out and precise. Does look like he's just stretched out the lead there over Liam Glackin of UTS. Definitely not much in it, but I think Philip Kaufman of Sydney University will take the win there in a time of 7:32, just half a second in front of Liam Glackin. Be followed by Miller Argent of Sydney University in 3rd place. Also representing Sydney University, Harrison Rouston in 4th. Cameron Ogilvie from UTS in 5th. Daniel Webb from Sydney University in 6th place. And just crossing the line now, the last two remaining UTS scullers will have Luca Roncalato and Thomas Birtwistle.
And the provisional time for that race, Philip Kaufman as the winner from Sydney University, was 7 minutes 32.91. So we've obviously seeded these scullers in these divisions. That's the slowest one so far, but a great margin. 0.57 between Philip Kaufman and Liam Glacken, with the lead changing hands in the last 250 metres. And then in third, Miller Argent of Sydney University, 4.57 seconds behind.
So I believe the last regatta of last season, it's the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. The last race before lunch was the Women's Open, or possibly the Women's Under 23-4. It was slated to be Sydney Rowing Club versus Sydney University. I think exactly the same Sydney Rowing Club crew. And the Sydney University crew scratched then, and once again today, the Sydney Rowing Club crew are having a nice leisurely paddle down the course
Disappointing.
to collect their mugs. So that is the crew of India Thompson, Lauren Lyon, Lauren Graham and Isabel Farah, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck, in the women's B grade coxless 4.
So we can see Izzy Farah there on the left-hand side of your screen, and her pairs partner Lauren Graham, who just went out and won the women's pair. Then we've got Lauren Lyon in the 2 seat and India Thompson in the bow seat. Nice looking 4.
Absolutely. And rowing in the
umpire enjoying going along beside them.
nice easy one for the umpires as well. The girls rowing in the Major Sid Middleton is the name of their 4.
Oh, yes.
Who was the 6th seat of the Australian Defence Force 8 at the Henley Peace Regatta at the conclusion of the First World War. That regatta was contested amongst defence forces from around the world. It was the first Henley after the conclusion of the war, and Australia won it. And Major Sid Middleton was a Sydney Rowing Club member sitting in the 6th seat. And so we've named this women's Empacker 4 after him.
That's lovely. And that was the crew that brought the cup back to Australia.
It's the crew that won the King's Cup.
The King's Cup that the men race for now in our interstate regatta. Great story. Great story, great crew. So just looking at that, so we've got this tandem rig in the middle of the crew. When this was first introduced by the Italians, it was known as Italian rig, but the way in which it then places the force through the boat is deemed to be the most efficient, more efficient than going the standard stroke bow format.
It certainly helps the boat track a little bit straighter. It won't
yeah.
wiggle around between strokes. Less adjustment from the rudder is always a good thing. A little bit less drag on the recovery.
Nice row there. I'm sure they've got no idea that we're all watching them on screen.
So I believe Lachlan Carter might have told them to conserve, be nice and gentle, do nothing too strenuous, just flush out the lactate from previous races, because we will see these 4 girls come down the course again in about an hour's time, less than an hour's time, in the Women's Open 8. So all 4 of these girls, and they'll be joined by Grace Cipher, Lily Gavin, Caitlin McManus Barrett, Neve Graham and their cox Hannah Cowup will jump in the 8 and race against Sydney University in the last race of the day at 3:37.
And that looks like a humdinger of a race. I can't wait. So Sydney Uni, you better turn up to that one, because we all can't wait for it.
And I saw that one. That's my pick for the race of the day.
Yeah, I think so too. And again, really tremendous to see some really great women rowers coming through, and also how lucky we are to have coaches like Lachlan Carter and Alfie Young sort of leading the charge there with our women's rowing. We've got strength in depth, we've got some great talent coming through. It's really good to see. This 4, of course, being one of them. So we've just heard a little bip, which would indicate that the next race has started. And we're going to be moving from women's sweep back to having a blade in each hand, sculling, with Division 1 of the women's C grade single scull. So here we go, the girls now just picking up the pace as they come into the red buoys that indicate the last 100 metres. Very nice indeed. Congratulations, Sydney Rowing Club in the women's B grade coxless 4. Nice time of 7 minutes 41 for that little paddle over the course. Okay, in the women's C grade single scull, Division 1, we have Zoe Latham from Sydney University in lane 1, Daniela Bourget from Leichhardt in lane 2. Charlotte Murray from St Paul's Grammar School, which is a local school, and so she also rows at Penrith Rowing Club, that's in lane 3. From UTS, Sonia Freeberg in lane 4. Talara Tuckerman of Nepean Rowing Club in lane 5, Lila Anderton of Penrith Rowing Club in lane 6, Jacqueline Ford of Nepean Rowing Club in lane 7, and Kathleen Hextall of Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 8. So Kathleen Hextall of Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 8 and Daniela Bourget of Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 2, who have been consistently members of our state masters, so that's over the age of 27, our state masters crew, Kathleen in the sculling and Daniela in the sweep, although Daniela is a fine sculler herself. And then all these youngsters in between. So crossing the 1500 metre mark, it looks as though it's Zoe Latham from, no, perhaps not, I think I've got the wrong person there. No, Daniela Bourget, that we were talking about before from Leichhardt Rowing Club, crossing the 500 metre mark in first position. Charlotte Murray from Penrith is in second. She's representing her school, isn't she? St Paul's Grammar. Sonia Freeberg from UTS is sitting in third. Talara Tuckerman of Nepean is in fourth. Kathleen Hextall of Drummoyne currently in fifth. Zoe Latham in sixth. Jacqueline Ford of Nepean in seventh. And Lila Anderton of Penrith Rowing Club currently sitting in eighth position. So they're coming into the last 300 metres of the course, and this is where traditionally we would expect people to put more strokes in per minute, what we call raising the rate of striking. So rate coming up, bit of power coming up too, upping the tempo, upping the pace to sprint through to the finish. So although she has a good lead, Daniela Bourget of Leichhardt there, just lifting the pace a little, just consolidating her lead over the rest of the field. She's got a good few lengths of clear water. So Sonia Freeberg of UTS currently sitting in second position. And she's sculling nice and long at the catch there, just managing to keep her nose in front of Charlotte Murray of St Paul's Grammar on one side and Talara Tuckerman of Nepean on the other side. Kathleen Hextall in lane 8, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club where she's present, coming home strongly now to try and secure the second place, upping her rate of striking, sprinting her way back through the field, but she might have left her move a little too late as Sonia Freeberg of UTS will take out second position. Kathleen of Drummoyne will have to settle for third. Charlotte Murray of St Paul's Grammar will cross the line in fourth position. Talara Tuckerman of Nepean will be fifth. Zoe Latham of Sydney University is sixth. Jacqueline Ford of Nepean seventh. And Lila Anderton of Penrith Rowing Club eighth. Quite a close finish there. Winning time for Daniela Bourget unofficially, 4 minutes 12 seconds. The margin 13.97 over UTS and a further 1.69 back to Kathleen Hextall of Drummoyne.
Yet another really close finish between 4 or 5 scullers. We've just been really lucky to have a really fantastic day of racing. Not only blessed with lots of entries, but high quality racing across the board.
So we have the start list up for the Women's C-Grade Single Scull Division 2, race number 55 on our programme. Ella Summers is in lane 1. She represents Sydney University. Sarah Berretry of Nepean Rowing Club is in lane 2. Alexandra Quinn from UTS in lane 3. Ella Huber of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4. Stephanie Hart, the stroke woman of the University of New South Wales, winning 8, is in lane 5. Sophia Miller of Glebe in 6. Anne Taylor of Mossman Rowing Club in 7, and Lily Cooper from Sydney University in lane 8. You can see the scullers are sitting ready for the start.
Looks like the starters are having a much easier job of aligning them as in comparison to what we had before. The wind has died down a little bit, even down there in the middle of the course where it has been gustier all day. So the aligners should have a bit of an easier task of getting all the crews together, ready for this free start.
Now you can see the scullers just having to adjust a little bit there. The wind just blowing them a little bit across the course. So what they're doing now, the wind is blowing from their right-hand side, so they're just pointing their bows into the wind a little, so that as they hold still, waiting for the start, their boat blows straight. So that's the theory anyway. And they're off. So Stephanie Hart of the University of New South Wales, so the person who stroked their C-Grade 8 to victory, out there now in the single scull, and a good start for her. She's away. On one side of her, she's in lane 5. On the lane 4, the far side of her, we have Ella Huber in the light blue of Sydney Rowing Club, and on the other side of her, Sophia Miller from Glebe Rowing Club in their maroon. Or perhaps it's burgundy. I haven't checked, actually.
So Ella
Claret? So as they progress down the course, the wind just lifting a little bit. Will be interesting to see how they all respond to that, but exciting to see scullers from across all the different clubs coming into this race. So we've got Sydney University, Nepean, UTS, Sydney, Glebe, Mossman, and of course University of New South Wales. So we're having a great afternoon. Now, just a reminder, please, if you are coming down to the grandstand or to the road to support your scullers, that you please remember to remain 1.5 metres apart. So if you could just spread your arms and just make sure you're at least an arm's length or two away from others, we would be grateful. Or if you are sitting close together, you can always just hop between a couple of rows so that you're still in a group but not too close. So we just keep encouraging you as you move around the grounds, please, not to congregate in large groups and to try and maintain that 1.5 metres social distancing. Thank you.
As you come through the 500 metre mark, we have Ella Huber from Sydney Rowing Club in the lead in a time of 2 minutes and 3 seconds, making short work of the competition, a lead of 4.6 seconds back to Sophia Miller of Glebe. In third place, Alexandra Quinn of UTS, Stephanie Hart of University of New South Wales sitting in fourth, Sarah Berretry of Nepean in fifth, Ella Summers in sixth from Sydney University, and Lily Cooper, also from Sydney University, in seventh place. Ella Huber had a good race in the back of the women's quad with some of the more experienced girls at the head of the Shoalhaven last week, and she's looking very, very tidy indeed as she progresses through in the last third of this women's C-grade single scull.
So good progress here from Ella Huber. She continues to lead as she comes through the 250 metre mark. You can see the red of Mossman Rowing Club, Annie Taylor there. Is that right? Sorry, that's a Glebe Rowing Club Zoot Suit. Must be a new one. So that's Sophia Miller of Glebe. She's having a great second half of the race. It's actually Annie Taylor of Mossman that we're missing. Doesn't appear to be competing. Ella Huber keeping it nice and long. Her coach Brendan Longman will be very happy indeed with the progress that she's making here. Another good successful weekend. Sophia Miller of Glebe deciding she's going to sprint for the finish and really see what she can do in this last part of the race. And then we have UTS sculler Alexandra Quinn, currently sitting in third, and Stephanie Hart of University of New South Wales in fourth. So a good win there for Sydney Rowing Club. Ella Huber. Second was Sophia Miller of Glebe. Crossing the line now, third, Alexandra Quinn of UTS. Fourth, Stephanie Hart of the University of New South Wales. She must have tired legs by now. Over in lane 2 from Nepean Rowing Club, Sarah Berretree coming over in 5th, and Ella Summers of Sydney University in 6th. Her colleague from Sydney University, Lily Cooper, in lane 8 will complete our field, crossing the line in 7th. The time for Ella Huber over that 1,000 metre race was 4 minutes and 10 seconds. The margin just under 3 seconds back to Sophia Miller and a further 11 seconds back to Alexandra Quinn. That completes our second division of the women's C grade single scull. So next race is men's C grade, and we're moving back to sweep rowing, the coxless pair. In lane 4, University of New South Wales, represented by Ben Whalen and Andrew McEnroe. In lane 5 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Isaac Evely and Dean Pollitt, coached by Hayden Schilling. And closest to the grandstand, representing Nepean Rowing Club in lane 6, Hugh Harold and Jason Waddell, coached by Daniel Waddell.
So as we came through the 500 metre mark of this 1,000 metre race, it was the University of New South Wales, that's Whalen and McEnroe, in the lead in a time of 1:49.81. At that point it was very slim, only 0.7 of a second, but it does look like they have really stretched that lead out to a bit over a boat length now over Leichhardt Rowing Club. Leichhardt did have a healthy lead over Nepean at the 500 metre mark, but it looks like Nepean have just snuck their bow ball in front as we come into the red buoys of the last 100 metres of this course. University of New South Wales, that's Whalen and McEnroe, will maintain their lead, stretching it out even further as they take the last few strokes to cross the line and take out the men's C grade pair. Nepean Rowing Club, that is Harold and Waddell, will take out second place, and Leichhardt Rowing Club just fighting some steering issues across the line to finish off this race in third place.
And the winning time there, 3 minutes 40 for the University of New South Wales, a margin of 3.6 back to Nepean Rowing Club and 5.5 back to Leichhardt. So congratulations then, University of New South Wales. Another rung, another win, another pot for the club. Having a great afternoon here at the Rowing New South Wales Spring Regatta. On the line now, we have women's coxed fours. This is D grade. We have 3 crews racing, 2 of them from Abbotsford Rowing Centre and 1 from Nepean, so everybody's in blue, just to make it really confusing. On the far side, as you look at the screen there, is Abbotsford 1 with Rowena Stewart, Jodie Panagopoulos, Sky Smith and Marcella Cox, coxed by Judith MacDonald. In the next Abbotsford crew is in lane 5, that's Rosemary Hancock, Colleen Chapman, Suzanne Jones and Janine Wood, coxed by Cecile Ferry. And in lane 6 from Nepean, Gori Kotera, Annalise Isaacs, Edie Brown and Amy Wagner, coxed by Jessica Berretree. So this Nepean crew, relatively young, of Gary Cotera, Annalise Isaacs, Edie Brown and Amy Wagner, and young Jessie Berritry as the cocks, taking their time to get up and running, to establish a good rhythm and to keep their blades fairly accurate. And because they're doing that, they seem to be gathering momentum as they come down the course. Definitely rowing, if you're unfamiliar with the sport, is most definitely a sport of process, and then you get the outcome, rather than focusing on the outcome too early in the day. So here we see they have managed to catch up the Abbotsford crew and are slowly pushing their way through. So at the 500 metre mark, which is halfway for a D grade Coxed 4, they have now taken the lead. So they'll be very glad. Being D grade, they are recently out of novices, and I'm sure they'll be very happy indeed to have a cox steering them down the course, because the wind has lifted and has become a little bit swirly as it was earlier in the day. So we can see two different kinds of coxed boats there. So Nepean Rowing Club, closest to the camera, has their cox, I believe, lying down rather in the bows, and the crew next to them, the cox, is sitting up in the bow seat, but there is a compartment there, a cockpit literally, for the cox. And then other kinds of coxed 4s have the cox sitting behind the stroke person, so sitting in the stern of the boat.
So we often see more junior crews with the cox in the stern. Gives the coxswains a little bit more opportunity to learn a bit more about the rowing stroke and actually watch what they're saying get put into practice. And then often as we, especially in schoolboy rowing and schoolgirl rowing, often as we approach the senior level, the crews will often have a bow-loaded cox, which, as we can see in all three crews in this race, the coxswain is lying down at the bow of the boat. It's a little bit more aerodynamic. The weight sits a little bit lower in the boat. Yeah, so it's a little bit faster, but the coxswain doesn't have that opportunity to learn as much. But we can see just the head poking out of Jessica Berritry of Nepean Rowing Club as they take their last 5 or 6 strokes or so. A very consistent rhythm all the way down the course here in lane 6. And they'll cross the line to take the win in the women's D grade Coxed 4 in a time of 4 minutes and 16 seconds. They'll be followed by the Abbotsford number 1 crew, Rowena Stewart, Joni Panagopoulos, Sky Smith and Marcella Cox, coxed by Judith McDonald. They were with a margin of 11 seconds back to them. The Abbotsford number 2 crew will round out proceedings in the women's D grade Coxed 4. It's Rosemary Hancock, Colleen Chapman, Susan Jones, Janine Wood and their coxswain Cecile Fair in 3rd place.
So confirming the results of race 57, the women's D grade Coxed 4, a win for Nepean Rowing Club. 2nd Abbotsford, 3rd Abbotsford. We now move to the men's novice double scull. It's amazing to me, these people just must be racing off the water, getting in a different boat and racing round again. So in the men's novice scull, again, names that have only just finished racing. In lane 3 for Nepean Rowing Club, we'll be seeing Isaac Fanua and Angus Smith, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell. In lane 4, we're going to see the University of New South Wales crew of Sean Madapalil. Somebody can, by all means, come and tell me how to pronounce that. And Tishan Wanegasekara in the stroke seat, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 5, we'll be seeing a crew from the Nepean Rowing Club of Dylan Chaplin and Ashton Kirby, this time coached by Daniel Waddell and Sarah Berritry. In lane 6, from the University of New South Wales, the crew of Andrew Jong and Finn Crawford, coached by Chris Burns. And finishing our lineup, another crew from Nepean Rowing Club, this one Nicholas Joseph and Brodie Roots, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell and Sarah Berritry. And they're off in the men's novice double scull, racing over 1,000 metres. The crew closest to the camera is Nepean Rowing Club's crew of Nicholas Joseph and Brodie Roots. Next to them, University of New South Wales, Andrew Jong and Finn Crawford. In lane 5, Dylan Chaplin and Ashton Kirby of Nepean Rowing Club. In lane 4 is Sean Madapalil and Tishan Wanagesakera of University of New South Wales, and Isaac Fanua and Angus Smith of Nepean are on the far side in lane 3. So these are novice double sculls. Earlier on today we saw these guys racing in single sculls where they were just totally in charge of their own boat, and that was tricky enough. But now we've got 4 blades, 2 people, and a fairly strong wind blowing across the course. So quite a lot going on here. Plus, you know, many of these won't have actually been on a buoyed course before. So there's quite a lot going on there. It's quite distracting. This University of New South Wales crew looking pretty calm now, but I think they've had a hairy first few strokes. So just settling down now.
So that's Andrew Jong and Finn Crawford in lane 6, looking to be stretching out to a comfortable lead. A little bit of chaos going on behind them with some steering issues, possibly from their club mates, the University of New South Wales number 2 crew there. But as we're about to come into the halfway point, the 500 metre mark, and it does look like that UNSW number 1 crew, Jong and Crawford, to be holding a pretty commanding lead, a time of 2:02 through that first and only timing point. It is the University of New South Wales number 2 crew, 11 seconds back in second. Nepean, that's Fanua and Smith in third, just a second and a half behind them.
Yeah, and then there is another Nepean crew. Yeah, you can see 2 crews then a fair way behind. So that's the Nepean Rowing Club crew of Dylan Chaplin and Ashton Kirby, and the crew of Nicholas Joseph and Brodie Roots. Yeah, I do agree with you. It looks to me as though the University of New South Wales number 1 crew of Andrew Jong and Finn Crawford have just gone, okay, we don't want to be part of any of this trouble. We're going to get out of here. And that little push has seen them take clear water now as they lead.
Yeah, and once again, especially in some of these novice races, we're seeing the crew that just gets into the most consistent rhythm the earliest that they can seem to have the advantage for the race, and that is definitely the case here. This UNSW number 1 crew just in a nice consistent rhythm, especially for a novice crew, and they're just holding that gap that they've already established on the rest of the field as they come down to the last 200 metres or so here.
Isaac Fanua and Angus Smith have now managed to creep away and get clear water on the second University of New South Wales crew. They actually look as though they're going quite well, so I think they might be a crew to watch for the rest of the season. But there's no doubt at all that University of New South Wales 1, Andrew Jong and Finn Crawford, having a great row here, looking to me as though they're going to really enjoy the competition as they move into D grade for the next regatta. Congratulations, University of New South Wales. Well, second position will be Nepean Rowing Club. Keep going till you hear the beep. That will be the crew of Isaac Fanua and Angus Smith taking second place. University of New South Wales, Sean Madapalil and Tishan Wanagasakura crossing the line in third position for the University of New South Wales. This is men's novice double sculls being held over 1,000 metres. First, University of New South Wales. Second, Nepean Rowing Club. Third, University of New South Wales. Fourth will be Nepean Rowing Club's number 2 crew. And the field will be completed by the Nepean Rowing Club number 3 crew. So number 2 crew, Dylan Chaplin and Ashton Kirby, and coming in front of the grandstand now, Nicholas Joseph and Brodie Roots. With lots of encouragement from the crowd, Nepean Rowing Club complete our men's novice double scull. So a win for University of New South Wales in a time of 4 minutes, 3.52 seconds. So a lovely margin of 17.77 seconds. Well, is there no end to this, Chris? University of New South Wales, they're back again. We have 2 crews in this lineup of 8 for the first division of the men's D-grade double scull. In this race, we have Balmain in lane 1, Glebe in lane 2, University of New South Wales 2 in lane 3, Glebe in lane 4, Leichhardt in lane 5, Abbotsford in lane 6, University of New South Wales 3 in lane 7, and Abbotsford in lane 8.
And it does look like it's not ending, Lizzie. I think we may have the University of New South Wales number 2 crew, I believe their number 3 crew here, has scratched. Yeah, so it's the combination of Thomas Gates and Oliver Pope taking the lead at the 500 metre mark of the D-grade double scull. They crossed at a time 1:45.2, and that is 8.34 seconds ahead of their competition from Glebe, McCowan and Tierchen. Abbotsford Rowing Club, Stewart and Patterson in 3rd, Leichhardt, Cooper and Lindbergh in 4th, followed by Abbotsford, Glebe and Balmain for 5th, 6th and 7th places respectively.
So once again, the University of New South Wales, nice long strokes there, good rhythm and good timing. Looking very relaxed and confident over on the far side. And then on the near side, the crew from Abbotsford of Douglas Stewart and Andrew Patterson seem to be having a good scull too, keeping clear of any trouble with that University of New South Wales crew in the next lane having scratched. On the far side, Glebe Rowing Club, Mark McEwen and Mark Tesian. Good to see those two back together again, just slowly lifting the rate of striking as they come to the last 200 metres of the race. And their compatriots Riley O'Sullivan and Archie Osborne, coached by Brad Smith. They might be inexperienced, but they're certainly tackling this race with a really good, clear race plan. Then we have Leichhardt Rowing Club, Gordon Cooper and Matthew Lindbergh, having a good battle with Steve Hill and Richard Jones of Abbotsford Rowing Club. But it's University of New South Wales. Tom Gates, Oliver Pope will take the win in the men's D-grade double scull, Division 1.
Definitely tight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but it will be the crew from Abbotsford, Stewart and Patterson for 2nd, Glebe, O'Sullivan and Osborne for 3rd, Glebe number 1, McEwen and Tierchen for 4th, Leichhardt, Cooper and Lindbergh for 5th, Abbotsford number 2, that's Hill and Jones for 6th, and we'll just await the Balmain number 2 crew of Nicholas McDonald and Paul Grayson, coached by Owen Nix. They'll be crossing the line in 7th to round out this first division of the men's D-grade double scull.
Time for that race, 3 minutes 40.5 seconds. The margin 10.34 and a further 2.09 between Abbotsford and Glebe. So our second division of the men's D-grade double scull is a 1,000 metre race. In this second division we have Competitors from Nepean, Balmain, Abbotsford, University of New South Wales. Nepean 1 is in lane 2. That's Timothy Quinn and Alex Vella, coached by Daniel Waddell, Amy Wagner and Victoria Trevitt. In lane 3 from Balmain Rowing Club, Harry Laylaw and Jeremy Plummer, coached by Zoe McKenzie. In lane 4 from Abbotsford, Joe Zammit and Michael Hayes. In lane 3 from Nepean Rowing Club, Druv Patil and Jonathan Newen. In lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, their first crew of Peter Fitzgerald and Mohammed Eid. In lane 7 from Nepean 2, Tanish Patil and Daming Wang. And in lane 8 from Abbotsford, Terry Barella and Charles McCaskill. On your screen there you can see Harry Laylaw and Jeremy Plummer of Balmain Rowing Club, coached by Zoe McKenzie, who appear to have taken an early lead. Certainly got a nice lively rate of striking there, looking very confident for a D grade double scull.
A nice strong rhythm there from the Nepean crew, just crossing in second, Quinn and Vella. In third, University of New South Wales, Fitzgerald and Eid. That would be the last UNSW crew for the day. They've taken the regatta by storm. It is in fourth place was Abbotsford number 3, that's Zammit and Hayes, followed by their club mates Barello and McCaskill in fifth. And crossing the halfway point was Nepean Rowing Club, represented by Patil and Newen. But it is all about the Balmain Rowing Club crew of Harry Laylaw and Jeremy Plummer, coached by Zoe McKenzie, as we come into the last third of this race. Definitely extending that nice, comfortable lead that they've earned in the first half of the race. Really nice rhythm, looking nice and long and relaxed and comfortable in themselves, rowing their own race at the front of the field.
Continuing to lead as they come into the last 100 metres of the race, it's Harry Laylaw and Jeremy Plummer of Balmain, closely followed by the Nepean Rowing Club crew of Timothy Quinn and Alex Vella. And now coming home strongly, as we are beginning to see, is part of their race plan, is the University of New South Wales crew of Peter Fitzgerald and Mohammed Eid. Some tricky conditions in this wind, so Balmain safely across the finish line. University of New South Wales having a little argument with the boys there, the marker boys. Nepean Rowing Club will take out second position in this men's D-grade double scull. And third across the line, provided they get there safely, will be Fitzgerald and Eid of University of New South Wales. Fourth, our crew from Abbotsford of Joseph Zammit and Michael Hayes. Fifth, keep going till the beep, Tanish Patil and Daming Wang, that's Nepean Rowing Club 2, they'll be in fifth. Sixth will be Abbotsford 4, and seventh will be Nepean 3. Time for that race, 4 minutes, 2.51 seconds, the margin's 9.14, and then a further 13.84 back to Uni of New South. So congratulations to Balmain Rowing Club for that win in the Division 2 of the men's D-grade double scull.
So if we turn our attention back down to the start, we just have our crews just getting a straight line about to start for race number 61. It's a combination of both the men's B-grade quad and the men's open quad sculls. In terms of the B-grade quad, in lane number 1 on the far side of the course, we have Mossman Rowing Club, represented by Josh Herridge, Finn Satava, Lachlan Fraser, and Evan Lloyd. They're coached by Judith Ungamak. In lane number 2, representing the UTS Rowing Club, we have Cameron Ogilvie, Peter Waldersey, Luca Roncolato, and Liam Glacken, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 3, also representing Mossman, we have Alex Bohm, Oliver Thomas, Kyle Brown, and Tom Faflin, coached by Judith Ungermack. In lane number 4, we have Glebe. They are represented by Daniel Thompson, Jack Sherem, Dan Johnston, and Brad Smith. In lane number 4, we have Sydney Rowing Club, represented by Max Pearce, Oscar Carr-Middleton, Harry Crouch, Torrin Olsen. They're coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane number 7, as a part of the men's open quadruple sculls, we have Sydney University. They are represented by Joshua Hewitt, Nicholas Miro, Henry Ryan, and Elliot Simpson, coached by Christopher Holliday and Jack Hanley. And in lane number 8, representing UTS, Michael McRae, Marcus Delamata, Oscar Williams, and Alexander Wood, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And it looks tight coming into the first 500 metre mark, all bar one of the crews, possibly within half a length of each other as we cross that first quarter. And it looks like the UTS crew closest to us, that's Michael McRae, Marcus Delamata, Oscar Williams, and Alexander Wood, leading the open quadruple sculls, and the Sydney Rowing Club in lane number 5, that's Pearce, Carr-Middleton, Crouch, and Olsen, leading the B-grade quad scull by the narrowest of margins.
Yeah, very exciting race. We're just going to take our eyes off that for a moment and go back to the medal pontoon, where we see the presentation of pots to the winners of Division 1 of the men's D-grade double scull. A win, of course, for Thomas Gates and Oliver Pope, University of New South Wales. Congratulations, Uni of New South. Back to racing after a really fast start there from the crew from UTS in lane 8. They're just shy of the camera now, but it certainly looks as though across on the far side there it is the UTS crew of Ogilvy, Waldersea, Roncolato and Glacken who have managed to really progress in the second 500 metres of the race. Level pegging there with the crew from Sydney Rowing Club. But it is the UTS crew in lane 8. So Michael McRae, Marcus Delamata, Oscar Williams and Alexander Wood looked very neat indeed going off the start. Very powerful, and you can see there beautiful quad sculling, fairly upright at the catch, good angles between their blades, nice sharp catches. Michael McRae sitting in the bow seat, keeping them in order.
Absolutely.
Like a good lightweight would.
Well, it's where a good lightweight belongs, in the bow seat. Just chirping away, I'm sure he is.
I'm sure. Keep those big blokes in order. But it's pretty tight. I mean, they've had a really good start, but really there are no slouches in this race, are there? So
No, absolutely.
going well.
I think given the conditions, the Sydney Rowing Club boys were hoping to do a pretty quick time this afternoon. Racing, training in quads, not something that we do too often down at SRC, but it's more a little bit of fun. It's possibly one of the most fun boats to row. The pickup and the sort of just the power to weight is fantastic, and I think they'll be really enjoying coming down the track in these relatively quick conditions, although it does look like it's more of a crosswind at the moment.
Going to tail, yeah. Yeah, so things starting to sort themselves out now as they come into the third 500. UTS crew with McRae in the bow seat, stroked by Alexander Wood, continues to lead. Pretty close to them are the Sydney University crew in the lane next to them of Josh Hewitt, Nick Miro, Henry Ryan and Elliot Simpson. Fairly untried combination there, coached by Chris Holliday and Jack Hanley, but looking very promising. And then the Sydney Rowing Club crew we talked about before of Max Pearce, Oscar Carr-Middleton, Harry Crouch and Torrin Olsen. Having a good battle also, and actually looking as though they have now, it looks to me like they might have just, yes, they've moved away now from that other UTS crew of Cameron Ogilvy, Peter Waldersea, Luca Roncolato and Liam Glacken. So that's the top four. Mossman 1 in 5th, Mossman 2 in 6th, and Glebe in 7th.
Yeah, so that Sydney Rowing Club crew just narrowing the lead slightly to the top crew of McRae, Delamato, Williams, and Wood from UTS. It was just 0.6 of a second there at the 1,500 metre mark, and I'm sure they'll be looking to make an impact as they have a slightly more favourable lane coming into the last 250 metres or so. They're definitely upping their rate of striking, but UTS are responding as they hunt out the red boys of the last 100 metres. It'll definitely be tight coming down to the line. None of these boys leaving anything on the water today. I think a few of the boys from the Sydney Rowing Club crew are a little miffed about the 8 earlier, I was hearing, so keen to put down a good result this afternoon.
Oh.
Either way, they are
neck and neck now, bow ball to bow ball.
Bow ball to bow ball.
A really good sprint for the finish there from UTS, though. A lot of power in that boat. And they will win by half a length over Sydney Rowing Club. UTS first, Sydney Rowing Club will be second. Excellent finish to the race, and Sydney University will be third. Taking out 4th position, the B grade crew from UTS across on the far side. Then a Mossman Rowing Club's crew from lane 3, so stroked by Tom Pfafflin, will be 5th. The second Mossman crew, stroked by Evan Lloyd, will be 6th. And Glebe Rowing Club will complete our field of 7. The winning time for UTS was 6 minutes 25.19, and the margin to Sydney Rowing Club inside 2 seconds, 1.87 unofficially, and then a further 4.37 back to Sydney University. And here we are, last race of the day. Over to you, Chris.
Yeah, this is my pick for the best race of the day, and at the 500 metre mark, it is bow ball to bow ball, less than half a canvas in it. So we've got race number 62, the Women's Open 8, in lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club, and in lane 5, Sydney University. So in lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club, that's represented by Grace Cypher in the bow seat, Lily Gavin, Caitlin McManus-Barrett, Neve Graham, Lauren Lyon, India Thompson, Lauren Graham, and Isabel Farrer in the stroke seat. They're coxed by Hannah Cowup, and they're coached by Lachlan Carter, Donovan Seck, and Brendan Longman. Next to them, just closer to our side of the course, in lane number 5, representing Sydney University, we have Jamie Ford in the bow seat, India Hobbs, Eleanor Price, Danielle Stewart, Sophie Houston, Kate Rowan, Tara Rigney, Ella Mencinis, and coxed by Talia Barnett-Heppels. They're coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. And as we saw at the 500 metre mark, these two crews were absolutely neck and neck. Both crews on our screen looking really, really crisp, really refined. We know that the girls in the women's 4 earlier, the Sydney crew, were taking it easy because they knew they were going to have to lay it all down on the course to compete with this top-notch crew from Sydney University, and neither crew letting their opposition have it at this point in the race.
Nice to see they're both using Empacker 8s as well, and we've got coxes of great calibre sitting in those coxes seats as well, with Hannah Cowap, who coxed the junior women's 4 to that silver medal a couple of years ago in the Sydney Rowing Club crew, and Talia Barnett-Heppels of the under-21 team in coxing the Sydney University crew. And as they come through the 1,000 metre mark, it's Sydney University now who just have their noses in front, probably about a quarter of a length lead.
Yeah, just edging out through that second 500. I noticed you comment on those two Empackers, both two very new Empackers as well for both the clubs, I believe.
As it should be, looking at the calibre of these girls.
Of course.
Yeah.
Two of the highest performing women's programs in the country. They should definitely have the best equipment, and they do.
Good point. They do. Fantastic racing here. So what we should say is there's actually only one senior rower in the whole of this this group, and the rest of them are all either junior, under 21 or under 23 aspirants. So young crews, and a number of these girls, I would say most of them really, are eligible for our youth crew here in New South Wales, so that's under 21. So a good battle and a good opportunity to positively influence the selectors from the state team, who no doubt will be watching, so that they can see the strength in depth we've got in this age group across the state. So Sydney University starting to shorten up here. I'm not quite sure why. We are just in the third 500 still. Sydney Rowing Club, on the other hand, keeping it long, keeping it rhythmic.
Absolutely. They have Sydney University opened up a good lead here, almost a boat length. But as you mentioned, Lizzie, the Sydney Rowing Club crew just rowing a little bit smoother, a little bit more length as we come up to the 1,500 metre mark here.
So just wondering if this sort of shorter style is going to cost the Sydney Uni crew a little bit later, or whether it's a tactic to try and get a even bigger gap as they cross the third 500 and then lengthen out again in the final 5.
Definitely.
Who knows?
It is a healthy lead though to Sydney University, 5.57 seconds at the 1,500 metre mark. That will be difficult within the last 500 metres for Sydney Rowing Club to make up. However, we have seen these women's 8s from Sydney Rowing Club, a pretty regular stern four there of Isabel Farah, Lauren Graham, India Thompson, Lauren Lyon, who have featured in the under-21 8s and under-23 8s of recent years. We have seen that they know how to race, so perhaps they will be pushing back on the Sydney University crew, but Sydney University have done a lot of good work in the third 500, which is really where a race is won or lost.
So very definitely a lift in the Sydney Rowing Club crew now. See Izzy Farah just check over her shoulder. Where are they? And here they come. Charging now. Sydney Rowing Club trying to row down Sydney University. Sydney University have lengthened out a little bit now and certainly upped the rate of striking, but keeping their strokes fairly long and managing to maintain that distance despite the charge from Sydney Rowing Club. Sydney University have just over a length's lead. No, length and a half, and in fact now striding out and getting further and further away from the Sydney Rowing Club crew, despite the best efforts of the girls in the sky blue. It will be the blue and gold of Sydney University that will cross the line in first place and take out the Women's Open 8 at the Rowing New South Wales Spring Regatta 2020.
And the time for that one for Sydney University, crossing the line in a time of 6 minutes and 40.24 seconds, with a margin of 7.77 seconds back to Sydney Rowing Club.
So that was interesting, wasn't it? Yeah, so Sydney came back at them and then Sydney University pushed away again to keep the actual margin the same. Congratulations, Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club. Some really impressive rowing there from our talented women here at our two, as you mentioned, premier rowing programs for women here in Australia, the Women's Open 8. And that concludes our racing for today. Ooh, a bit of lactate out there on the water, I think, rather than me.
Yep.
A wonderful afternoon of racing. So huge thanks to all our volunteers who have made this possible. Couldn't do regattas like this without them and us.
Yeah.
Thank you for your commentary.
And to you.
Congratulations. We've got a young gentleman from the Nepean Rowing Club there on the medal pontoon. So congratulations, Nepean Rowing Club. Wonderful to see all of our rowing clubs out here at the regatta today. Thank you, and we really look forward to seeing you at our next regatta in early December, or that's the next big one, but there'll be a few between now and then. Massive thanks to Rowing New South Wales for organising all of this and for staying so sound in terms of the management of our sport throughout this global pandemic, and to all of those of you around the grounds who are making sure we all stay safe, keeping us clean. Thank you.